Congratulations, Javokhir. How does it feel to have the record for the most wins ever at a candidates?
I was very happy because today I didn't win a winning game, and today I probably played a very good game. And when I'm not worried about the result, I'm playing really very good chess, very fine chess, focus.
That it does. Congratulations.
The game against Fabi, the game against Wei Yi.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal.
Welcome back, everybody.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Welcome back, everybody, and today we come to you from the outdoor cinema at the Cap St. George Hotel and Resort, and what a cinema it's been, because our lead actor, Javokhir Sindarov, has been starring for 2 weeks. Not just a single feature, he's been doing a double, well, actually no, it's a triple, actually now that I think about it, a quint, what comes after that? A sextuple feature. He's got 6 wins, and of course, he leads everybody. Today, he's going to get black against Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. And according to the Academy, aka the Chess.com stats team, Fabiano is not out of it, but he has a 0.3% chance of winning. What about Javokhir? He's up to 95%, which is about the same as Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood. And by the way, there has been blood. What about over in the women's division? Lead actress so far has been Grandmaster Vaishali, but she only leads by half point. She's going to try to finish the script on her Bollywood film and try to be singing and dancing in the streets of Tamil Nadu, but Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Jiner are only a half point behind. Today, Vaishali gets black against Goryachkina. None of the 3 top women will face each other. What are we going to see in round 11's feature? Well, I'm going to settle in and find out.
Welcome everyone to the FIDE Candidates, and we are back after a short break to bring you the action and decide 2 World Championship challenges. Welcome Sahaj bhai, welcome Rakesh bhai. And Rakesh bhai, मतलब यार वो आपने वो सिर्फ नाम यहाँ चेंज किया है कि आपने कागजों में करवाया
क्या?
सर राकेश को पता ही नहीं. Okay, Chad, you know what I'm talking about. Just kidding, Rakesh bhai, just a joke. Sahi bhai मजे ले रहे हमारे. And Chad, welcome, because it is round number 11. Double digits में हम लोग आ चुके हैं. And Rakesh bhai, क्या लग रहा है? Open section first. Is it just over, or do we have an upsetting coming?
Bhai, it was over a long while ago in the open section. But Vindarov जैसे जीत पे जीत करे जा रहे हैं, and I think होगा ही because he has his lady luck, Sahaj bhai. But what a chance we have in the women's section. Vaishali in the sole lead, Sahaj bhai. क्या लगता है? Will she maintain it at the end of this round?
I think yesterday or the day before the rest day, I think we spoke about this के Sindarov को कोई रोक सकता है तो वो वैशाली ही है at this point, because she's leading her tournament, and वो भी half a point से, and I mean that's I would say, I mean she's still not comfortable yet. She knows कि एक भी match अगर आप हारे तो you know it can completely change the face of the standings. But of course she's playing with the black pieces. She's going against Goryachkina, who just took down Divya with the black pieces as well. So वो 50% के score पे आ गई, and also she would be looking to score that win, as we can see on the screen on the top board. By black say, I would say draw is a good result. And for Divya, Tiku bhai, what are your thoughts?
I'm going to make a prediction, chat. Let's, we're deciding ki, chat stream se pehle we were on WhatsApp group and we were discussing ki if Sindarov wins, is the tournament over? Actually, no, because if Anish wins, he will still be within range, even though, of course, the tournament will be practically over. But women's section mein, if we go back to the standings, आप देखो दो player lead में है. ठीक है, we have Vaishali on 6, then we have Zhu Jiner and Anna Muzychuk 5.5. Now we come to the pairings. If Vaishali were to win and Divya beats Zhu Jiner, I mean, Vaishali ke chances go astronomically up. So Rakesh bhai, today could be an important day for the women's candidates and for Vaishali and even for Divya.
Absolutely भाई, her chances would go many-fold और शायद भाई एक और सेकंड ऐड हो सकता है वैशाली के कैंप में, ऐसा सुनने में आ रहा है, बिकॉज प्रज्ञानंदा जिनके खुद के कुछ चांसेस नहीं है मे स्टार्ट एक्चुअली हेल्पिंग his sister Vaishali to become the challenger. And coming to the open section pairings, Fabiano Caruana versus Sindarov. If Fabi wins, it would be huge because Anish Giri is playing Esipenko. सहज भाई, क्या लगता है इसमें कौन जीतेगा?
आई फील लाइक हम पिछले 2-3 दिन से 2-3 दिन से नहीं, हम पूरे टूर्नामेंट से बोल रहे हैं कि अगर आज का दिन इफ इट गोज देन इट कैन बी क्लोजर, बट आई फील लाइक टुडे इज़ द लास्ट डे वी कैन से दैट. लेट्स बी रियल, बिकॉज 4 ही राउंड बचे हैं. And if you look at the pairings, Fabi, of course, facing Fabi with the black pieces is always a task for any chess player in the world. And of course, Fabi is going to be motivated to beat Sindarov as well. एंड उसी के साथ साथ अनीश का मैच एसिपेंको के साथ है, हु ऑफ कोर्स हैज़ नॉट हैड द बेस्ट इवेंट सो फार. ही वाज आल्सो वन ऑफ द लोअर सीड्स गोइंग इनटू द टूर्नामेंट, एंड अनीश के वाइट भी हैं. तो अगर फाबी जीत जाता है, अनीश जीत जाता है, देन द मैच बिकम्स क्लोजर, बिकॉज गेस व्हाट, अनीश ऑल्सो हैज़ टू प्ले सिंडारोव विद द वाइट पीसेज इन दिस इवेंट. सो if it's a one round that differentiates the two, then the tournament is going to be close. Otherwise, not so much. And of course, for Pragg, I think basically there is no chance. But okay, you try to, of course, finish it off in the best way possible. अगर आपका लास्ट 3 राउंड अच्छे नहीं जाते तो वो फीलिंग आप हमेशा अपने साथ कैरी करते हो.
Agreed. And Sahaj bhai, let's keep in mind ki aapne bilkul, I absolutely agree with you. I think today is the last day. The tournament is even hypothetically open because Sindarov के 4 गेम है, 2 white है against Hikaru and Wei Yi, जो वो मेरे ख्याल से नहीं हारेंगे. I think he could easily play a very comfortable, even the Berlin draw for that matter, whatever he wishes is comfortable. Especially Hikaru Wei Yi जब motivated नहीं है tournament खेलने के लिए, right? They're not going to gain anything out of this. So 2 ही games है, black against Caruana and black against Anish. एंड अगर आज ड्रॉ हो जाता है तो अनीश जीतते नहीं है तो इट इज ऑलरेडी ओवर फॉर अनीश टू डू समथिंग. सो आज इज अ क्रूशियल गेम फॉर सिंदारोव. आज अगर वो ड्रॉ भी करते हैं, आई थिंक ही इज already pushed his chances to more than 98%. And of course, we have Mike Klein from Cyprus with his words of wisdom. Let's go and check it out, what he has to say. हमें देख ली क्या? देख ली. अच्छा, बढ़िया. तो वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम पहले ही आ चुके हैं चैट. दोबारा देख लेते हैं भाई. नहीं. बाय द वे, वी हैव अनीश देयर. सहज भाई हंस रोक नहीं पा रहे यार.
And we already had Anish there, bhai. Anish bottle रखने आया था अभी. So, but anyway, chat is asking Rakesh bhai, jersey ready है? Jersey is ready, chat. So let's go Vaishali, our only hope. But क्या लगता है टिकू, दिव्या का हल्का फुल्का चांस है? She's 1.5 points behind.
भाई बिल्कुल चांस है भाई, especially if Mike Klein can tell us his words of wisdom from Cyprus, what Divya should do. I think chances बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे. But yeah, I think overall chances बढ़िया है. And of course, Pragg के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, would love to know from you, Rakesh, Sahaj and chat, कि Pragg क्या सोच रहे हैं. How did I miss this opportunity? Technically, chat, on paper, he has a 0.00003% chance. Sahaj bhai, could that become reality?
मतलब बिल्कुल आपके ऑरा की तरफ.
अरे भाई, चैट में कमेंट तो मत पढ़ो यार. भाई देखो चैट, आज बीमार हूं, जुकाम है, तो जब बीमार होते हो तो ऐसी गलतियां होती रहती है. बट आई डू थिंक अगर माइक क्लाइन यहाँ पे कुछ बोल देते तो मेरा जुकाम गायब हो जाता.
I think no. I think still that 0.00 however many percent, I think there is no chance for Pragg. I think it's pretty clear. I think Pragg now just has to try to have a good event and एक वो I think वो pressure चला गया Pragg के दिमाग से, which I think could help him as well play a bit more freely, and you can experiment with new things, and I think that's a good thing for Pragg. But I think the tournament is basically in terms of finishing first. I mean, that conversation is over, I think, for me. Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
Yeah, bhai, fully agreed. And सोचो भाई, Pragg's one and only win came in the first round. मतलब भाई तभी मार्च का महीना चल रहा था. It's been that long since Pragg has won a game. So it's honestly, he's down and out. But interesting pairing है भाई, Fabiano Caruana, who is also भाई थोड़ा सा ना घायल. तो टिको भाई, क्या वो घातक बनेंगे सिंदारो के लिए?
You know,
Caruana.
such a great question, राकेश भाई. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं फैबी को he will have to look deep within himself कहीं ना कहीं पे, because otherwise we saw him how beaten he looked when he lost that second game. But I think कहीं ना कहीं पे he has to believe in himself कि भाई I have been the world number 2 player on average. अगर मैग्नस नहीं होता मैं पक्का वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बना होता. This is what I deserve it the most. Like the universe has been waiting for this opportunity for me to finally succeed. I have to win this game. And maybe, just maybe, the tide will turn. And अगर माइक क्लाइन यहाँ पे बताए फैबी को कैसे जीतना है तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
Bhai, I think good points, especially for Fabi. But I feel also एक वो revenge का भी एक point है, for Fabi, because Fabi had 2.5 out of 3 in after the first 3 rounds, and उसके बाद he lost the fourth game, with that crazy prep by Sindarov. So कहीं ना कहीं पे Fabi would think कि इस player ने मेरा वो flow तोड़ा, इस player ने वो मेरा जो rhythm था वो break किया basically. And I feel उसका revenge लेना तो बनता है. If you're playing if you're playing the same guy, you would go full force, and you would try to beat that. It's not about the tournament. It's about settling that. Okay, भाई आपने मुझे एक गेम हराया, मुझे भी आपको एक गेम हराना जरूरी है.
So you mean Fabi एकदम aggressive खेलेंगे और सिंदारो फिर से जीतेगा?
I think Fabi आज हरा भाई, मतलब Fabi है, but Sindarov is just, I mean, भाई दोनों possible. But मुझे लगता है रिजल्ट आएगा. I think रिजल्ट आएगा.
भाई I have to be honest, सब कुछ ओपनिंग करके बैठा है सिंदारोव. कुछ भी खेल दो, he knows. आज लंदन सिस्टम ही खेल दो भाई. Just play something which Sindarov does not expect in a million years. Something very solid. ऐसे like he thinks, because Fabi has to come like with full force, right? Because he has to win today. And अगर वो आज सिंदारोव आज जीत गए, the tournament is basically over. It is finished if Sindarov wins today. So super important day, of course. But Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, I don't know. आज मुझे लग रहा है कि वैशाली की game is going to be the most important game for today. Goryachkina coming off a shocking win, dead drop position में उन्होंने दिव्या को थोड़ा confuse कर दिया ending में. What is she thinking? Because she is again in the race for the candidate spot, for the world championship spot. And I feel like she would love to win with the white pieces today.
She's only 1 point behind the tournament leader, which is Vaishali. So she has just basically +1, and then she lost 1 game to Lagno. Apart from that, Goryachkina has been pretty solid, yeah, all draws. So I think एक वो first game जीतने के बाद एक वो momentum तो बनता ही है. But at the same time, she's playing against Vaishali, वो भी white से. तो if she wants to be in the race, then Goryachkina को आज जीतना बहुत ज़रूरी है. तो दिस पुट्स वैशाली इन आई थिंक मोर और लेस अ सेफर स्पॉट कि आप ब्लैक से सॉलिड भी खेलोगे तो वाइट से वो फिर भी जीतने के लिए खेलेगी. दैट काइंड ऑफ गिव्स यू आई थिंक सम एज ओवर योर ओपोनेंट. राकेश भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Yeah, very, very fair point. And Sahaj bhai, Goryachkina has won the challenger spot in the past. World Championship भी खेल के आई जू एंजू के साथ हार गई. But she's been there at the highest stakes, so she knows the pressure. As we see Fabiano Caruana adjusting his pieces, waiting for Javokhir Sindarov, जो हमेशा ना एकदम 1 मिनट पहले आते हैं before the clocks are started. And let's see when he comes. Anish walking in the background. टिको भाई, क्या लग रहा है आज?
By the way, Anish तो अपने 10 साल से पहले कर लेंगे. But if you go back to Fabi's board, the clock is not exactly in the middle. If you notice, the clock is not exactly in the middle. Fabi ने adjust करने की कोशिश करी, but you kind of hesitate sometimes कि यार it looks a bit ऐसे weird. but it is not in the middle. So I'm pretty sure at some point वो adjust होगी and अपन को एक रील मिल जाएगा राकेश भाई.
बिल्कुल भाई, एडिटर्स की नजर हॉक जैसे यहाँ पे, while Pragg is at the board, he's writing down the score sheet. Will we see the blue bomb sweep today?
सहज भाई, he already looks a bit dejected. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. Is it just me or is he looks like a bit ऐसे broken, like कि chances ही
+1.
नहीं है मेरे पास, है ना?
+1
I
भाई,
mean,
प्लस वो ऐसा होता है ना कि एक आपको फैमिली के साथ ट्रिप पे नहीं जाना और फैमिली वाले फोर्स करके आपको लेके जा रहे हैं.
सहज भाई, वो राकेश का कॉलम थोड़ा सा बढ़ गया है लगता है. अलग बुक ही रखनी पड़ेगी आपको दोनों के लिए. One book will not
He's
suffice.
on it भाई, he's on it.
बहुत बढ़िया भाई. राकेश भाई, आपका तो अलग से एक बुक, हाँ एग्जैक्टली, अलग से डायरी खरीदना पड़ेगा भाई. दिस इज अनबिलीवेबल. Oh, we have a super chat as well from the from someone. Thank you for the super chat. Looking great, Rakesh bhai. Got the opportunity to meet you at Chennai Olympia, and thank you for your continuous support for Indian chess. Rakesh, OP
अरे
bhai,
Oh,
let's
अरे,
go.
बिल्कुल.
thank you भाई so much. And और एक
राकेश
आया
भाई,
भाई प्रक्स, बोलो बोलो.
नहीं कंटिन्यू भाई.
और एक सुपर चैट है मंदार से. प्रक्स करंट फॉर्म इज एन आफ्टरमार्ट आफ्टर लूजिंग अ गेम विद टिकू भाई. सहज एंड राकेश भाई, योर थॉट्स.
भाई क्यों बोला स्ट्रीम पे? बेचारे ने स्ट्रीम देखी होगी, उसको सदमा लग गया होगा यार. दैट्स व्हाई ही इज डिफीटेड कि भाई अब ये नौबत आ गई है भाई. इट्स सहज भाई फॉल्ट. ताने है नहीं तो आई एम गोना ब्लेम इट ऑल ऑन सहज भाई टुडे.
भाई भाई
दैट
भाई 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 भाई, ये क्या सवाल कर दिया मंदर भाई, आप तो ये तो क्रेजी. मुझे तो
भाई, मैंने
अफेक्ट होगा भाई, मुझे
सिंदारो
तो थोड़ा तो अफेक्ट होगा भाई. लेट्स बी
भाई
रियल.
अफेक्ट भाई. और एक क्वेश्चन है, क्या अफेक्ट आज सिंदारो को होगा? बिकॉज ही इज लुकिंग शार्प, ही इज इन द लीड 2 पॉइंट से. ही जस्ट नीड्स टू प्ले इट सेफ एंड ड्रॉ करना है. बट चैट, आई डोंट नो इफ यू वर ऑन ट्विटर और इंस्टाग्राम, बट सिंदारो का एक गर्लफ्रेंड रिवील हुआ है सहज भाई, व्हेन शी इज प्लेइंग इन द वुमेन्स सेक्शन.
अच्छा मैं मारूं सहज भाई, मैं इस बारे में कुछ बोल नहीं सकता.
थोड़ा बीमार तो मैं भी हो रहा हूँ ये सुन के, बट
भाई
यस
कैमरा ही
यस
मार
इट
हो गया
वाज.
भाई. कैमरा ही मार हो गया भाई बात करते ही.
अरे 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 क्रेजी. बट या आई मीन व्हाट अ रिवील इट वाज. आई एम नॉट श्योर कि उन्होंने खुद किया था कि नहीं. बाय द वे, वी डू हैव लिफ्ट ऑफ, और इज दैट द इनॉग्रल मूव?
भाई कुछ
भाई
कैमरा, मतलब
कैमरा थोड़ा सा
नहीं नहीं,
मैट्रिक्स
सिंदारो
का है.
सिंगल है चैट, सिंदारो सिंगल है. कैमरा वापस आ जाओ.
By the way, knight f3 was played in the Caruana game. So Caruana, I think, aiming for a very, very long game today. G3 c4 के खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे. What do you think of this?
अरे, so
I
let's actually
think,
take a look to
yeah,
Fabi
Tiku,
versus.
it's something related to your opinion कि लंदन खेलो या कुछ तो खेलो ना जो सिंदारो का प्रेप नहीं रहेगा. बट इसमें भी ब्लिट्स कर रहा है सिंदारो, सहज भाई.
ये तो रेती है. आई थिंक वेरी वेरी लॉजिकल टू एक्सपेक्ट दैट फ्रॉम फाबी. आई थिंक इट विल ट्रांसपोज इनटू कैटलन वंस ही प्लेज d4. अगर वो b3 खेलता है देन इट विल बी प्रॉपर रेती. ऑफ कोर्स कैमरा भी चल नहीं रहा है. बाय द वे, कैटलन ऑन द बोर्ड, मोमेंट ऑफ
ये
ट्रूथ.
क्या कैमरा है भाई, ये क्या कैमरा है?
कोई कह रहा है 8K कैमरा भाई, 8000 का.
एक कमॉन भाई, 8,000 कैमरा अच्छा होता है यार.
हाँ, ये बेटर है, ये एंगल बेटर है सेट. सहज भाई
बाय द
ये
वे,
क्या, कैटलन राइट?
yes, Catalan, the course of course, the legendary Srinath,
या
played by Fabi. 95, by the way, kind of sidestepping here. Usually Queen C2 खेला जाता है and black plays A6, white goes A4. This is what the mainstream theory is. But 95 is more, let's say, it's more of a sideline, but still very, very recommended amongst the top players. Takes on चीज भाई फटाफट चाले हो रही है भाई, crazy.
I have a question for Rakesh, Sahaj and chat. Very important question for this game especially. Who do you think will be the first one out of prep? Because I feel if it's Fabi, I think there's no chance he's winning. Like, because Sindaro अगर पहले prep नहीं ज़्यादा घुसे हुए हैं, the game is over. He's win the candidates. What is your take? Who's the first one to be out of prep today?
I
I
think
think
Sindaro.
it will Sindaro. Yeah, Sindaro will be the first guy out of prep because Fabi इसमें घुसता नहीं. अगर if he didn't have like a some fresh idea, I'm sure of that. But I'm looking at the history of this variation, and भाई सिर्फ draw ही हुए हैं यहाँ पे. तो last बार player जो कोई
Correct.
जीता था वो था white से, कह रहा हूँ white से 2015 में क्रामनिक ही जीता था भाई ये white से. उसके
Sahaj
अलावा और
bhai,
कोई जीता ही नहीं है white से.
so I lost this exact position as black against like a GM in 2019. So at least I'm leading the charge there, bhai. That's good news.
With
कोई तो
white or
हारा है.
with black?
With black, bhai.
अरे
सहज
क्रेजी,
भाई
आपने जीएम को भी हरा भाई। ये कहाँ से फ्लेक्स ला रहे हो आप अपने?
मैं हारा हूं भाई,
अच्छा,
हारा हूं
हारे थे
फ्लैक्स।
वो। अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
हाँ।
ओके chat, by the way, one very interesting tidbit about this position, that bishop e3 knight d5 was a game played by Sindarov himself as black. Nicholas Theodorou versus Javokhir Sindarov chess.com पे टाइटल ट्यूसडे का गेम है। तो आई थिंक सिंदारो एक्टिंग कर रहा है या सोच रहा है, चैट यू टेल अस, बट ऐसा लग रहा है दैट सिंदारो नोज दिस, सहज भाई।
और knight d5 is actually the top move of the engine as well, from what I can see on my screen. He's
Yeah.
going for the knight. Wow, nice find there. Plays knight d5 again. But we are exactly at that game now. And another interesting fact is Nicholas Theodorou played it twice after that as well.
हाँ
And उसके अलावा निहाल भी खेला है ये position knight d5
ओह।
ये white से।
एंड सिंदारोव के उस गेम में क्या थे, व्हाइट की ब्लैक?
सिंडारोव के
ब्लैक थे
black।
सिंदारो को।
ओह, सो क्लियरली वो गेम देख के आए हैं एंड सिंदारोव कॉन्फिडेंटली सेम लाइन रिपीट करते हैं। आई डोंट नो यार, देयर
Yeah.
इज नो नर्व्स फ्रॉम सिंदारोव। लाइक इफ आई वाज प्लेइंग इन दिस सिचुएशन और एनीबॉडी वाज, यू वुड थिंक कि कारुआना कुछ देख के आया होगा मेरी ऑनलाइन गेम से, यू नो, मे बी ही इज बेटर प्रिपेयर्ड, आई शुड मे बी ट्राई टू कन्फ्यूज एटलीस्ट थिंक फॉर अ व्हाइल, बट जीरो नर्व्स। व्हाट इज सिंदारोव सीक्रेट टू हैविंग जीरो नर्व्स? या चैट एनी आइडियाज? आप बताओ सहज भाई, राकेश भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
I think there is a new idea on the board, this bishop e3 and queen c1, even though Sindarov has faced it before, क्योंकि ये टाइटल ट्यूसडे का गेम है, ब्लिट्स है, तो देर इज़ अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि सिंडारोव या फिर उसकी टीम ने ये पोजीशन उतना डीपली स्टडी नहीं किया होगा. But there is of course, a difference. The idea is, I think, White wants to go f3 and put the bishop on f2 somehow, and somehow you will take the pawn on c4. That's the plan. And by the way, did he play rook
भाई
b8 in that game? He did actually. Wow, he's
Yes.
repeating. Why
सिंदारो
still that
ट्रस्टिंग।
game? Knight c3.
या
This was played.
भाई फाबी कुछ तो मजेदार कुक करके आया है टिकू भाई।
Why, but Sindarov's confidence. I am really
थ्रू द
impressed to
रूफ।
just enter that line without any fear on his
करेक्ट।
face. I am more
एक्चुअली
scared than Sindarov. I feel like Fabric's mauka to hai. If his preparation is dangerous, there is the genuine opportunity hidden here.
ट्रू ट्रू एंड टिकू भाई डिडंट गेट अ चांस टू रिस्पोंड टू दैट कॉन्फिडेंस स्टेटमेंट, बट भाई लोगों के आईएम नॉर्म 2200 रेटिंग ऑनलाइन खेलते वक्त भी ना थोड़ा हैंड शिवर होता है और पीपल आर अफ्रेड, वो नर्व्स की बातें आती है। सो यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट अबाउट दैट, एंड इसमें सिंदारो का कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा।
भाई क्योंकि 2 पॉइंट का लीड है ना वो, मतलब वो अगर वो इवन आई मीन लेट्स जस्ट से इवन इफ ही लूजेस दिस मैच एंड अनीश विंस हिज मैच, इसके ओके अनीश का गेम वो कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता, बट स्टिल 1 पॉइंट का लीड तो रहेगा ना उसके पास, so he's just sitting on a very nice cushion. I feel that, and I think he can be truly free. This is a freedom I think no candidate has ever had before.
या
Wow. A great point. Freedom. That's all we've been fighting for hundreds of years. And meanwhile, Knight C3 played. He's about to take that bishop. Was that the move played in the game online?
नो न्यू मूव, बट
By who?
नाइट बाय पावेल एलियानोव एक्चुअली।
तो सिंडारोव ने 93 नहीं मारा था ना, सिंडारोव ने कुछ और खेला था।
खुद के गेम में नहीं
सिंडारोव
मारा था, यू आर राइट। तो
उसने
सिंदारो ने
A5 खेला था।
A5 खेला था चैट और ड्रॉ हुई थी गेम, बट नाइट इनटू E3 मार के क्वीन E3 रुक B2, दिस वाज प्लेड बाय थियोडोरू वर्सेस एलियानो इन अ क्लासिकल गेम। सहज भाई
भाई 15 चालें हो चुकी हैं एंड फाबी हैज मोर टाइम ऑन द प्रॉबी, मतलब जितना प्रिपरेशन आज करके आया भाई, फुल फोर्स।
Bhai.
एंड लेट्स जस्ट लुक एट द लाइंस. If black goes rook takes b1, by the way, only move in the position. White goes rook takes b1. Can you guess what the best move for black here is, Tiku? And
Exactly
chat
my
for you.
point.
I
Why
don't think
how?
anybody will.
Why
Okay, he
how
takes
is
it.
he? Was there no alternative to consider even? Like, because Rook B1 kaise? Like, has he seen Rook B1 in his prep? What do you think, Sahaj Bhai, Rakesh Bhai? Is that
Bhai
part of his...
played.
Oh my God, what?
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 He played a6 in this position. He knew a6. Ridiculous.
भाई thank God मारू, मैं देखा नहीं ये move. What the hell, भाई? How deep is his prep? भाई, मतलब I have never seen prep like this before.
देखा है भाई, अर्जुन is like
नहीं,
this.
but at the candidates edge, भाई, to be so
At the
well
candidates,
prepared.
no. अर्जुन है नहीं ना यहाँ पे, नौदिर बेग के जैसे.
एंड आई थिंक वी आर इन न्यू टेरिटरी ना सहज भाई।
ये तो न्यू टेरिटरी बट आई थिंक लाइक स्ट्रेटेजिकली आपका जितना भी प्रेप हो यहाँ पे यू कैनॉट चेंज द फैक्ट कि व्हाइट का नाइट इज गुड ब्लैक का बिशप इज काइंड ऑफ बैड यू कैनॉट चेंज दैट आप कितना भी प्रिपरेशन कर लो तो ओके it's still very crazy and it could be a bit of a surprise for Fabi's team and of course Fabi himself के उसको इतना deeply पता है ये अभी तक but still he could suffer
भाई सफर तो आई थिंक फैबी ऑलरेडी शक्ल पे मुझे उनके दिख रहा है थोड़ा बहुत लाइक आई थिंक फैबी के चेहरे पे थोड़ा सा मुझे शॉक दिख रहा है कि हाउ डज सिंदारोव नो दिस लाइक देयर इज नो डाउट लुक एट सिंदारोव बाय द वे वो देख रहा है भाई होता नहीं शादी में बैठे होते टेबल पे भाई खाना आया क्या भाई कौन सा स्नैक आ रहे हैं यार वो तंदूरी पनीर मिल जाए थोड़ा सा लाइक ऐसी लुक है उसके चेहरे पे एंड लुक एट फैबी इज लाइक भाई 16 मूव अंदर घुस चुका हूं मैं कंप्लीटली न्यू लाइन नेवर बीन प्लेड इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ चेस एंड भाई इसको पता है मतलब लाइक ओ माय गॉड सिंदारोव की प्रेप आई थिंक द स्टार हाईलाइट ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स भाई
सही में और सहज भाई नोटिंग डाउन अनदर एनालॉजी बट सिद्धार्थ का लुक वही था भाई वो चिकन नहीं आया ना काफी टाइम से ऐसे ऐसे लुक था उसका
अरे भाई 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 मेरे पेन की इंक ही खत्म हो जानी है रुको तुम भाई ये सब जाने वाला है लेट्स गो
फुल स्क्रीन आई थिंक आज फुल स्क्रीन रखते हैं भाई बिकॉज आई आल्सो हैव अ कोल्ड एंड आज ही शायद कैंडिडेट डिसाइड ना हो जाए भाई genuine chance of the candidates getting decided today after that a6 move said we already it's such a weird move and now the question is what is White's plan here because Fabi must have seen a6 right because Indian ki first preference hai then why is he thinking is it just the shock of Sindarov knowing the opening or is it like he's trying to recollect everything here
if this is prep and Fabi has looked at a6 before then I'm guessing you don't look at one move alone here as White. You will look at multiple. क्योंकि आपका goal is not to look at the top line of the engine. आपका goal is कि to understand कि क्या exchange करना है, pieces किधर रखने हैं. And उसके लिए आप एक वो linear way में आप अगर देखो best move White के F3 है वैसे with the idea of King F2, but आप वो move order वगैरह आप switch कर सकते हो. You can play knight E4 first, for example. You can go knight A4, for example. It's possible कि he has looked at these variations, but not as deeply. तो ही इज थिंकिंग कि सिंडारोव की प्रेप कहाँ पे खत्म होगी बिकॉज राइट नाउ आई वुड बी शॉक्ड इफ फाबी इज नॉट शॉक्ड by this performance by how much Sindarov knows.
Chatur Ramalingam will be in shock looking at Sindarov's preparation, Rakesh bhai, and sorry to cut you off, bhai. Please continue.
नहीं बिल्कुल भाई he would be shocked but it might be possible when Nicholas Theodorou जो ग्रीक जीएम है but lives in St. Louis तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा सा हेल्प वेल्प शायद हुआ होगा सहज भाई बट व्हाट अ बिग शाउट आउट टू सिंदारोव एंड हिज टीम उनके सेकंड्स तो सहज भाई आपको पता है वर्ल्ड कप जीती इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम उसके बाद हार्दिक पांड्या ने काफी उसके स्टाफ को उसके फिटनेस के बंदे को और वानखेड़े स्टेडियम के लोगों को काफी ज्यादा ना पैसे गिफ्ट गाड़ियां वाड़ियां दी तो क्या लगता है सिंदारो भी कुछ ऐसा कुछ देंगे because clearly his team deserves it.
For sure, bhai, for sure. And of course, I mean, we don't know exactly the full extent of his team, but especially that guy Mukhedin, who is right now, by the way, top 5 in the country as well. So there's a good chance he will play in the Olympiad team as well. And with all the experience that he gained from World Cup and candidates, that would be a very, very dangerous player, in the next couple of years or so. But bhai, I feel you have to give it to the guy. You have to give it. I mean, they have prepared for every single scenario here. This is unprecedented.
Why longer Fabi thinks, उतना मुझे ना लाइक जो 5% चांस बचा था वो स्लिप होता हुआ दिख रहा है बिकॉज एंड यू मेंशन्ड सहज भाई राइट कि pawn to f3 is the best move. So just take us through why f3 is the best because I see f3 and king f2 खेलना है white को which is already so weird for me as a plan because you feel like you should bring your knight in, try to get to the c4 pawn. What is f3 king f2?
f3 king f2 is just preparing कि ये पोजीशन एंड गेम में जाने वाली है एंड एंड गेम में आपका किंग आपको एक्टिवेट खुद करना होता है because there is no danger. So of course you are expecting these queens will be traded at some point and as white you are kind of hoping कि ये queens कभी ना कभी trade हो जाए. जैसे ये queens trade होती हैं I think white का advantage बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएगा because ये pawn जो c4 पे पड़ा हुआ है this will get taken very soon. चाहे वो knight से capture हो चाहे वो rook से capture हो but this pawn will get taken. The pawn on c7 will most likely be a target. Now of course ये एकदम ideal scenario है white के लिए तो उसको प्रिपेयर करने के लिए यू गो f3 किंग f2 के बाद में कभी अगर क्वीन स्ट्रेट होती है तो मेरा किंग ऑलरेडी सेंटर में एक्टिवेटेड है बट आई एम गेसिंग ही वुड नो इट एंड भाई यहाँ पे एक सॉरी टू कट यू ऑफ राकेश भाई, एक लास्ट पॉइंट, यहाँ पे एक रेपिटेशन पॉसिबल है लेकिन जो आप अवॉइड नहीं कर सकते। राकेश भाई, यू वर सेइंग
बताइए
इट्स जस्ट
बताइए बताइए रिपीट।
क्वीन a3 king f2, I'm guessing something like h6, and supposedly white has to go knight d5, queen d6, knight c3, queen a3.
प्लेड प्लेड सहज भाई F3 प्लेड। मैं सिर्फ ये छेड़ रहा था आपको कि आप कॉनोसियर है, टू नॉट टच द गोल्डन पॉन। इज इट गोल्डन, इज इट सहज ग्रोवर अप्रूव्ड?
भाई ये तो सिंडारोव को जैसे भी प्रेप से निकाल सकते हैं वही अप्रूव होगा भाई। ये कैंडिडेट्स में तो आई फील कुछ भी चल रहा है, एंड इट इज इम्पॉसिबल टू स्टॉप सिंडारोव। ब्रेक ऑल द रूल्स, यूज एवरीथिंग यू हैव, यू नो, टू ट्राई एंड या गेट सिंडारोव, बट ऑफ कोर्स ही इज
भाई
नॉट अलाउइंग इट।
कितने सेकंड लेगा सिंदारोव इस मूव के लिए? इट्स माय क्वेश्चन।
दो
पता होगा
मिनट
आई थिंक
लेगा
भाई,
मुझे लग रहा है।
100% F3 पता होगा उसको। Like he was not even looking at the board while Fabi was thinking. That tells me कि prep is like not even close to over for Sindarov just yet.
तो एक्टिंग तो नहीं है भाई, एक्टिंग है यू थिंक
No, I think he's genuinely surprised भाई।
विद
हो
f3?
गया ना भाई, 15 चाले, 17 16 चाले हो गए। देखो पानी वानी पी रहे दोनों, थोड़ा सा टाइम लेगा। सिंदारो इज शॉक्ड भाई, पानी नहीं है, हद है यार। मतलब शादियों में कैसी शादी है टिकू
भाई
भाई
ये
की,
क्या मस्त था ना।
पानी भी नहीं
He's
सर्व
like
करना।
he's like mad, पानी नहीं है भाई।
और भाई as Sindarov thinks, I don't think it will be a long thing, but I think यही मौका है एक नजर मारने का वैशाली वर्सेस गोरियाचकिना, because guess
यस,
what टिक्कू भाई,
क्या हुआ?
guess
बताइए।
what chat, पूरे कैंडिडेट्स 11 दिन इंतजार करने के बाद बोर्ड पे दिख गया हमको हमारी फेवरेट ओपनिंग।
Oh, let's go.
वी हैव द लंदन सिस्टम।
अरे ये तो बड़ी ओ C3 से वाटर से चालू हुआ। अरे वेरी नाइस। So what should we do here, Sehaj bhai? I think I already think like I don't know who to support anymore. आज थोड़ा दिल तोड़वाना पड़ेगा अपना वैशाली को जितवाने के लिए।
अरे 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 भाई, आई
Chat, of
थिंक
course you know, but just a quick reminder, टिकू भाई की फेवरेट ओपनिंग है लंदन सिस्टम। सहज भाई ने कोर्स लिखा हुआ है ऑन द लंदन सिस्टम चेस टेबल में, डू चेक इट आउट इफ यू वांट टू इंप्रूव ऑन द लंदन। सहज भाई बताइए एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस।
भाई आई थिंक आइदर वैशाली मिक्सड अप द लाइंस, और
हाँ,
आई आई थिंक या आई रियली थिंक वैशाली मिक्सड अप द लाइंस, बिकॉज देर इज अ वेरिएशन इन लंदन जहाँ पे आप ऐसे इस पोजिशन में E3 के बाद I think it happens from slightly different move order. So I'll show you the move order. It's knight f3, knight f6. You play bishop f4, black plays c5, white goes e3, knight c6, knight d2. Actually, knight c6 नहीं, sorry, e6, knight d2 and bishop d6 एक ऑप्शन होती है इस पोजीशन में, ठीक है। ये पोजीशन बोर्ड पे आ सकती थी, बट इस पोजीशन में डिफरेंस ये है कि वैशाली के बोर्ड पे नाइट d2 नहीं हुआ था, वैशाली के बोर्ड पे c3 हुआ था। So if we compare the two, this is the position that happened on the board, and this is the position that I think is what Vaishali confused it with. इस position में black bishop d6 नहीं खेल सकता, because if you go bishop d6, then कुछ bishop b5 check is an annoying move. Even pawn takes pawn and c4 is an annoying idea. And उसको avoid करने के लिए black पहले खेलता है queen b6, then उसके बाद white खेलता है rook b1, and then आप लाते हो bishop d6 ताकि ये pawn takes pawn ना मर सके, और ताकि ये बिशप b5 चेक भी ना आ सके। एंड आई थिंक वैशाली थिंकिंग दिस इन दिस एग्जैक्ट सेम पोजिशन प्लेड क्वीन b6। अब फर्क ये हुआ कि जब व्हाइट ने, गोरियाचकिना ने क्वीन b3 खेल दिया क्योंकि पॉन c2 पे नहीं है, c3 पे है, अब बिशप d6 पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। एंड चैट, आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क यू कि बिशप d6 इस पोजिशन में पॉसिबल क्यों नहीं है? Because this is, I think, what Vaishali is, of course, she has realized it very, very quickly, that it's not possible. And with that, I think she confused something in her prep.
And Sehaj bhai and Chat and Rakesh bhai, I also want to point out कि the reason why the London system happened could also be because Magnus Carlsen put out a huge video on the London system recently, Team Liquid की तरफ से, how to play the London system. So maybe she watched that video, was inspired with some Magnus London system idea. So you can check that video out for sure. And yeah, Sehaj, please continue.
Yeah, so Chad, you were right. It is indeed queen takes b6 and then bishop d6 hangs. Now, of course, it is possible कि ये वैशाली की कुछ अलग prep है. Like I'm taking a look at the games. There is a game of Duda, Wesley, Ding Liren, Nodirbek. A lot of even Sindarov himself has played this in the past with the black
बाप रे.
pieces. It is possible कि ये कोई prep हो वैशाली की, but I think uh, the fact that she's thinking right now, it feels like she mixed up the lines to me.
And Sahaj bhai, we can clearly see that, almost 8 minutes behind on time. Kya lagta hai? Is it like already bad, or she has a chance to, come back?
I don't think it's bad. It can be unpleasant. Like I don't think London में ऐसी कोई line है जहाँ पर black को अगर अगर आपको opening ना आती हो तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आपकी loss हो जाती है. But वो position unpleasant बन जाती है बहुत ज़्यादा समय के लिए. And I think it could be an unpleasant position for her. Is my point. Like now, bishop d6 is not possible. You can never challenge the London bishop. This diagonal is going to be a problem for you for the rest of the game. White का plan simple है, right? Knight d2, bishop e2, short castle, normal खेलो, and then queen side पे कुछ हो जाएगा. Black को bishop e7 से निकालना है. And अगर आपको bishop e7 से निकालना था तो queen b6, I guess was not necessary.
Fair.
So I think
Yeah, I think Vaishali should be okay still. I think she has a lot of experience here, so hopefully she will manage and navigate all these lines. She is thinking, so maybe I think you're right side by like she probably missed up the line somewhere, but I think she's trying to navigate how to get out of the trouble. Of course, heading off in the queen endgame, without the queens into the endgame might be helpful if she wants to hold a draw. But let's see how she handles this. Meanwhile, also, one look at the Divya game, and chat, let's keep in mind, do like the stream because women's section में we have a leader. भाई हम lead कर रहे हैं women's section में. By the way, Vaishali is leading, Divya is right in the hunt. So a very important day for us. Let's see क्या होता है. And Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, again that bishop coming to g7 in the Divya Deshmukh game.
भाई एंड मुझे उल्टा लग रहा है इस गेम में बिकॉज दिव्या लुक्स लाइक शी इज सुपर वेल प्रिपेयर्ड. लुक एट दैट टाइम डिफरेंस चैट. 17 मिनट का डिफरेंस एंड जू जिनर हु जस्ट हाफ अ पॉइंट बिहाइंड वैशाली हैज ऑल द प्रेशर टू विन. दिव्या जो 1.5 पॉइंट पीछे है which looks like a lot, but with 4 rounds to go and a couple of wins for her can change everything, Sahaj bhai.
On the board, I think I agree with your assessment. Like Divya is definitely in prep. You can check her time. She has 3 minutes more than she started off with. But I have to say, she does not look, let's say, necessarily very happy. Maybe it can be like thoda demotivated lag rahi hai, and I think we can understand why, because the last 2 rounds have not been kind to her. The one against Vaishali and the one against Goryachkina, and 2 losses in an event like Candidates always hurts. So let's hope that she can make a comeback. And I think once again, like she chose a very good line, accelerated dragon, जो last time भी उन्होंने मतलब इस्तेमाल किया था इसका, but it did not go her way. But she's continuing that, and she's trying to play for a win. And I think this is how you would go about it.
Agreed. And I think I absolutely agree with you. I think Divya does look a bit demotivated. In fact, she's closed her eyes right now. Looks like she's kind of sleeping. Reminds me of that Magnus clip when he was playing the World Championship. So, yeah, let's hope Divya will have some chances. Zhu Jiner is like her arch nemesis. Yeah, always manages to pull one off. And let's see if she can, counter with the win here with the black pieces. Of course, a draw would be solid, but it might reduce her chances with only 3 more rounds to go and a 1.5 deficit. So, आज जीतना बहुत जरूरी. We also have Vaishali there.
सो रहे हैं. Sorry to cut you, दोनों सो रहे हैं. देखो.
अरे
नहीं, I think, but okay, Zhu just closed her eyes for momentarily, but I think Divya तो आराम से proper, like she closed her eyes for like a minute or two. So I think थोड़ा difference था.
दिव्या सोचते रहे, अरे ये तो सब देखा हुआ है भाई, थोड़ा कुछ नया खेलो.
हाँ.
चैट करिए वाइल्ड अनीश स्पॉटेड. अरे भाई बिल्कुल. आई मीन अनीश इज एवरीवेयर. ही इज लाइक भाई मेरी गेम क्यों नहीं देख रहे हो भाई लोग. मैं रेस में हूं. सो लेट्स जंप टू हिज गेम एंड देखते हैं कि भाई क्या चल रहा है. डज ही हैव चांसेस टू बीट एसिपेंको टुडे एंड पोटेंशियली पुट प्रेशर. इमेजिन सिंदरोव खेल रहा फैबी से एंड अनीश वहां से जीत जाए. Suddenly he might feel a bit of pressure even to win the game.
Yeah, correct. Let's go from the top, Tikuvai, because Anish has gone for the queen spawn opening again, and think yesterday or day before yesterday you were mentioning that QGD, Queen's Gambit declines. ज़्यादातर लोग खेलते नहीं हैं आजकल, and I think Esipenko has played QGD. This is the proper way to go about it. So nice to see this on the board. Takes bishop f4 हुआ. Knight goes to f6, e3, short castle, knight f3. Very logical move so far. And Esipenko pushes the pawn on c5, inviting the IQP structure. ये pawn जो e5 d5 सॉरी पे जो आइसोलेट हो जाएगा. Takes bishop आता है e2 पे, knight c6, white castles, bishop to e6, and now queen to a4. I think still early days because for sure this is Anish's prep. We can look at his time, and I'm sure there must be many games in this position. Actually, no, not many games. Yeah, just one game, but a very logical position regardless. I'm guessing queen a4 is the move that is making Esipenko think in this position, because generally speaking, you go something like rook c1. I see a lot of games here. Knight b5 is also employed quite a couple of times. एंड ब्लूबॉम खुद इस पोजीशन में नाइट b5 खेले हुए हैं पहले. So this move queen a4 is some prep by Anish, and h6 played by the way.
Very interesting opening, by the way, and I love that pressure on the d5 pawn that will build very soon, and d4 square भी control करेंगे. So Anish के लिए maybe this is a nice position to have, especially with the time edge, Rakesh. But if you look at the time situation, already 27 minutes or whatever ahead, 17 minutes ahead, sorry. It does feel like Anish would be so far happy out of the opening कि भाई chances है आज जीतने के मेरे पास.
Yes, for sure. He has he has to play against an isolated queen pawn जो weak हो सकता है, chat. So Anish definitely happier of the two. We can say he's won the opening battle, but will it be enough to get the win? Time will tell. Anish now having his first longish think of the game, chat.
Yep, I think still a nice structure for Anish, because IQP is, any kind of structural advantage for Anish is, always a dangerous thing. So Anish के लिए I think this is great. उसकी prep board पे है. He's got that slight edge out of the opening. He managed to surprise his opponent as well. So I don't think there's much you can expect from this. But unexpected चीज़ें, हम इतना कुछ एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज जो अभी तक हुई है इस इवेंट में वो ये है कि सिंडारोव अभी तक सोच रहा है भाई.
भाई और एसिपेंको उसके दोस्त क्या उसके लिए पानी लेके आए हैं is the question, because Sindarov was searching for water, as we know.
I felt like वो एकता कपूर का क्या 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 वाला रिएक्शन देने का मन कर रहा था भाई, because like it's shocking. Sindarov after it's a bit weird, right? Because A6 उसने ऐसे खेला जैसे मतलब अभी तो प्रिपरेशन चालू हुई है, and now he's gone into a deep think after Fabi played the Indians first preference. So something you would see if you had seen A6. So do you think he's out of prep, or do you think again he's trying to recall and he's just trying to make sure everything is in order?
I think he's out of prep भाई. ऐसे I always think इतना आप मतलब 10-15 मिनट नहीं सोचोगे. It's already been 12 minutes. आप इतना नहीं सोचोगे. मे बी आपको एक रफ सा आइडिया रहेगा कि ओके दिस इज हाउ आई शुड डेवलप माई पीसेज एंड सच, बट आई डोंट थिंक इट्स प्रेप फॉर Sindarov anymore. But okay, Fabi was the first one to think in the game. So I'm not sure कि Fabi की भी prep है कि नहीं.
Rakesh, your thoughts?
Prep तो नहीं है भाई फॉर श्योर, क्योंकि फाबी ऐसा 9 मिनट डाउन नहीं होते थे. एंड सिंदारोव के लिए एक नया एक्सपीरियंस भाई, उसको पहली बार 10 राउंड बाद ना खुद से सोचना पड़ रहा है इन दी ओपनिंग मिडिल गेम स्टेज.
Very interesting chat. And Sindarov, of course, he knows अगर आज Fabi नहीं जीते, the tournament is all but over. By the way, he's about to put his bishop somewhere. Again, puts his hand but doesn't really make the move. I think you would consider this as indecision, yeah, a sign of weakness. But clearly, weakness is not a word that is in Sindarov's dictionary. He's looking at the score sheet again, looking at the piece, about to move it. Bishop d7, by the way, could be the move. How is Bishop d7, Sehaj bhai? Is that a good idea for black?
Top move, bhai. Best move with the position. Played, Sehaj bhai.
Yeah, played as well. And it was one of the best for sure. But okay, I think black kind of has a free hand. ऐसा नहीं कि कोई एक मूव बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब है इस पोजीशन में. क्वीन a3 वाज अनदर मूव जहाँ पे रेपिटेशन पॉसिबल था. So I think still a nice move by Sindarov there. And chat में मुदित जी पूछ रहे हैं कि सहज, if this isn't Fabi's prep, then is f3 findable on the board? I think 100%, because you know the same idea that you want to bring your king to f2 and you are thinking in your mind कि when will we trade these queens, and उसके बाद ये king की activity बहुत ज़्यादा मायने रखेगी position में. You can play king f2, e4, king e3, and आपका knight is very very good. Then this bishop is okay. You can argue that it's not the best piece in the position right now. So that's what Fabi is trying to hope for. And now king f2, by the way, is the move.
Very interesting, king f2, and that again is a mysterious move to me. Very interesting, preparing for the opening. But also you mentioned that queen a3 idea, right? Which could be very irritating. Is that still working, or should I try to avoid that with, for example, knight to e4 right now? Just prevent that idea taki repetition now.
After king f2, you mean? In this position, black goes queen a3?
Yeah, exactly. Like, is there still that repetition, or should I just kind of avoid it with knight e4 directly instead of king f2?
I think that's a nice question, but you still don't have to repeat here as white. You can play rook c1, which is okay. You can play knight e4 as well, which is kind of interesting. But I think knight e4 pehle. Oh, you have to go bishop c6 here as black. I'm guessing that's the idea of bishop d7. And if you put the knight on c5, I don't like putting the knight. But a superfluous piece lag raha hai mujhe. Like I would rather have it on d2 where it can kind of put pressure on the c4 pawn. That's what I would want in the position. So knight d2, rook c1, knight c4 ऐसे करके कुछ possible हो सकता है. But this is precisely why I don't like knight e4 in the first place. Because मुझे लगता है कि knight e4 से आप commit कर रहे हो. Like whether the knight goes to c5 or d2. अभी इसको c3 पे ही रखो because bishop ऐसे इसको attack कर नहीं सकता. And we know कि white's knight is good and black's bishop is bad. So king f2, maybe something like h4, just try making some progress on the king side, hoping for a queen trade later on can be a good decision here.
By the way, Sindarov की bottle आ चुकी है. If our editors are watching, also Sejva, आपने बोला कि it's a committal move. I love that technology. So, what is the right age to right move number to commit this night for Caruana?
I think 17, 18, 19 के बाद तो कर सकते हो भाई.
Okay,
17, 18, 19 के बाद तो चलता है. आई थिंक डाल भी आपको मतलब आप प्रपोज भी कर सकते हो, चलेगा वो. आई डोंट नो चैट को अगर चैट ऐसे थोड़ा एग्री करती है हमसे कि नहीं, बट या.
Okay, by the way, Fabi still in thought, so clearly feels like he's out of prep. Rakesh bhai, क्या लग रहा है? कौन I mean, I was about to ask you the result, but I was also thinking if FIDE Candidates जीतना ही at the end. But
हाँ वही तो.
what is going through Fabi's head right now is my question. Like, what is he thinking? Is he thinking about the chess, or is it are weird thoughts entering his mind? Ki maybe my opening choice wasn't correct. Like, is that something that might be going through his head?
No, I think that's a great point, Digo. I think लगभग 10-15%. But overall, he's thinking of the chess. भाई वो मतलब World Championship खेल चुका है. That too against Magnus. So I don't think इतना mentally उसको affect करेगा. And he is here to win. भाई मुझे ना Fabi ज़्यादा determined लग रहा है Pragg से. Just by the body posture and by looking at him. So Fabi is definitely out here for blood. And if you're a Sindarov fan, do not expect an easy game today, Sahaj bhai. Your thoughts on this?
Correct, I think, because every player, I think कल Pragg का भी same concentration लग रहा था मुझे. Like it felt like he was locked in. Of course, it didn't go his way, and of course, Sindarov played a wonderful match, and he had great prep. He found the key moves. Not taking that away from him, but I think जो भी player Sindarov के against खेलेगा, वो player I think is just gonna think that this is the match which I have to deliver. बस कि इसको हराना है, बस बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी है इसको हराना. And I think once that is over, then you can think about other things. So I think Fabi is very very motivated, at least I think, to win today.
Agreed. And super important because agla match Sindarov ka is against Hikaru, where Hikaru, I'm not sure, will have the same level of motivation. He might want to beat Sindarov for the, for the revenge, but it's not something that he might be super excited about. So going to be very interesting. This is the game where we need an upset. If we don't see, and I can assure you, Fabi ke piche Anish zyada cheer kar raha hai. Bhai, he might spend like 1/3 of his time today just looking at Sindarov's game, trying to understand whether I am going to catch up or not. And just to highlight, chat, Sindarov ki performance at the candidates so far is a mere 2979 after 10 rounds. भाई ये क्या परफॉर्मेंस है भाई?
भाई उसके पापा बोलेंगे you did good, Jaspira. But actually,
बहुत
it's
काम कर लिया तूने, अब जाके आराम कर.
but it's like amazing, Sahaj bhai. Matlab, what a
Yeah.
performance, 2900 bhai.
He will be
Respect.
remembered, I think, like for in history forever. Like I don't see anyone or like anyone breaking this record for a very, very long time. Like this could be, I think, one of the hardest records to break in chess if you think about it.
Wow.
I mean, जो भी Sindarov का final score रहेगा. First of all, okay, let me ask you a question. It's very much possible that Sindarov will be the first person to score double digits, right? In a candidates match.
Yeah.
That stat, I think, alone is going to be, I think, ridiculously difficult to break. I think
And
maybe.
and he's
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead.
tilt the like the coming up candidates also, right? Because अगले candidates में when you're kind of looking at a par score, you're thinking, भाई सिंदारोव ने तो 10-11 बना लिए थे. Maybe +3, +4 is not enough. I have to go all in from the start. Yeah, I need to pull off a Sindarov to win the candidate. So he's gonna really change the tournament a little bit, and it's future, to be honest, Rakesh bhai. I feel like उसने एक बोलते हैं ना, एक level unlock कर दिया है जो बाकी players hit करने की कोशिश करेंगे in the future candidates.
True, भाई. And लोगों लगता था कि नेपो का score और performance is difficult to replicate. Chat, try this at your own risk, because this is a very big record. But Chat, अभी तक game और game नहीं, tournament खत्म नहीं हुआ. If he for any reason doesn't qualify, then कोई याद नहीं रखेगा इसको.
Yeah, true. And by the way, chat में कह रहे हैं 6 wins is already a record, of course. But I think it's possible कि वो 6 से ज़्यादा हो उसके. I think still it's a crazier record to have double digits at the end of candidates. I don't think it's been done before. I'm not sure if it's even done in any section, like open and women both. I don't think it's been done before. So that will be a crazy record, I think, if for Sindarov. And yeah, so, and
सहज भाई,
people think.
sorry to cut you. Open
Yeah.
में नहीं हुआ, वुमेन्स में हुआ था जब भी पोलकर, सोफिया पोलकर नहीं, सूजन पोलकर, सॉरी, started with 9.5 out of 10.
No,
अरे बाप रे.
I know, but we're talking about the modern like candidates. जब वो like 2013 onwards is what I was talking about basically.
Okay.
Like the
King to
modern like
F2.
format of candidates.
Played by Fabi. So after a 8-minute thing, he's chosen his move. And Sahaj bhai, you are right. Yeah, there seems to be this repetition kind of in some cases with this Queen A3 idea still. I can see it on my screen with the engine. So hoping there is no draw. And just to point out, if Sindarov were to win today, he's going to jump to 2779, just 1 point behind his country number one, Nodirbek Abdusattarov. And he's also going to have a more than 3000 rating performance. So भाई पता है वो याद है आपने वो क्लिप देखी है मैक्स वर्स्टैपन व्हेन ही इज नंबर 1 इन द रेस बाय अ ह्यूज मार्जिन. वो कहता है अच्छा वो लैप रिकॉर्ड कितना है मेरे भाई, वो कहता है इतना है, चलो ब्रेक करता हूं भाई. नहीं भाई, मेंटेन द लीड, नो नीड टू ब्रेक रिकॉर्ड्स. नहीं भाई, आई एम गोना ब्रेक द रिकॉर्ड. एंड ही ब्रेक्स दैट रिकॉर्ड आल्सो जस्ट फॉर द किकर. या सो आई फील लाइक he might be breaking more and more records unless Fabi can stop him now.
Correct, bhai. And we have a very crazy super chat incoming by Mandar bhai, जिनका मतलब जो point ही मतलब ऐसा है कि I just cannot ignore it. कह रहे टिकू भाई can easily surpass that score if he gets the chance. FIDE should provide a wild card. भाई +1. What do you think, टिकू भाई?
+1 होगा.
वही तो स्कोर है आपका, वही तो स्कोर है आपका
मेरे हर
प्रग के
ओपोनेंट
साथ.
का स्कोर होगा +1 मेरे साथ सहज भाई. That's the score that's gonna be. But I think I agree, Mantra bhai. I think I can also have a double digit score like 00. So it's definitely possible, and FIDE should listen to that bhai.
राकेश भाई भी सोच रहे क्या वाहियात जोक्स मार रहे हैं हम यहाँ पे एज
नहीं, मैं
डायरेक्टर.
कल का स्ट्रीम सुन रहा था ना, तो मुझे पता है
हाँ,
व्हाट
ओके
इज द
ओके
जोक.
ओके
सो
ओके.
बट टिक्कू और कैंडिडेट्स ऐसे थोड़ा अजीब लग रहा था बस.
भाई वो एक्चुअली में हम सब में कैंडिडेट मास्टर तो टिकू ही है ना.
Oh, damn! I never thought about it
220.
that way. Damn, भाई that's crazy.
220.
मेरे पास तो नहीं है कैंडिडेट मास्टर का टाइटल. आपके पास है क्या राकेश भाई? मेरे पास तो नहीं है.
नहीं है.
Why that's
एग्जैक्टली भाई.
crazy. So Glad to know. Bhai, FIDE ने जो नामकरण करा है titles का clearly a bit confusing, but okay, there are other things confusing जो FIDE ने करी है. So let's move on. Meanwhile, yeah, do indeed bhai. Do wala much. Yes, do wala. Yes. Meanwhile, no moves by Sindarov. And can we have a look at this Queen A3 move? I'll tell you the line जो मुझे ऐसे drawish दिखा रहा है engine. That is Queen A3. Just kind of pinning this knight, pressuring A2. And now if you play like Rook to B7, there is like, I think queen, like rook to c8, basically defending the pawn. And now white's only move, let's say, to push is d5, for example. And now queen d6, queen e4, queen c5, queen e3, queen d6. Like this is the repetition that the engine shows. Now this is not forced or even organic, but it kind of shows ki eval bilkul dead equal and nobody has an edge. And I'm not sure how Fabi is pushing here. Any thoughts shared by Rakesh Bhai on how Fabi can create some pressure?
I think probably he shouldn't go for this Rook B7 stuff, and I would definitely not push D5 anytime soon. I think मैं कुछ try करूँगा to go knight E4, knight D2, knight C4, or I will either try to play knight E4 and knight C5, and yeah, just keep a double-edged position. And of course, queen अगर A3 पे आती भी है तो मेरे को knight move करने की ज़रूरत क्यों है? I mean, of course, I do know कि it's 0-0-0, but if I want to carry the game, then I can play something like H4, H5 just to create an imbalance, you know, in the position. Yeah. But looks tough,
भाई
I think, for
मुश्किल है.
Fabi.
Correct. I agree. मुश्किल है, I think, जीतना. But it's going to be like a long game, and Bhai Sindarov 7 minutes behind. This is absolutely rare after 18 moves of chess in the last 10, 12 days that we have seen in Cyprus. Sindarov, I don't know, he doesn't look as comfortable. और board पे दिख रहा है. Normally वो move खेल कर निकल ही जाते हैं. Pico भाई.
Yeah, agreed. And I think आज थोड़ा सा कुर्सी पे विश्राम कर रहे हैं and आराम से बैठे हैं. ऐसे मतलब ऐसे होता है ना, बस में बैठते हैं बॉटल लेके कि अभी 4 घंटे की बस जर्नी है, so वैसे ही बैठे हैं बिल्कुल. And no nerves, no signs of clear nerves from him. That's very, very impressive to me. And you know what we can do? Maybe what we can do is we can check out Pragg's game just very quickly, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, and then we can jump back to this game, because imagine how well Sindarov has played कि chess 24 इंडिया पे हमने अब तक प्रग की गेम का ही डीप डाइव नहीं किया.
भाई I
That's
was
how
thinking
impressive.
about the same thing. भाई प्रग का गेम लगाना चाहिए. Like just to see, because we have the Petrov system on the board, Petrov defense, you know, an opening which has a history of being very, very solid, but Bluebaum has been employing this for many years now. But he goes knight d3, takes on e4. Knight d3, by the way, is a new move. Not really that new, but okay, it's a newer idea. Knight c3 पे knight f6 आता है, knight f4, d5, tries to play d4, and now Pragg goes d4 himself, bishop e7, queen बाहर, c6, bishop बाहर, short castle, and now Pragg says मुझे short castle नहीं करना है. He plays h3. I'm guessing he wanted to play have some g4 ideas, or maybe to stop black from going bishop g4. And यहाँ पे Bluebaum खेलते हैं बड़ी interesting चाल, knight to a6, allowing Pragg to capture on a6, and Pragg says, let's go, let's take on a6. Pawn takes a6, and now this pawn structure is a bit broken. The square on c5 is a huge target for the knight, and Pragg plays knight d3 to cover this square, and black plays e5. At least बार तो कह रहा है कि बहुत अच्छा advantage है Pragg के पास already, but I think it's still pretty much solid. Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
I fully agree. You know, knight coming to e5, the doubled pawns on the a file, everything looking in Pragg's favor, even the time पे advantage है. But भाई Bluebaum has been extremely solid, chat. 9 game draw की है and एक ही game हारा है Matthias Bluebaum ने. So you gotta give it up to him. He tried for the clean sweep throughout, but एक ही game में Fabiano से checkmate हुआ है. Every game other apart from that has ended in a draw. Let's see if Pragg can win though. You know, हर win के साथ या हर आधे point के साथ, the players get 5 lakh rupees or 5,000 euros. So a win means a lot, and overall, more than the money, it just feels nice to win a game overall, Tico man.
Agreed. And I think Pragg ki rating abhi is 2732.6, and he's lost like 8.4 points, and he's world number 14. I think he would love to enter the world top 10. And an easy way to do so is just kind of get a good performance in your final remaining games. So I think Pragg still, imagine if he wins, let's say he scores 3.5 in the next 4 games. Like he will look back at the candidates कि भाई Sindarov कुछ अलग ही shape में था. Like I did my bit, even though he I think made a couple of losses there. I think he will look back at the candidates positively overall. He will learn from it. So I think hoping he can end on a high, that's very, 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 very important for Pragg because ये लंबा साल है, बहुत सारे events है. अभी तो 2-3 तो World Championship भी pending है इस साल की, even without the candidates. And by the way, his castle put his king to safety. I think Bishop A6 will happen very, very soon.
Yeah, hopefully. But he's actually quite low on that on the rating. It's Arjun Erigaisi who is currently world number 10, and Arjun's rating is 2751. So that's 19-point difference between Pragg and Arjun. I mean, even if you win 4 games in a row, maybe you can cover that. But I think that probably is not the goal. I think that right now the goal is to cut the bleeding. जो आप rating यहाँ पे आप lose कर रहे हो, try to of course regain that, and I think more importantly just try to have fun, I think, at this point, because if you're free, if you don't have the pressure of कि मतलब top मतलब इस player को हराना है, ऐसे ऐसे करना है, तो I feel that just puts unnecessary pressure at this point, because first आना तो I think is very, very unlikely for Pragg, but he can still have a pretty good event. That's my take.
Agreed. And Rakesh bhai, I think if we can maybe jump back to the game of Sindarov and see what is he thinking, because I think Pragg, of course, has a slightly better position. So that's good news. Maybe he will get his second win of the event today. And Sindarov still thinking, I think maybe the first sign of some slight nerves there from the tournament leader. And chat, आपसे सवाल, राकेश भाई आपसे सवाल, सैफ भाई आपसे सवाल, टूर्नामेंट के एंड पे कितने विन्स होंगे सिंदारोव के एट द एंड? व्हाट डू यू थिंक? लाइक फॉरगेट द लॉसेस, इफ यू लूज सम, टोटल विन्स कितने होंगे एट द एंड ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स? सो फार ही हैज 6 out of 10 rounds.
I think
Fabi,
this is
Hikaru,
it.
Anish, Wei Yi.
Yeah, I think this is it. 6 wins, भाई. 6
हाँ भाई,
wins.
मेरे को 6
बहुत
में ही
है.
मेरे को लग रहा था पॉसिबल नहीं है भाई, बट ही डिलीवर्ड yesterday. I still think 6 wins से ज़्यादा नहीं होगा भाई, मुश्किल बहुत,
I'm
it's
thinking 7,
incredibly
yeah.
hard.
Maybe he wins one more, maybe. Like somebody is like, okay, इसको हराना ही है, and then maybe it could be Fabi, maybe it could be Anish. They go all in and they falter and Sindarov wins. Like that's how he's traditionally won, yeah. And he almost won against Bluebaum also, right? Like he missed that win, so it could have been 7 actually.
I think, okay, like, okay, let's be realistic about this. Like Pragg, I think, deliberately went into a very, very sharp line. Of course, Sindarov also went into that line because Pragg को जीतना बहुत ज़रूरी था, because Pragg के फिर भी chances थे. But Fabi, okay, Fabi is, I think, in this position, I don't see, White losing this. It kind of looks like a 2-result position. अगर कोई result का chance है, तो I think White का ही chance है वो. And then Hikaru के साथ उसके White है. Hikaru won't take unnecessary risks, and I think Sindarov will also not take unnecessary risks because 2 point की lead है. Then Anish is the only game remaining जहाँ पे Anish risk ले सकता है, because Anish is still has some outside chance in the position. So that's one game. Apart from that, I don't see him winning overall.
Fair. And Sindarov right now 13 minutes behind. That's something shocking from my eyes, at least. Very, very rare that he's behind on the clock. So clearly his
आज सब
preparation
देख
has
लिया.
ended. आज सब देख लिया, absolutely. And prep खत्म हो गई है, ऐसी feeling आ रही है राकेश भाई. So Queen A3 in the air. And Rakesh bhai, what's the first plan that comes to your mind? कि भाई ये मेरे लिए priority है, मुझे ये खेलना है, ताकि I can simplify. But it feels like he has the move ready.
As usual, about to play. I feel overall कहीं ना कहीं वो रुक को डेवलप करना है and queen को a3 पे लेके जाने का एक प्लान. Bishop c6.
That's a slight error actually. Bishop c6 is
कितना
not the
बड़ा?
best move. A minor error, because you can actually just play d5. Is he tempting Fabi into playing d5 here, Sahaj?
But it's not a mistake on mine yet. I'm not sure if we can go through the lines. Why is it a mistake, Tikubai? D5, you said?
Not a mistake. Like basically d5, you have to go back to d7 essentially. Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like you have to just go back. So what was the move really? Like because
I'm
technically
guessing-
you are tempting d5.
I'm guessing Queen D4 Yeah, he wanted to provoke d5 for sure. And queen d4 you can take on c4. Black can capture on d5. और तो आप कुछ खेल e5 तो looks very very horrible because pawn takes pawn के बाद ये pawn weak हो जाएगा. If you go pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, queen कहाँ d6 पे ही रखोगे, right? और तो कोई square नहीं है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, agreed.
Let's say queen d6, I take on c4. Bishop e6 नहीं आ रहा for some reason. आ रहा है actually because you have rook d1. And okay, somehow you're not losing the knight here. c6 पे कुछ queen b4 है मेरे पास, some crazy idea.
Okay.
And okay, you can kind of argue that and Fabi has maybe like some 5-10%, like okay, maybe a 5% chance of pushing in this position.
Very interesting. And also like after queen d6, queen c4, apparently bishop b5 is also very strong. Basically attacking the queen. Now queen b3 only move for white. And now rook e8 threatening some rook e2. So even this looks quite tempting for black. Like black has multiple ways to gain equality here.
And you shouldn't technically you shouldn't go e4 because आपका ये back rank थोड़ा second rank थोड़ा ऐसे खुल जाएगा and your king could get in some danger. You could play rook b2 to defend this pawn, or you could play knight e3 to block the rook's view. And again, maybe it's not a bad bishop really, but white still has a slightly better minor piece. I think it's mainly because क्योंकि pawn c7 का isolated है, and you know उस pawn के सामने मैं कभी भी अपना knight रखूंगा तो वो एक outpost ही होगा. Maybe that's the reason why the knight seems better, but practical chance only with Fabi for now. And yeah, d5 is the move in this position.
Wow.
By the way,
An
only move. Otherwise, Fabi is worse.
राकेश भाई, any chance Fabi misses d5 and suddenly Sindarov अपनी गाड़ी पकड़ के फिर से तेज जा रहा है भाई full on. What do you think?
भाई फिर अब वो 7th win आज ही ना हो जाए. But I think Fabi will find it. But थोड़ा शायद समय लग सकता है. But overall, let's say जो I think कल या परसों था ना, जो गेम्स में आग लगी हुई थी, आज ऐसे थोड़े प्लेयर्स मुझे सेफर खेलते हुए दिख रहे हैं. मतलब full the whole tournament as a whole.
Maybe just choice by Fabi, yeah? Maybe he felt कि sharp position में Pragg को उसने धो
Correct.
डाला.
Yes, exactly. तो आई थिंक उसके और उसकी टीम की भी बातें हुई रहेंगी भाई कि थोड़ा शांति से खेलते हैं. एंड भाई जस्ट थिंक ऑफ दिस सिचुएशन चैट एंड दोस्त लोग भाई लोग कि हार क्या गलती है सिंदारो. सडनली ही हैज टू प्ले अगेंस्ट हिकारू एंड अनीश. भाई वो एक हार गया ना, द डोमिनोज कैन फॉल. सो सिंदारो हैज टू बी केयरफुल.
Why, there you see it. Anish, we discussed
Yeah.
this, right? I mean, Anish is going to keep an eye or tirchi nazar, towards this game because he knows कि यहाँ पे जो होगा that really could affect his play now. We are in that part of the event. If Sindarov draws, for example, which looks likely right now, Anish winning could mean a lot actually in terms of the standings. So he's of course playing against Esipenko, who's the lowest seed. So very important for Anish to win. अगर आज नहीं जीतते, I think if the status quo stays the same, I don't think there's any chance for anybody to catch up with Sindarov.
Speaking of Anish, I think he was just here. So let's actually take a look at how he's doing because a queen trade was offered and now by provoke ही कर दिया उसने. We were on queen a4, black played h6. This is the last time we saw this position. Rook d1 आता है, queen b6, and now Anish plays queen b5. So he makes his intentions clear why he played queen f4 in that position. He wanted to go into the endgame straight away. Black plays a6, and now of course queen takes b6 is just automatic, and Anish is going to play against this pawn. That's his goal. So Anish, I think, has some chance to win the game. Of course, it's going to be a long game. But if anyone can win here, it's Anish.
Agreed. I think हारना almost impossible है. That's the good news. So, but the bad news is कि जीतने के chances में भी, I think draw के chances जीतने से ज़्यादा है basically राकेश भाई. That's what I'm understanding कि एक weakness है, but Esipenko को हराना आसान नहीं होगा. याद है प्रग की भी एक typical weakness थी against Esipenko, but he neutralized it quite comfortably. So it's not going to be easy for sure.
Yeah, but if you want to win the candidates or at least put some pressure on Sindaro, Anish has to win this. I would even go out and say कि Anish is in a do or die situation right now.
Yeah. Agreed. He takes the queen. Bishop takes b6 on the board. Will happen very, very soon. Esipenko looking very comfortable right now. Of course, he's at the bottom of the standings, so not much to play for Esipenko right now. So he's probably just playing chess, normal chess, and trying to put on good moves on the board. So interesting. And he's still sitting. Meanwhile, I'm trying to check. Okay, no moves by Fabi still. So it's like
Maybe
he sends.
let's check with Vaishali to see how she's doing.
Huh?
We haven't
Yeah.
Cool.
taken a look at her game since this position. So basically, she went bishop d7. This is good. This is another way of playing here. I mean, this means maybe she switched her lines. Knight d2 आता है, bishop e7. Generally, black को ऐसे bishop b5 खेलना होता है इस position में, but this is not the exact setup, yeah, because white has already committed queen b3. Usually queen d1 पे रहती है, तो bishop b5 is a possibility. She goes castle, castle, and this is the current position. She has not played knight c6 so far, and I think वो knight c6 अभी तक hesitate कर रही है, because if she goes knight c6, then bishop b5 possible नहीं हो पाएगा position में, and white can just put the queen back to c2. तो वही it's a slightly uncomfortable position for black is my take here, but of course Vaishali is in no trouble whatsoever, but ये black से खेलना थोड़ा uncomfortable है.
Agreed. Whenever if accidentally you run into these setups and you really want to draw, like the best case setup is just to trade queens. At least that's how I think. Because ek bar, as you mentioned, yeah, queen comes to c2 back, completely rejecting your queen trade. Suddenly, like knight e5, then bishop could be on d3 at some point, then a kingside attack could be, or even like a e5 square domination could be in the picture. So let's see how Vaishali handles this. Meanwhile, time-wise, she's 10 minutes behind. And you wouldn't consider something like this taking 30 minutes in the opening, Sahaj bhai. Like typical opening hai, yeah? Matlab like 30 minutes istemal kar liye. This could backfire at the end.
Actually, there is a game in this position already, in this exact position of Aronian and Duda back in 2022.
Wow.
So, I mean, and I completely agree with you कि एकदम normal सी position लग रही है. Vaishali का time is, I think, quite low, considering how fast Vaishali is usually in the opening phase and how good her opening preparation generally is. It's a bit surprising, but she goes rook c8. So she's again not playing that move knight to c6 and withholding that to have bishop b5 ideas in the future.
Interesting. Very interesting, actually, because knight c6 you would expect to happen very, very soon. Also, I think once you play knight c6, you can't play bishop d6 also at any point. Okay, you can't play it anyways, but maybe she wants to put the bishop on c6, and then knight d7. Maybe that's the plan also at some point. So regardless, I think queen trade ऐसे tension built up है. राकेश भाई ऐसे दोनों queens बस खड़ी हैं कि तुम मुझे मारो ऐसे nobody wants to be the first one to trade, yeah?
बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल. वो दोनों को चाहिए कि उनका pawn structure better हो. So Chad, if you take any side takes the other side's queen, the pawn captures towards the center, opening up the file for the rook. So इसीलिए दोनों players are hesitant to make that trade.
Yep.
Exactly. Nice point there. By the way, Fabi has played a move which was the best, and that is d5. And Sindarov ने 26 सेकंड के अंदर बिशप d7 खेल दिया टिको भाई. 26 सेकंड में 26.
भाई it's like when your opponent plays bishop d7, अगर सिंदारो सामने बैठा हो and 20 सेकंड 25 सेकंड या 26 में वो bishop d7 खेल दे,
But by 26 second, I said 26 on
Because
purple side.
Sintaro has a chess.com diamond membership chat, just like you could have it. Tikkubai didn't get the memo, it looks like, because chat, we are running a candidate special 26% off of chess.com annual memberships. Go get your diamond, and you could be one of the lucky ones to win a signed chessboard from Tanya Sachdev or some very cool and hip chess.com India merch.
राकेश भाई मुझे भी भेज देना मर्च थोड़ी सी यार, मुझे भी चाहिए यार कूल मर्च.
अगर आपने मेंबरशिप ली टिकू भाई, यू विल आल्सो गेट अ एड फ्री एक्सपीरियंस. ये जो YouTube पे एड पॉपअप होता है ना प्रीमियम लेने से पहले, उसी तरह से चेस.com पे भी एड्स नहीं मिलेंगे आपको. एंड मर्च तो शायद अगर आपका नाम लकी ड्रॉ में है तो बिल्कुल जरूर भेजूंगा.
चलो, अरे नाइस. बाय द वे, आई रियली वांट टू पॉइंट आउट, Rook b7 के बाद there seem to be a bunch of ways for the repetition to happen. I'm seeing at least 2. So I think Rook B7 was apparently not the best practical move. And Rook B7 ke baad, I see Queen D6, for example, as a very nice move. So I'm just trying to capture the pawn on D5 and then you can just resign. So what does White do here, Sahaj Bhai? Because if I take on E6, Bishop takes E6, I mean, I'm holding on to that C4 pawn now, which is a passed pawn. And if you don't take on E6, you have to attack the D5 square somehow. For example, I don't even know what you do. Yeah, Queen D4, Bishop C8, already close to winning for black. Bhai,
So
Fabi,
firstly, I think after pawn takes, bishop takes, like I don't think this is a problem for Fabi in any sense. I think only Fabi can still try to push here, maybe some knight e4, h4, g4, something like this to play on the king side. Queen c3 pe rakh sakta hai. And yes, he's a pawn down, but okay, this is not really a big problem. So if he really wants to continue the game, he can. And secondly, I think queen d4, of course, is bad, but there are other moves here. Yeah? There's queen f4, for example. But then वहाँ पे repetition हो रहा है, is what you're claiming, yeah?
Exactly. Queen f4, Queen c5 is a repetition. So I think this is very, very, वो territory होती है, वो grey line होती है, जहाँ पे आप हल्का सा एक कदम left पे आपने रख दिया, and the game is over. And for me, at least from my perspective, even a draw is game over, Rakesh bhai, because draw के बाद Sindarov goes to 8.5, which by the way has been the winning score in half the candidates. I mean, Anish जीतेगा भी तो 1.5 point का lead है with 3 rounds to go. I don't see how you cover that up unless you beat Sindarov directly. So I think like, if he draws, 99% हो जाएंगे chances Sindarov के candidate जीतने के.
I fully agree, Tiguba. In fact, great point there that 8.5 was the winning score in 2013 when Magnus Carlsen खुद जीते the candidates before he became a world champion. So 8.5 का score is 99%. 100% हो जाता है अगर आप 9 point करोगे, just like Gukesh did in 2024 chat. So Sindarov slowly but surely inching towards that. But भाई अनीश का जीतना भी मुश्किल लग रहा है. But Sindarov का draw ज्यादा आसान.
But right now he's thinking, hasn't made his intentions clear. Another question I have in my mind is कि भाई bishop c8 वापस क्यों नहीं जा सकता है इस position में? Because you are defending the pawn, you're also attacking the rook, and of course my thinking is कि ठीक है, if you bring the rook back to b1, then have bishop d7, and that would be a repetition. But I see this is a slight error, Tiku bhai.
We rook a7, yeah? And because my queen defends the rook, I am kind of happy putting that rook there purely because of that. I think also like the c pawn is now fixed. And if I ever win the pawn on c4, then c7 is automatically hanging. Maybe that's the plan.
It's very interesting because if you played queen d6 here, knight जाता है e4 पे, queen takes d5 is actually, okay, it's actually still fine. Yeah, I was thinking it's not really that good because rook c7 के बाद it shows white has a pretty good advantage here. Some chances could be created here. Okay, but still early days, yeah?
Oh man, this is Fabi के लिए दुख हो रहा है. By the way, chat, let's keep in mind, Fabi is 3. Okay, can I ask you a question, chat, and everybody in the panel as well? If somebody told you after round 10, Fabi will be 3 points behind Sindarov, like, would you ever believe that? Like, would you ever believe that? If Fabi would be 3 points behind Sindarov after round 10?
No way. Queen d6 about to be played.
By the way,
भाई और मैं वो देख रहा था कि अनीश के पास 6 पॉइंट है अभी, करेक्ट? He 6 on 8, 2 points behind. But Sindarov के तो 7 राउंड के बाद ही 6 पॉइंट थे, which is 3 games ago, 3 rounds ago. That's just a crazy stat, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah. Correct, bhai. Correct. But yeah, still, as I said, the only hope we have is भाई के, of course मैं hope उसके लिए नहीं कह रहा, मैं अनीश के लिए कह रहा हूँ कि the only hope Anish has is he wins the game and Fabi also somehow wins the game. That's the only way. And आज हम last बात कर सकते हैं, नहीं तो भाई आज ही हम congratulate कर सकते हैं Sindarov को.
By the way, a big error apparently by Matthias Bluebaum, and it feels like Pragg seems to have a nice, comfortable +1 edge. उन्होंने Bishop, by the way, Sindarov also playing queen d6. Maybe just a 30-second look at Pragg and then we rush back to this game.
Yeah. So let's go to the Pragg game. 1 second.
I think it was move number 13, जहां Bishop a6 के बाद Rook e1 unplaying that knight. I think उनको वो knight मारना था. That knight is a very strong piece, but he played Rook e8. And now, Pragg, okay, this is the best move, plays second best, still slightly better, but 95 there was the best move, giving Pragg a solid edge there.
So you're again that good knight, bad bishop kind of a scenario, but I think 95 maybe he didn't like because black can play c5 at some moment. Like rook c8 is good, I see. Bishop g5 के बाद maybe c5 or something he didn't like. Looks tricky, no?
Also, maybe he thinks कि bishop d3 मारेगा ही नहीं blue one. Maybe he's trying to get a better version of the same, yeah, with bishop g5 first.
Yeah, correct. So वही 19-20 का फर्क, not really anything crazy. I think still Pragg has a good advantage though. Knight a6 was not the right move there. By the way, Sindarov has played, and guess what? It was the best move. If anyone is surprised.
Yeah. And chat, यहाँ पे engine की जो top 3 lines है, उनमें से 2 are repetitions, by the way. Just want to point
show
that
them.
out.
Show them
so
to
one
chat,
is,
please.
One is queen f4, queen c5. That is like the simple one. Like you exchange queens. I don't want to head off in the endgame because your rook is active. So rook, मैं queens exchange नहीं करूँगा. And it's a draw. Second is queen g5 actually. I have zero idea what queen g5 is. But उसके बाद h6 and then again queen f4 and queen c5, queen e3. So that tells me कि white के ideas कुछ ज़्यादा खतरनाक तो नहीं बचे सहज भाई, like in this position, yeah.
एक आइडिया दिख गया चैट सहज भाई, मतलब दिखाया चैट को क्वीन g5. Let's say you play bishop c8 kicking my rook away. I will say nah and go knight e4. And you don't have time to take on queen d5 because of
Chat, why not? What's wrong with queen d5? Nice question, Rakesh bhai.
Why? Because queen d5 पे आप अपने उन दो pawn को जुदा कर रहे हो. You have the opportunity to take with the pawn. E takes d5 and queen के मारने के बाद वो e pawn कभी अपने c4 भाई से connect नहीं हो पाएगा भाई.
मतलब टिकू भाई कह रहे हैं अगर क्वीन ब्लंडर करनी है तो ढंग से करो.
हाँ, correct chat.
जुदाई नहीं होनी
Exactly.
चाहिए भाई. No जुदाई.
Knight f6. Correct. Judai no. But knight f6 is the correct check. And white wins. And by the way, Simon is asking a great question. Says by later in the year, we have the chess Olympiad in Uzbekistan. And he's asking, there is a huge chance Uzbekistan wins the next Olympiad. Your thoughts on that? Tiko bhai, aapka bhi.
It looks very promising for them, that's for sure. But I think जैसे इंडिया का बूम आया था वैसे I think उज़्बेकिस्तान का बूम आ रहा है. They will be a formidable team for sure, one of the favorites for sure. But I think वो crown जब तक I think जो भी टीम डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस रहती है फेवरेट्स हमेशा वही होती हैं. That's my take. तो वो crown जब तक इंडिया के पास है तब तक इंडिया is a favorite to win that.
I also feel कि I think board 4 is where we can shine. Somehow I think while Arvind is not at his peak right now, Nihal is somehow, on the rise. So if you could, at least so far, 2026, if I had to choose a player who had the best record so far, yeah, relatively, it would be Nihal.
Yes.
So I would, and even in the last few months of 2025, okay, Arjun did win the World Apple Blades medal, but Nihal is on the rise right now. He even defeated Gukesh in Rapid. Of course, Rapid hai, but it was a dominant game. I feel like board 4 is where we can shine against Uzbekistan. So, and US team, of course, strong रहेगी. हमसे on paper शायद strong भी हो, but वो US team में उतनी बोलते ना को इंडिया में एक अलग यूनिटी है भाई. वो उज़्बेकिस्तान में भी है, वो यूएस में I feel sometimes missing है. That's why they are individual, like RCB की तरह है. Like they are strong individual players, but as a team maybe like 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 5 होता है in teams like India and Uzbekistan somehow because they play better as a team. So I would still consider India the favorites, but not by much. पिछली बार हमने 2 राउंड पहले ही जीते थे, याद है? We won like 2 rounds in advance. वो नहीं होगा इस बार, I think, because I feel like it will be much closer.
If I remember correctly, उज़्बेकिस्तान के साथ हमारा क्या स्कोर था? I think अर्जुन ने वोखिदोव को हराया था, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We drew.
Correct.
I think Gukesh drew against Nodirbek, and I think it was 2-2. Somebody lost. I don't remember who though.
तो अर्जुन ने हराया था. कोई हारा ही नहीं. प्रग हारा था ना एक मैच, बट लेकिन प्रग वो I don't think it was against Uzbekistan.
V1 2.5 1.5 उज़्बेकिस्तान के.
That's what I'm thinking. I think +1 था
okay.
because Arjun ने Vokhidov को हराया था, if I remember correctly.
You're right.
Yeah. So
तो
that
वही
means,
बोर्ड
yeah,
3 पे ही प्रॉब्लम हो गया आई थिंक उनको, बिकॉज अर्जुन अभी भी बोर्ड मतलब इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, अर्जुन बोर्ड 3 या मतलब वहीं पे रहेगा ना. हिज जॉब इज टू जस्ट स्कोर फुल, मतलब फुल स्कोर एकदम.
agreed. I think वो भी एक चीज है कि board 3 पे भी also we are slight favorites. Of course, I think that
Oh,
might be balanced by Sindarov, yeah, on board 2 maybe.
guys,
Because in
guys.
this,
यानी
हाँ क्या हुआ?
सेंडारोव के अगेंस्ट प्रग है भाई क्या. आई डोंट थिंक इट मेक्स हिम अ फेवरेट फॉर श्योर. जितना बड़ा
2-2
अर्जुन
हुआ था.
फेवरेट है उतना बड़ा
2-2
सेंडारोव
हुआ था
तो
ना?
नहीं है प्रग के लिए.
हाँ 2-2 हुआ था, मुझे
2-2
याद है
हुआ था
यार.
with all draws.
हाँ
All draws.
हाँ वही मुझे लगा 2-2 actually. That's what was my first instinct, and I feel like in this form, I mean Sindarov could play a simul against half the teams in the Olympiads. I don't know. ऐसी
हाँ
form में लाए
भाई.
बस. If he's not in
Done.
this form, then I agree. I think Pragg and Sindarov was absolute equals. But as of now, in this form, I think he would be a favorite against anybody in the world, apart from Magnus, I think. So,
हैवी मतलब नहीं, मतलब जैसे अर्जुन ने
heavily like
डोमिनेट किया
55,
वैसा आई
45,
थिंक
yeah?
सेंडारोव आई डोंट थिंक इज अ हैवी फेवरेट अगेंस्ट प्रभु. आई थिंक यस इट्स हिज इवेंट, आई एग्री विद यू देयर. इट्स हिज टूर्नामेंट एंड आई थिंक जब तक ये टूर्नामेंट चलता रहेगा ऑफ कोर्स दैट कॉन्फिडेंस दैट सेंडारोव हैज ओनली एलिवेट्स हिज प्ले, वेयर एज फॉर हिज अपोनेंट्स इट गोज द अदर वे. सो या.
Agreed. बाद में कोई कह रहा है कि वैशाली का थंबनेल नहीं है भाई, ये बायस है. बायस नहीं है भाई, सिर्फ बीमार था मैं आज. It's just practicality. I think we're definitely going to try and have Vaishali's face in thumbnail tomorrow. I think it's just the thumbnail we have already built at the start of the event. So Sanjay bhai, let's have Vaishali's face in the thumbnail tomorrow 100%, because she is actually in the lead. So let's do
Yeah.
that. Meanwhile,
Agreed.
Queen d6 played. So मेरे हिसाब से I think this is a crucial moment for Fabi. What can Fabi do? Because हमें देखा बहुत repetitions है. It feels like 94 is the move, and he plays it, by the way, avoiding the repetition. And now Queen takes d5 is the only move for Sindarov that maintains equality. He has to take it, Sahaj bhai. Queen e5 also is a close second, but okay, that feels a bit weird, yeah. Queen e5.
कोई फ्री का पॉन मिल रहा है तो व्हाई नॉट जस्ट कैप्चर इट. एंड आई एम गेसिंग ओके, फर्स्टली वी नो कि फाबी डजंट वांट टू ड्रॉ, एंड सेकेंडली आफ्टर क्वीन d5 रुक c7 इज व्हाट आई एम सीइंग. एंड उसके बाद रुक c8 अनदर ओनली मूव, रुक टेक्स रुक, बिशप टेक्स रुक. एंड ठीक है, ब्लैक के पास एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है, बट आई हैव क्वीन एंड नाइट एंड आई हैव बेसिकली डोमिनेशन ओवर द डार्क स्क्वायर्स. मे बी ओके, लाइक वेरी अनलाइकली कि यहाँ पे कोई ना कुछ टैंजिबल होगा, बट किसी के पास अगर चांस है तो वो फाबी है. इज दैट करेक्ट?
I would say I think this is that level of position सहज भाई जहाँ पे we can just figure it out actually, because इतना time है कि ये best moves ही खेलेंगे. So let's go deeper. So just going back to 94, let's look at it one way कि कुछ सब कुछ force है ना. Queen d5 clearly I think is one of the forced moves. Rook c7 I mean Paul मिल रहा है, मारना ही पड़ेगा. Rook c8 is the best move and one of the only moves as well. Now, is there an option of avoiding the rook trade first? Do you see that as an alternate? Any alternate here?
I don't want to play rook a7 क्योंकि ये rook is already behind the passed pawn, and I feel like it just makes this pawn stronger. But you can actually play this. It is possible to go rook a7 in this position. अगर black f5 खेल के knight को kick करेगा just to get access to the c3 square, then मेरा knight ही c3 पे बैठ जाएगा.
Got it.
And here, okay, still you are a pawn down, but with the extra rooks, I don't know, you could still play.
Because I get a feeling कि rook c8, bishop c8, and now queen b6 apparently, या queen a7, these are like the best moves in the position. And queen b6 के बाद black has to find h6. I feel like this should be a draw. Like I don't see really Sindarov losing this though. Maybe 1 in 1,000 games, but not today is my sense, especially because black is a pawn up.
भाई 1 in a million तो हमारी prediction ही है, मतलब of Sindarov not winning. 1 in 1,000 are great odds. I think Fabi will take that.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens, that would be a miracle. That would be a complete collapse, Rakesh bhai, if something like this turns out to be a loss for Sindarov. But time इतना ज़्यादा है ना कि he can just think for 30 minutes in the end game, bhai. That is such a luxury to have. यहाँ पे you need your opponent to be under some level of time pressure, I think.
करेक्ट भाई. और वो मोस्ट ऑफ द गेम्स ऐसे ही जीता है, अपोनेंट्स को प्रेशर डाल के उनको टाइम पे हरा के. बट संदारो हैज बीन स्मार्ट. ही हैज भाई 120 मतलब कितने 2 घंटे नहीं 1 hour 20 minutes सॉरी 1 hour 20 minutes है. सो आई थिंक ही इज गुड भाई. ही इज गोना डिफेंड दिस फॉर श्योर.
Yeah, and chat में is a interesting question. Would love to get your thoughts on it. Prime Magnus versus current Sindarov.
करंट मैग्नस भी बेटर है भाई.
I think you summarize this in like the best possible way.
The
But
thing
great,
is,
nice question though. Nice question.
and I want to explain that क्योंकि current Magnus क्यों better है. It's because once you lose one game against Magnus, you're not getting this streak. Like he will kill your confidence basically once you lose that one game. नेपो का याद है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप लाइक 5 गेम क्या बंदा डिफेंड लगा था नेक टू नेक चल रहा है बट वंस ही लॉस्ट दैट गेम ही कोलैप्स लाइक अ पैक ऑफ कार्ड्स सो जो स्ट्रीक यहाँ सिंदारव की बन रही है ना वो मैग्नस के साथ बन ही नहीं सकती बिकॉज ही विल क्रश यू एंड इवन इफ यू डिफीट हिम वंस ugly game it doesn't get easier like he doesn't have the same reaction in fact he comes at you 2x harder somehow.
True.
Yeah, agreed. I think for sure I think Magnus would be preferred. Also it's a question of styles also and Magnus ka style just in a match is very very annoying I think for any chess player because even if it's equal you know कि वो 6 घंटे आपको खिलाएगा and then वो एक गलती करी आपने वहाँ पे आप गए and फिर उसका पूरा confidence आपका एकदम zero हो जाता है. And also, like, I mean, maybe it's not the same, level of chess. But okay, if you look at the players, it was kind of the same. But Magnus also had a similar performance like this in the past. And I think Magnus ने पहले एक बार कहा था कि उसका कोई ऐसा performance नहीं था. एक था उसका. I think it was that I'm looking at it right now. Nanjing Open, I believe it was in 2009,
Yes.
where Magnus had some 9 out of I don't know 11 games or something like this. And जो next player था उसके 5.5 थे. मैग्नस के 8 थे सॉरी नेक्स्ट प्लेयर के 5.5 थे and the players were of course Topalov, Wang Yu, Rajabov, Peter Leko and Yakovenko. So like top players in the world, yeah, 2772, 2813. Of course, Magnus wasn't even the top player at the time. So that I guess would be, would you call that prime Magnus or no?
Yeah.
भाई वो प्राइम मैग्नस भी नहीं हुआ ना 2009 का है वो तो.
हाँ मतलब वो वर्ल्ड नंबर 1 भी नहीं था तभी सोचो.
वो मैग्नस है तो.
Also, I want to show a variation. Okay, so let's say it's positioned black plays h6, which is the best move. Okay, and now queen b8. So I want to pin the bishop and win the bishop. Idea is knight d6 next. So black gives a check, queen d4. But we're gonna have move soon. So king e1, queen a1 check, king. I say, oh wait, he's making a mistake. अच्छा नहीं, queen d5 मर रहा है, ठीक है. So
Queen A1 check.
you repeat the position, king f2, queen d4. So white thinks, okay, I'm going to try, but black is okay with the draw. Now you push with e3. Okay, and now queen has to go back to d7, let's say. Though you option at d7, d8. And now knight d6. And it looks like a bishop gaya. But now c3. Okay, if you trade queens, you lose because your king is not stopping the pawn. So only move is king e2. c2. ओनली मूव इज किंग d2 वहां पे अलग ही बिशप पड़ा हुआ है मर रहा है वो मतलब वो कोई इसको कैप्चर नहीं कर रहा है एंड नाउ ओनली मूव फॉर ब्लैक इज किंग h7 एंड यू कैन जस्ट टेक ऑन c हाँ you take on c2 and now queen c6 check and now the best move is king b2. This variation to me is hilarious. Like somehow the king has to come all the way to b2 and now black can just play bishop d7 and the game is even slightly better for black actually. So crazy variation.
नहीं अभी भी मुश्किल है भाई f7 मर रहा है ब्लैक का तो बिशप d7 अगर ये बेटर है भी ब्लैक की तो आई डोंट थिंक यू आर असेसिंग दिस एज बेटर फॉर ब्लैक ओवर द बोर्ड यू आर थिंकिंग भाई ब्लंडर कर दिया मैंने यहाँ पे.
हाँ मतलब still like it's still equal मतलब it's only equal but like only one move for now bishop e8 निकालना पड़ेगा and now 95 only move so on the game goes on but लेकिन काफी प्रिटी था कि white को push भी अगर करना है continue भी करना है he has to find something like this in some variations which is like insane. So मजा आएगा भाई queen d5 played rook c7 on the board we are going to have something like this very soon.
Yeah, true, very very true and I think चार पूछ रहे अगर फाबी हार गया तो भाई I think मतलब we can say कि the unbelievable has happened but the unbelievable has been happening. So it wouldn't be that surprising, but I think in this is what we call I think a two result position and the only way Fabi loses is if Fabi कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा over press कर दे यहाँ पे जिसके chances एक मतलब 0 से भी कम है for me at least.
Yeah, I think dark squares Fabi के full control में, so it should be safe. But the thing is, he also must be feeling right कि यार ये draw हो गया तो basically okay, Fabi is technically out, but you know, at least mathematically he's still in. So if he can beat Sindarov, he goes to 6, 2 points behind Sindarov. He might hope कि Anish might beat Sindarov, तो 1 point वहां से cover हो जाएगा. At least mathematically he can pray for something, but अगर यहाँ से draw हो गया, that's basically the end. So you never know, Sahej bhai. Stranger things have happened, yeah, Rakesh bhai. Like कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई.
A stranger thing has happened, मतलब देखा भी मैंने.
हाँ, 5-6 बार हो गया भाई, literally. So
Correct. And can you have a quick look women's section पे?
Bhai, Pragg is close to winning. Wait, big
What?
blunder by Bluebaum. Queen 95 is a winning move.
भाई winning नहीं है. Like again, it's not winning, but yeah, blunder तो है. But वो दिखा उसको दिखेगा. That's the question. Yo, let's go, Rakesh भाई. Jersey OP.
Come on, Pragg.
समय भाई जस्ट लाइक काइंड ऑफ कंफ्यूज के कैमरा लगाए कि नहीं लगाए. उनको राकेश भाई भी दिख रहे हैं, उनको साहिल भाई भी दिख रहे हैं. एंड भाई धर्म संकट में फंस गए हैं वो. क्या करें इस सिचुएशन में.
Because मैच ही करा और राकेश भाई जर्सी दिखा रहे हैं. समय लाइक भाई क्या दिखाऊं
50-50.
क्या ना दिखाऊं.
किसको दिखाओ कैसे, मतलब यू नो इट्स डिफिकल्ट.
मैंने वो अपनी वो हैंकची ऐसे फेंकी ना भाई, लिटरली जैसी जर्सी का नाम आया. But okay, we can show the jersey very quickly एक बार. Because I think, chat, this is a golden opportunity for Pragg. Queen b6 moving the queen away from the king side, and there's a genuine chance of Pragg winning. So let's go deeper. Knight e5 is the move. How is it winning, Sahej bhai? Why is it so strong?
I think initial plan is to take on f6, bishop takes f6, and ये knight goes to d7, where the knight will attack the queen and the knight and the bishop on f6, and उससे at least आपका structure टूट जाएगा and वो end game dead lost है. So that is my plan, to go into this end game which is dead lost for you. So but the question is knight d3 पे इस pawn को बचा रहा था. तो what if black just captures back on b2? इसके बाद white को खेलना है rook b1, by the way, only move. There's only two moves, rook ab1 and rook eb1. Only these two moves are winning. Rook ab1 is slightly stronger, but not a surprise, because guess what, guys? Queen c2 is queen trap. Like after rook c1, this queen doesn't have a single escape square. Like, yes, that's why knight e5. Bhai, look at this. All of these squares are covered.
Wow. And going back, Sahej bhai, I think after queen b6, knight e5, look at this.
Queen
Just want to
a3.
point this out, chat. If you go back a move, Sahej bhai, ek bar. Queen b6. Look at this. The best move, one of the best moves for blacks is actually h6. And chat, question to you. What is the best move here for white? Come on, chat. Let's go. White to play.
ये तो मुझे भी नहीं दिखेगी भाई. ये तो crazy.
But this is crazy, bhai. I think Pragg could find it, no?
No, unlikely, bhai. Very unlikely. Because the follow-up is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree. It is not easy. I think moves are easy, but not after stacking the bishop. Like otherwise, you might play them anyways. But yes, Akash bhai, you are correct. And yes, it is bishop takes h6. Bhai, what is this idea? At least explain to us, bhai, how is this working?
भाई टेक्स के बाद यूजुअली कोई चेक होती है, कोई थ्रेट होता है. यहाँ पे आपको खेलना है rook e3, which I guess makes sense because after you move the queen away from the situation, you can play rook g3 check, and then there will be three pieces attacking the king, which is exactly what you need to have a successful attack. तीन pieces से attack होता है, एक sack होता है usually, and दो से checkmate होती है. So we have three pieces here, and black doesn't have a lot of defenders, and yeah, this is a difficult situation for Bluebaum. But for Pragg, this is a very hard position to evaluate because initially मैं सोच रहा हूँ queen takes d4 अगर मैंने मार दिया इस position में, even though I have the bar in front of me. I haven't looked at queen d4 because the computer is not recommending that to me for some reason. But I guess कुछ है, मतलब there is a tactical problem in everything that you are playing. Okay, it's probably just knight c6 and take on e7 and queen f6 is hanging. I'm just going to play it out as well. And this is still not winning, but I think very, very close to it.
राकेश भाई क्या लग रहा है? Will Pragg at least find 95? I think ये तो बड़ा difficult है, bishop h6, but 95, do you think the only, let's say, almost winning move or borderline winning move for Pragg, do you think he finds it? Because he missed it last time on the previous move.
He has to find it. Matlab, there is no एक गेम भाई, it's
लैग
been
ही हो गया
so
भाई,
long since we won. क्या क्या
इंटरनेट भी
सॉरी,
रॉन्ग हो गया भाई, फिर से बोलो एक बार, यू ब्रोक ऑफ
मैं बोल
लिटिल.
रहा था he has to win, like there's just no excuses to not win. It's been 9 days since he last won, 9 rounds. So come on, Prague.
और ब्लू बॉम से लास्ट टाइम वो टाटा स्टील में भी ड्रॉ ही हुआ था, तो इट्स लाइक इट्स लाइक इसको वी शुड बीट हिम समवेयर, या.
Also, like Bluebaum, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of not played his A game today. Like 15 moves made, though big mistakes, and knight a6 also was a weird idea. Like he did not even take on d3. So tactical, like a couple of positional mistakes, clear positional mistakes, which are now turning tactical. So Bluebaum does not seem to be in great shape today, is my understanding at least.
Also, I feel we saw this the day before rest day, the last round, basically जहाँ पे ओपन सेक्शन के चारों राउंड्स खत्म हो गए थे एंड वुमेन सेक्शन में चारों राउंड्स चल रहे थे, डिस्पाइट देम हैविंग हाफ एन आवर मोर. आई मीन somewhere I think players are also thinking कि okay, this tournament is kind of over, at least one guy is running away with it, and वो motivation नहीं है. And I think maybe this can also explain Bluebaum landing into this position after just mere 15 moves. Yeah.
Agreed. I think motivation is very important, chat, in life. A purpose behind everything you do helps. So Pragg, of course, pushing here. Let's hope so he finds 95. Can we go to Vaishali's game? Because somehow वो बार हल्का सा होता है ना, मूंगफली जितना उनके फेवर में जा चुका है. Because F pawn, भाई ये क्या चल रहा है सर? Explain us. Why is Vaishali better? At least the game is very interesting.
I don't think this is comfortable for Vaishali, to be honest, because F4 is on the board and I'm sure at some point G4 G5 आने वाला है. जैसे ही वो आएगा, it's gonna look super super scary. But Vaishali has done the right thing so far. That much. That I mean, she has played the right opening. She has more time on the clock. The bishop on e8 is a fantastic piece because at some point you're gonna throw f6 and this bishop. It also defends the f7 pawn in many variations. It's gonna be important. Keeps an eye on the queen side as well for any potential counterplay opportunities. I feel Vaishali is right now she's fine, but practically this is a very very difficult position to face.
Sehaj bhai, I'm just gonna play h6 and next up kuch bhi karo. Queen takes b3, trade off queens. I'm not gonna lose that, bhai. I feel like agar queen bach gayi, I am in the same boat as you, bhai. Just take. I don't see her attacking coming now because
I don't think this position is like, I think way bigger problem for you than without. Why are you taking on b3?
भाई
That means also you are admitting ना कि attack is too much.
हाँ, मतलब f4 के बाद तो मैं rook f3, queen c2, rook h3 could be a plan. So just queen iterate कर दिया, no more attack, and I have the e4 square. So h6 is a bishop h4, queen takes a takes. At some point 94, exchanging more pieces. What do you think?
But I think firstly you're playing passively. Secondly, I think आप white का attack, which we can see is not working on our screen, उसको आप justify कर रहे हो, right? अगर if you exchange queens, you're purposefully making decisions. You wouldn't have made those decisions अगर white का attack ना आता तो. But the attack is not working. We can see at least from the screen. So there must be something else. After h6 bishop h4, I don't think she will take on b3. I think she will keep the queens on the board because white के attack को आने में भी काफी time है अभी. Of course, I see rook f3 and all of this. It's gonna get messy, but I think Vaishali should trust that she will be able to calculate her way out of this mess.
Very interesting. By the way, time भी equalize हो गया है. So maybe a slight change there as well because we saw Vaishali like 10-11 minutes behind. So it's going to be very interesting. Rakesh bhai, what are your thoughts about this position? Because लग रहा है कि like I don't know, I feel like जो सिचुएशन पहली थी उससे थोड़ी सी बेटर लग रही है मुझे तब भी. लेकिन
भाई बेटर तो है यार, मुझे ना डर नहीं है किंग साइड अटैक का, क्योंकि वो जब भी चाहिए ब्लैक कैन ट्रेड क्वींस, बट यार आफ्टर h6 बिशप h4, एक चीज वैशाली हैज टू बी केयरफुल अबाउट इज सडनली ब्लैक व्हाइट जस्ट प्लेइंग क्वीन d1 या बिशप d3 क्वीन d1 एंड शिफ्टिंग white's queen from the left side of the board to the right side of the board. तो बस ये चीज छोड़ के I'm not too worried for Vaishali here, and I think time is also equal. 28 moves to play, Tiku bhai. That is a problem though. 50 minute.
yeah, agreed. And I think Vaishali, of course, leading the candidates, must be feeling pressure. And do you think, अब Pragg के chances खत्म हो चुके हैं? Do you think behind the scenes he might be helping Vaishali, or do you think okay, I think
For
he
sure.
doesn't want to change anything. He doesn't want to, get involved and change anything, offer some advice which might not work out. So, any connection there, or you think just जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे?
नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक वो पूरा फोकस कर रहा होगा, बट सडनली अभी अगर कुछ वैशाली को कोई डाउट है कोई ओपनिंग में या कुछ उसको चाहिए हेल्प, तो देन प्रग इज लाइक डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू गो एंड डू इट, अदर दैट पूरी एफर्ट से ज्यादा जस्ट हेल्पिंग हर आउट वेर एवर नीडेड.
It's always nice to have a 27, you know, just to check.
Yeah.
Of course, in that sense. But of course, Pragg has his own event to play as well.
It
And
played.
if he wins today, why it will be great.
By the way, he has played
95 played, Tiku
95
bhai.
on the
Yes,
board
let's
by
go.
Pragg. So crucial moment. Maybe this could be an important win for Pragg. I know Chad Pragg doesn't have chances to win the candidates, but a win would be essential. Of course, it could give him some confidence and a good finish at the candidates. But right now, as we discussed, so h6 bishop h6 is not easy. So it's still not over. And after h6, I think bishop h6 is the best move by far. So let's see if Pragg can find all of this. Meanwhile, what's happening in the Caruana game? Sindarov is still thinking. By the way, no moves, and he seems to be rotating the pawn at the speed of light. सहज भाई क्या चल रहा है? Like, is rook c8 incoming?
वही एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है ना पोजीशन में, उसी पॉन से वो खेल रहा है. But I'm not sure what he's thinking about. By there's many different ideas here. There's rook c8. There's I guess rook b8 as well. I'm thinking.
He's about to play, by the way. He's about to play a move. He lifted up. Is that हाल था piece पे नहीं रखा, but usually he will move his hands a couple of times. Okay, about to move.
Oh,
With
he
a
plays
pawn.
e5. He's going for
Wow.
the e pawn. Wait, that's not like number 1 at least. That's number 2 on the
Bhai,
on my
knight
screen at least, as from what I can see. But e5 makes the most sense because आपका bishop ऐसे activate हो रहा है. That looks quite nice.
Very
And after
interesting.
e5, okay, maybe
Uh-huh.
some chances to Fabi.
After e5, at first my engine showed like an edge for white, but धीरे धीरे करके it literally dropped down to 0.00. So Sindarov ki
Let's try to
understanding
break
what
this
is
down then. Okay, so after
Huh.
e5, I mean, white can go knight c3. I think this is what I wanted to play anyways. He's
Huh.
going for e5, by the way. It's on the board. Played. Now knight
Yeah.
c3 ke baad, where do you put the queen? d6 or e6? Like optically, okay? I'm not asking like what it says on the screen. I'm asking you what would you
So
play here?
I mean, queen d6 looks more natural, but I don't want to give the c4 pawn. So purely because of that reason, I might just play queen e6 here.
बट डोंट यू थिंक कि जब भी ऐसे आपके पास लेट्स से एक आपके अपोनेंट के पास इनिशिएटिव होता है, आपके पास मटेरियल होता है, तो आपकी फर्स्ट इंस्टिंक्ट होती है कि वो मटेरियल को सैक कर दो ताकि इनिशिएटिव वापस मिल जाए, एक्टिविटी वापस मिल जाए. अब c4 का पॉन नहीं रहेगा यहाँ पे, तो ब्लैक का बिशप तो ज़्यादा एक्टिवेट हो रहा है ना. ब्लैक का बिशप वो रिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं हो रहा c4 के पॉन की वजह से. आई थिंक क्वीन d6 इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल, बट यू आर सेइंग क्वीन e6, या?
Yeah, मतलब मैं थोड़ा लालची हूँ भाई. Like I feel like extra pawn है. Let white work harder for it. Like if you play queen e4, queen takes e4 or whatever, you're spending 2 more moves, and rook c8 is coming in anyways for me. So I'm like,
But let's not forget that Sindarov didn't choose rook c8 before. Okay?
true.
Like he does not like that idea. Or he didn't like something. Or maybe he wanted to play e5, bishop e6 before he does that. So let's see rook c8 as an idea.
Huh.
And मैं खेलता हूँ queen c5.
Rook c8.
Maybe I'm planning to take, maybe I'm planning to go knight d5. Okay, it looks a bit annoying for black. Actually, wait a second. Can I play rook b7 here? Because rook b6 also looks very, very nice. I mean, सब लाइनों में मतलब 19-20 का फर्क है, but I'm just asking, is it annoying for black to face this? And I think yes.
I think until the knight on c3, yes, it feels like I don't have a plan. But I also feel like कि वही knight है जो white को भी चाहिए कुछ chances create करने के लिए of winning this. I feel like without the knight, maybe black has enough to hold. For example, let's say rook c8 खेला rook b7 के बाद black ने. So how does white make progress here, for example?
क्या like आपके पास कोई free move नहीं है यहाँ पे, right? You don't have any ideas, कुछ plan नहीं है आपका?
हाँ, I'm waiting. मैं chill कर रहा हूँ भाई. So I'm like on a bus stop with like a water bottle in hand, chilling, just waiting for the bus to arrive. Like you are the one who
Crazy.
is to drive the bus. So आप क्या करोगे?
क्या बस ड्राइवर हैं हम बेसिकली, किंग
अरे
ही वन.
मतलब यार, अरे मतलब भावनाओं को समझो भाई, भावनाओं को समझो.
कि नॉट किंग ही वन. आई थिंक आई विल गो रुक, मे बी क्वीन A7. लेट्स गो.
हाँ, तो I'll move the bishop somewhere. Bishop B5 तो pawn मर रहा है,
बिशप
तो bishop E8.
बिशप E8 ओनली चाल है बाय द वे यहाँ पे आपके लिए.
Okay.
आई डोंट नो, आई रियली डोंट लाइक दिस फॉर Sindarov. Rook B6 apparently is very good. Bishop C6 only move. Why? What is this? In this position, Rook C6 is a mistake, and that I think is a
Wait,
sign.
why is it a mistake?
Rook C6, Rook B8 supposedly,
But Rook
and
C8?
Rook C8 पे कुछ Knight D5. Okay, still it's equal, but
Knight
getting
D5.
to that stage where it's very tricky for Sindarov. I don't know.
I feel like play है white के पास dark squares पे. There's no doubt about it. I think I absolutely agree with that one. कि play तो है, but will Sindarov in this form make a mistake with 1 hour on the clock? Like I'm not sure about that. That's my only
गलतियां
worry.
ऐसे moments पे ही तो होती हैं. I feel. जब I think when you don't have that sense of risk, sense of danger, तभी तो गलतियां होती हैं. I think. Like it's same reason I think Gukesh भी तो फिरोजा से हारा था candidates में.
हाँ,
Despite
Gukesh is
having a
seconds on the
winning
clock,
position.
no? Like I think he had seconds on the clock by the time he blundered. Like he had less than
Yeah,
5
but I mean,
minutes.
it manifested itself in like a different way. But I think वो गलती तो होती है ना सब players से. I think. Do you think he's gonna be completely undefeated until the end of the tournament?
चैट मेरा सवाल है, क्या गलती सबसे होती है? एक बार हाँ या ना बता दो चैट. ये तो लाइफ का फिलॉसफी का सवाल हो गया सहज भाई. आई थिंक होती तो है गलती सबसे, बट कैंडिडेट्स में सिंदारोव से आई एम नॉट श्योर.
भाई I meant chess में होती है. Chess में सबसे होती है भाई गलती. Like philosophical question नहीं पूछ रहा था मैं.
नहीं भाई,
भाई
इस
गलती तो
कैंडिडेट्स में तो
हमजा से भी हुई थी, तो
हाँ, ये तो है, ये तो है भाई.
सिंदारो क्या
नेवर
चीज
एंड
है.
हाँ, कई लोग कह रहे हैं नहीं होती भाई, तो ये लोग थोड़े से स्मार्ट है भाई, ये गलती करते ही नहीं कभी. इनके 10th और 12th बोर्ड में दोनों के 100% आए थे. सो
अरे crazy.
ये लोग गलती कभी नहीं करते भाई.
टिको
मीनवाइल
भाई
E5. हाँ हाँ
एक
सर.
सेकंड में I'll just be right back in a minute. Yeah,
हाँ.
keeping this.
राकेश भाई, आई थिंक फैबी ऑफ कोर्स इज थिंकिंग अबाउट ऑल दीज आइडियाज जो हम देख रहे थे. सो इट्स गोना बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी कि हाउ ही टैकल्स दिस. टाइम की कमी दोनों के पास नहीं है. दैट इज नॉट अ वरी. ऑलरेडी 22 मूव्स प्लेड, सो दे हैव
या
प्लेड मोर देन हाफ द मूव्स. एंड गेम भी है, नॉट मेनी पीसेस ऑन द बोर्ड, सो ओनली 2 to 3 ऑप्शंस एवरी मूव कि क्या खेल सकते हो. प्रॉब्लम है व्हाइट किंग भी थोड़ा एक्सपोज्ड है. द क्वीन कांट जस्ट डांस अराउंड एंड गो टू एनी स्क्वायर, वरना क्वीन D4 चेक कुड बी एन आइडिया. बट ये बिशप D7 खराब तो है भाई, ये बिल्कुल खराब है. एंड दिस कुड बी अ न्यूसेंस. एंड अगर आपको डिवाइड करना हो विन ड्रॉ लॉस ऑफ एबी, कितने परसेंटेज आप डिवाइड करोगे इस पोजीशन में?
Loss is I think like 2%, 1%, barring a big blunder. उसके अलावा I think 75% I would give to a draw and 23-24% to a win actually, because it's the more we analyze or the deeper we go ना टिको में ऐसा ना annoying लग रहा है ब्लैक के लिए खेलने को.
हाँ,
That's the whole point. आपके क्या रहेंगे percentages?
I think very close, very close. I think 81 and 19 like is something, or 79 1 and 20, something like that. I feel like it's not the kind of position जो सुंदरम ने खेली है इस इवेंट में. Like मतलब he's played sharp positions. या प्रग की दोनों गेम ही देख लो, दोनों में पीस सैक की लाइंस थी, like literally पीस सैक था. तो I think it's the kind of position जहाँ पे Sindarov is not played, I think, as a dull defensive positions and overconfidence, and maybe he could make a mistake at some point and just hurry with the move, which is incorrect.
True.
So सामने भी फैबी है, अगर कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी तो वो छोड़ेंगे नहीं.
At least it's a different style of position जो सिंडरॉफ के अभी तक आई है. I mean उनसे different है ये. मतलब सिंडरॉफ के जीतने का चांस कम है यहाँ पे. Is my point. 3 result position नहीं है मेरे हिसाब से.
Yeah, by the way, can we have the bird's eye view just to get a wholesome understanding of all the games today? बहुत important round है chat. Even the Pragg के chances are out, but बाकी लोग fight कर रहे हैं. Women's section में तो बहुत लोग fight कर रहे हैं. Open में people trying to stop Sindarov. सहज भाई, do take us to the open section and then Rakesh भाई to the women sections कि क्या चल रहा है, कितने रिजल्ट हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं आज?
Open section में I think top left corner में we did a very big deep dive here. Of course, Fabi has some chances. For me, it's a 2-result position. So Sindarov, he's equal for now, but I think he would have to defend for a bit. Anish versus Esipenko में I think similar thoughts. I think only Anish can play for a win. You can see that IQP on D5 is a massive problem. जितने ज़्यादा piece trade होते हैं उतना ज़्यादा problem होगा Esipenko को. But right now still nothing crazy. Not a major deficit or anything like that. Still equal. Wei Yi versus Hikaru, I think 3 result possible, but slightly more comfortable for Hikaru right now. That knight on d3, attacking the rook on c1 is a problem. It could be a repetition also. Like Hikaru could play rook d1, wo knight before wapas, and it could actually end very very soon. And Pragg, I think, is dead winning because he has just gone rook c8, and that c5 line we were talking about is the problem. But Pragg, at least on the bar, he should be winning this.
It looks over now, Pragg ke game. I fully agree, but it looks over for Matthias Bluebaum. And nice win for Pragg, which would put him in third place, I think.
Equal score.
50% correct, 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's great. Hikaru has to be a little careful, I think. And coming to the women's section, bottom left to start karenge. That's the top board for the women's chat. Vaishali is having a big long thing by almost a 20-minute thing there. 40 minute bacha hai for 28 moves. So that game is going down to the wire. Third place, Goryachkina wants to win with white. Will Vaishali maintain the sole lead? That's the whole question there. Next up is Muzychuk versus Lagno. Remember, Muzychuk beat Lagno in the reverse fixture earlier in the tournament and they did not shake hands. बदले की भावना होगी शायद कैटरीना लानो में, but again both players in second and third positions respectively wanting to get the win. Zhu Jiner जो है second place में भाई, she has played she's played a nice opening, but time बिल्कुल भी favor में नहीं है. Divya having almost a double the amount of time than Zhu Jiner, and I think Divya looks comfortable. And this, remember, there's the same accelerated dragon variation which Divya played against Anna Muzychuk to win earlier in the tournament. Divya ke has 4.5 points. She's 1.5 points behind Vaishali chat. Divya really needs to win to keep her chances alive with just 4 rounds to go. And lastly, Tan Zhongyi versus Bibisara. It's a complicated position, but looks like Assaubayeva has equalized. So that's a wrap up of the women's section. Which game do you want to jump into, Tikku?
I think very interesting summary. And let's have one look at Divya's game. And then let's jump back to, of course, the open section. So Divya, of course, very interesting situation because she's on 4.5. The leader is, well, I think 2 points ahead, right? If I'm not mistaken. Vaishali. So she has to win. I think there is no doubt she has to win. And सामने उनके Zhu Jiner बैठी है. And if she does defeat Zhu Jiner, that will be great for Vaishali and for her. What are the chances she wins this, Sahej Bhai and Rakesh Bhai? Because लग रहा है कि the knight on g7 is awkwardly placed, can't come to f5, can't come to h5. Also, time is a problem, but everything else seems to be slightly better for white. Nicely placed queen, cutting across this diagonal. And अगर knight कल को घुमा फिरा के g4 पे आ गया, could be a tactical nightmare also. So what are your thoughts?
I don't think Divya is worried here. I think especially time is a huge indicator of that. And I think she has equalized as well. The knight on g7 is a little bit awkward, but it does have a bright future with knight h5 and knight f4, queen g5. ऐसे करके आप attack कर सकते हो. I think the only visible weakness is the pawn on d6 for Divya. But it's not really a major one because white doesn't have enough resources to attack it anytime soon. So she's equalized for sure. She should feel very comfortable. I think this time difference and the position she has, I think, is a pretty nice outcome of her opening choice. And now it's just plain simple chess that's going to show on the board.
Yeah, makes sense. And so Divya, of course, needs to win this though, if she needs to maintain her chances. So hoping she can turn the tide around using her time lead So get some slight pressure. I think that's where it all starts, and maybe the tide will turn.
भाई
अगर
slight
8-1
pressure तो दिख रहा है मुझे अब. Fabi is putting slight pressure. Let's actually jump
भाई
there
हाँ.
because look at this move, bhai. Fabi is
Oof.
now asking the real questions. This is a problem, I think, for Sindarov.
He's asking Sindarov to take or to not take.
ये सवाल बहुत लोग पूछ रहे हैं आजकल, पर
सही में. But tough choice for Sindarov भाई.
किसके लिए?
सिंदारो के लिए टफ चॉइस. मतलब भाई
या
क्या करे.
करेक्ट करेक्ट.
करे तो करे क्या भाई.
By
You know,
bishop e6 looks the most logical to me, but that's a mistake actually. That's actually a pretty big mistake, bishop e6 ke baad, because you can simply capture and play knight c3, forcing the bishop to go on e6, and then this a6 ka pawn becomes a big liability.
एंड दैट पॉइंट सेट पे जो आपने शायद 1.5 घंटा पहले किया था कि f3 किंग f2 की वजह से व्हाइट किंग इज ऑलरेडी इन द गेम.
Exactly. That's why f3 king f2. By thanks for pointing that out. Actually, if had the king been on g1, I don't think this is a huge problem for Sindarov. If you imagine black का king ऐसे g6, king g7, ऐसे king f6 करके एक move में center में आ रहा है, तो black also would have been fine here. But yeah, it's a game of tempos. But right now,
so
big decision for Sindarov.
so I have a question. Let's say Sindarov कहते हैं कि भाई ठीक है तुम्हारे पास good knight bad bishop है. I'm gonna take on c5. Which piece do you take with, rook or knight?
That's a good question because rook c5, rook
Oh, he's going to
c8.
bishop e6. Why is the bishop e6? Yeah, he was about to touch the bishop. He's about to play
That's a
bishop e6.
mistake.
That would be
So
that's
भाई
definitely a
that's
mistake.
a mistake. Let's go. ये mistake
भाई,
हो सकती है.
oh
फाबी
my
नहीं छोड़ेगा
God.
भाई ये.
भाई he's about to plunder the candidates away.
नहीं
नहीं
not
भाई
blood भाई.
इतना भी नहीं है राकेश भाई.
भाई
थोड़ा
इतना
सा
भी
कम है.
नहीं. I
थोड़ा सा
don't
कम
feel
उससे.
it's.
थोड़ा सा कम.
By the way, we do have Vishy sir on the Zoom chat. Welcome, Vishy sir. It's nice to
Rakesh,
see you
please go
here.
on. Rakesh, please go on. Don't let me stop you. Whatever, I don't know what you're doing, but
No, so welcome, Vishy sir. We are about to see bishop e6 by Sindarov, which gives Fabi an edge, and probably for the first time in 11 days, Sindarov having an inferior position.
we're that desperate now, all of us, for a tournament to watch. Well, he went for it,
But
right? Is this the one you were saying?
yes,
Yes,
he
yes,
just played
now.
bishop e6 on the board. For us, it was a slight inaccuracy, but first time we're seeing Sindarov in any kind of trouble out of the first 23 moves, let's just say. So it's a nice change of pace.
Well, apparently, yeah. I was surprised at e5. I thought rook c8 was fairly.
I mean, in this position, yeah, where he played e5.
No, earlier on move 22.
Yeah.
That he could just go rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
Or in emergency, you always play bishop b5 and the bishop is protected by the pawn, and then you don't have to worry about anything for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm guessing after rook c8 takes like it should be fine, but would you agree that this is a difficult position for black, or do you think this is just a simple draw, or any chances?
I guess take on d5, knight c3, and then rook c5, and somehow. The thing is, it can deteriorate very fast for black because there's no pieces to do any miracles with. So, no, I think there's some hope here. Also, imagine the shock to the system for Sindarov because he's forgotten that even his opponents can make moves. And now suddenly he's got an unpleasant position. He may underestimate the danger simply. It's not very much, but enough to be genuinely dangerous. Something like that. I mean, it's still very close to equality, but you can easily see that, white improves his king and the knight goes to a good square, and next thing you know, black has got serious problems to solve.
Actually, in this position already, we're in only move territory, bishop e6. And after bishop e6, it looks like Fabi also well, an unpleasant position to black, still very much like you said on equal territory, and that move is rook c5. Is this an easy move to find over the board, sir?
So the computer seems to think it's very important to provoke f6. Simply to win the pawn. Okay, so rook c6, and then I would guess you go back to c8, but I don't know. Maybe you want to go. But if you're stuck with the c pawn versus the a pawn, I'm not sure that's equal.
It's a very interesting motive that after a move like bishop c8, just simply capturing rook c4 is a bad move. Well, not exactly the engine's preference. If you could explain it to us, why do you think just capturing a free pawn here is, well, bad for white? What's the strategic nuance here?
1 second. I don't think some great nuance. It's just there's no need to take the pawn. And maybe rook c6 allows bishop b7 and rook c8. So if you go rook b4, I'll go rook c8 and counterattack the knight. And the piece is sort of unscrambled. Did he take it, or are we analyzing? No, we're
I'm
analyzing.
making the moves on the board, yes.
Yeah, whereas right now, maybe it's more important to use the rook as kind of a blanket to smother black. You keep it there, and if bishop b7, you can play rook b6 and just keep tightening. I don't. I guess white has some easy moves like g4, king e3, g4, maybe even h4, h5. These are the simple moves you can get out of the way quickly. But of course, once you've done that, e4 always has the thing that it's highly desirable, but weakens the d3 square, which then can be used by the rook. But I don't have too much more than that to offer. It's just control. There's no need to take the pawn. That's right away.
Yeah, sure, sir. And while we let Fabi think about this, can we jump to Pragg's game? Because it looks like he has a very, very big advantage, close to winning. And said, yeah, rook e3 was the only move and played on the board.
Yeah, Pragg is a huge edge. Yeah.
And if you play h6, then there is just bishop takes h6. I think she's now it's very clear that he has seen it now, but earlier I wasn't sure because it seemed because after taking on h6 you had to play rook e3 as a follow-up, but now he's done the follow-up already.
Okay. Yes, I think I would see bishop h6 fairly easily. I'm guessing because of queen f5 and rook g3 check or something, it would look promising. So then I would work out the details. I think if h6 happens, we have a good chance that Pragg will just play bishop h6 and queen f4 maybe even, because then black is stuck having to defend h6 as well, but no easy moves. Might be. In fact, the computer doesn't even bother taking the pawn piece. It just continues playing.
That's the surprising thing because after h6, bishop h6, the computer says to play bishop f8, which I'm not sure if that's very human.
What?
But if you don't do this, he's lost.
Yes.
Then Bluebaum is lost.
Wow. And I think Sej looks like Pragg all set to get his second win of the event.
Hang on. As you know, there are lots of things from here to there. And it's still not that, it's not trivial to Holland the point. This is very nice, but it's not. But he's got, I mean, this is one of the best positions he's had in the tournament. So.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true for sure. So, and of course, if h6 is bishop h6, bishop f8 business is very, very difficult. The next move is queen takes d4 in this position, which I'm assuming Pragg has already looked at. But I was wondering here that if something like rook a1 it felt very logical. It also connects the rooks. But the best move here is queen f5.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I wouldn't have seen it. For Pragg, expecting Pragg to have calculated this when he played rook e3, but he must have something for queen d4. The problem is there's another tempting option, which is bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight takes c6. The problem is black can reply rook takes e3. So what are the alternatives? If queen takes d4, what happens after rook a e1? Let's assume that Pragg didn't see the queen f5 and then play rook a e1 and see.
Just one move for black that doesn't lose.
Yeah, what, some knight e4 or no, knight e4, queen f7. Hang on.
h6 again.
H6,
Probably.
wow.
Only move, yeah? Only move.
And bishop h6, bishop f8, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But his follow-up is actually pretty crazy. You have to find knight d7 here, which, okay, I think complicates things quite a bit.
H5, rook e7, yeah?
Exactly. And takes, and still healthy advantage for Pragg.
Very difficult to see.
Yeah. So this is the current position. And yeah, by the way, we do have updates on the Fabi board. That endgame we were looking at has happened on, and I think right now Fabi is thinking whether to play rook c5 or not. Just doing a very, very quick look over here. This is the position.
Yeah, rook c5. It's not trivial, but it's not difficult, I think. Because provoking f6 is so useful to dislodge that bishop that I think Fabi will get it quite easily.
I see. And what is is there anything that Pragg should try to avoid? Oh, sorry, Fabi should try to avoid here, or is there any kind of exchange, any kind of thing that, in a strategic sense, that White should try to avoid here, or is it just a pleasant position throughout?
Assuming we can get to a rook ending with a a passer and 4 on the king side, I don't see a problem because it's 4 on the king side against 4. It might not be the trivial draw that 3 versus 3 is. And so I think, yeah, he's played rook c5. It's not beyond him at all.
Wow, oh, this is nice actually. And also nice to see Fabi having more time on the clock, which is also
Yeah, I think, well, though he'll have this feeling that why am I playing this chess now? I could have. I mean, even if he wins, he's out of it, but I think it helps Anish a lot. He would then promote himself to Anish's situation, which is 2 points behind Sindarov.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's first see. I mean, this is very far from a win for White yet. I mean, this is only a small advantage.
And Saj, can we quickly jump into Hikaru's game? Because looks like they're repeating. Hikaru and Wei Yi.
Yeah, but I think that was pretty much coming.
Yeah.
It looks like some super repetitive Catalan.
Yeah, Wei Yi stops the clock, recalling the arbiter.
Wow.
So,
okay,
nice solid draw there.
The boys are going home there. I mean, going to the room.
Nice. And okay, so let's try to switch to let's do a brief look at all of the games as well. Maybe let's start with
Yeah,
Vaishali.
we haven't seen the women's games
board
for a while, right?
Yes, so Vaishali's board, so this was the position where we left it a bit earlier. She had some attack with f4. Vaishali goes knight f5, provoking White to capture on b6. Black goes a b6. f5 was played, h6, and bishop goes to h4. And she just took on f5. How comfortable is this for Vaishali, Vishy sir? And yeah, what's your overall take here?
I mean, White's pawn structure is excellent, which means that for black, d5 could be the problem because if I undermine f6, then I can put pressure on d5 maybe. And the queen side seems stable for now. But after EF5, Rook F5, maybe the point for Vaishali is that she can play B5. That's quite nice to have, right? Because if I play B5, I'm threatening B4, I'm threatening CD4 and B4, I'm threatening knight C4, lots of things. Then the question is, does white have some clear way? Maybe bishop takes F6 and knight G4 and take the pawn for your troubles.
Bishop takes f6, bishop f6, knight. This actually is nice find. There's bishop g5 supposedly, and you're.
Yeah, I was wondering
fine.
because rook
What?
takes D5, you play what? C
Okay.
takes D, and you have to take with the rook, spoiling a pawn structure, or you have to take with the pawn because and pawn allows rook C2, and ED4 isn't possible. So that's why bishop G5. Got it. Yeah, that looks like counterplay. So B5 is maybe the move for Vaishali, and she's okay.
I think position looks great. Just one thing I'm worried is 25 minutes, 25 moves to play with 30 minutes. But yeah, she has the increment, so a little bit of pressure for Goryachkina. But Sahaj, I think Vaishali should be safe here.
Yeah.
Yep, agreed. So Vaishali is doing well. Let's take a quick look at Divya versus Zhu Jiner as well. She started off with, I think, another not exactly accelerated dragon, but kind of an accelerated dragon type of a structure. So what do you make of this situation? Divya has 10 minutes more on the clock.
I mean, a little bit earlier, I thought it's just a draw after E6. And that there was nothing going on, but okay, Jenner has managed to keep the knights and everything, so maybe some microscopic possibility, something like that. But black is very solid. This is hedgehog territory. The only question is that black knight is looking a bit trapped in the stable. So 98 and then queen e7, knight f6 is one way to get it back. In fact, I don't know. I thought the knight would be able to go to d7 right away, even if white moved the knight away, from d5. That black would find a way to play knight d7 so that the knight can sit on c5 or e5. On those squares, there wouldn't be any issue. This is... there's not much happening, I think.
So there's this one thing I want to mention. I'm seeing a point to eval on the thing, but that point to eval is only achieved if Divya plays queen a5 in this position. And let's just assume for the sake of analysis, white goes knight d5, queen takes queen, and knight takes one. Now this is I think a real question that I think Divya would be wondering: how is this equal, or is this a position where she would have to suffer in order to make a draw?
I think black should go with the plan of queen c3, knight c3. I don't know that I really want to play f5. I can play knight e8, knight f6, bring that back. Or actually, why not be fancy about it? Let me go knight h5, and then king f8, e7, and then play even g5 so that I stop anything worsening on the king side. And what white's plan, I think, is a5 and then knight a4, b6. But my idea is to meet a5 with rook c5 so that whenever you play knight a4, I have rook takes a5.
Oh, okay.
And there's just no material to do something great with.
So she will be fine more or less if she goes into
I think
this.
she is
By the
fine,
way, she just played queen f5. By the way, that's great news. By the way, I'm also checking the chat, and they are letting us know that Fabi is not winning. That's what the chat is claiming. He's not winning, but Sindarov
Let's go
has made
there.
a small inaccuracy. So let's take a quick look. So what do you make of this position? The a7 pawn has just been taken. Does this
he gave away
increase?
that pawn. I thought he might go back to c8, but he...
Let's come back from rook c5, f6 maybe. Yeah.
So this was the moment, rook c5, he played f6, rook c6, and now instead of going bishop c8, he went king f7, giving the pawn on a6, and now he goes rook b8, white gives a check, and this is where Sindarov is thinking.
Okay, this is getting serious, right? Because Sindarov's plan must be to play rook b2, c2 and harass that knight or tie down white's pieces. But, There must be some dation. Okay, so let's say I play king f8.
I was thinking king e1, king d1, king c1, just to cover all of these squares.
That's possible. Rook b2, king d1, right?
Yes,
And
and then
then
king
let me
c1.
play bishop f5.
Bishop f5. E4 is something I really don't want to play.
No,
I'll go
that's
ahead
the point. You don't want to play
e4.
e4, and without that, you can't block the thing. But anyway, it's clear that white has a fairly substantial edge now. So Sindarov is actually the tournament's going to open up because
Wow.
this is getting unpleasant. I mean, it's possible for black to draw, I think, but we're talking of a man who's forgotten that he can have worse positions.
The moment Vishy sir joins the broadcast, I mean the tournament completely opens up. Sir, you should come here more.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure that was the
You should
key.
just be here
I'm
every
sure
day,
that was the
sir.
key. Thank you.
But while Sindarov thinks about king f8, this means Anish's game is extremely important. Let's have a check-in with Anish. Can he beat Esipenko, sir? Does he have enough venom in the position here?
He's got the classic advantage, I think.
Yeah.
More than this from the Isolani you don't get, but it's a very tough position. So even then, the gap would only close by half point if Anish draws. So he needs to win for this for the Fabi's thing to matter.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think it'll change the dynamics because suddenly for Sindarov he'll become quite.
Maybe we can go full
It'll
screen
be
on
tough
Anish.
knowing that he's been very. I mean, with the kind of domination he had, and now he might even start. Your mind goes through scenarios where the thing slips out of your hand and all that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Looks
just
determined.
ad-libbing, but
It's annoying.
possible.
Chad, you remember like Anish had like a very keen eye. He was looking at Sindarov's game, so he must definitely be happy about the developments on that game. But here he's yet to do his job. So yeah, we can come back to the scene, Samay. And yeah, any other games ahead that looks interesting, sir? Any game that you see? Queen d4 played, by the way. Maybe we can go there to Pragg's game because
Yeah, Pragg,
Yeah.
actually, sir, you were right about this, that queen f5 is very, very hard to find. And Pragg also made the same inaccuracy and went rook e1 and now only move territory for Bluebaum, which is h6 to survive in this position. How easy it is, or do you think this is...
Yeah, at the board, it's so much more natural to play Rook e1 than Queen f5.
Mhm.
So this is again an area where computers are masters. Now I don't. Well, h6, bishop h6. I guess some smart bishop move.
Oh, h6, bishop h6 anyways. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Queen h. No, not queen. Queen h4. What?
Yes, it is queen h4.
Bishop
Wow.
f4, d4 is working suddenly. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, there is a very crazy line here. I would love to show this to you. There's knight takes f7. Only move for black, king f7.
Bishop g7.
Bishop takes g7 is possible
Yeah,
here,
no,
sir.
that's what flashed through my mind now. But bishop h6, queen h4.
But sir, wait. After queen g5, bishop h8 is possible.
And then what? Queen h4, bishop g7 is a draw. Yeah.
Queen h4 is somehow a mistake. I'm not sure why. Oh, there's knight takes d5. Yeah, of course, knight takes d5.
Oh my God. Okay.
This is some crazy. Yeah. This is winning now. Wow. So he has to play instead of queen h4, only move rook c d8.
What?
Yes. And after rook c d8, white goes rook e5, queen h6 only move again, and still knight takes d5 is possible for Pragg. This is some crazy lines incoming.
Yeah. Okay, then this game is really interesting to follow because if the best line is almost impossible to play, then it becomes very hard for both sides. In a sense, okay, we know how hard the best move is to find, and if they don't both find it, then let's try to see what are the second best moves, right?
Second, yeah, there is the second best move is like +3, so it's Rook F8 for black, which is coming up at oh, he plays H6 actually on the board. Now, do you think he goes for Bishop H6 in this position, or do you think Knight D7 or Bishop F6 are more attractive options here?
Bishop F6 is clearly you still get the Knight G4 at the end. Okay. My God. The best move is Bishop F4.
Oh. And then black has to play Queen B4, Queen B7. And this is
Yeah. Okay, so let's see Bishop H6. G takes H6 can't be right. Yeah, Queen F5 and the old idea of Rook G3 check.
I'm guessing we can ask this question for the chat. I think let's say black goes something like C5 in this position, Rook G3, King F8. Chat, white to play and win. What's the best move here? Rakesh bhai, have you found it?
Oh yeah, Queen F6, Bishop F6, Knight D7. Yeah.
Yes,
Checkmate.
yes. Actually, I was gonna say Queen H7 just to have more style points, but
Oh, yeah,
but
that's even better.
yeah, but yeah, Queen F6 is absolutely correct. So that's a nice tactic there. But yeah, coming back to the position, H6, Bishop H6, GH. Instead of GH6, any other move, sir? There's Queen H4 only move. We just saw
Queen
that.
H4 seems like something you could nervously toss out, but
Okay, this is.
okay, I'm going to turn off my engine. I mean, kind of
Yeah, even
defeats.
I'm not able. Actually, I'll do the same.
Well, I
Do the
had it
same, yeah.
off, and then I thought I should check this line and see what if there's any other
Because I keep
move.
looking at the engine and it's so fascinating that I'm not calculating myself. So it's a trade-off. So Bishop G7, King G7, Queen F5 maybe. It looks interesting.
But like,
Bishop
what's
G7,
your
King G7, Queen F5. Okay.
It's not the best move.
Queen H5. You have maybe Rook G3, and again, there's a problem for black. Okay, hang on.
But there is something here for black.
Can I go D4 and Rook G3, Queen G3 fetch, and take on C3?
That shouldn't be lost, no? At least I have draw. At least I have a repetition. No, D4
Rakesh
is
in the house. I mean, he's
Oh no, that's a blunder. Sorry.
tapping he's sacking his queen all over the place.
Oh, D4, Rook E4, I think I have maybe. Or actually, Rook G3 also looks good.
You know what? Rook G3 and Rook E4. So,
oh, yeah. We'll do both. I
yeah.
like that. King F8 and Rook E4. Actually, it works. But
Oh,
wait a
good.
second. Is it Queen F6 just losing here? Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, wow, beauty.
Yeah, no, I was thinking for King H8, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, King H8, yeah.
Then it's a question of how I chase your queen. So Rook E4 with the idea of knight. Oh, it's Knight
Yeah,
F7 is mate. Oh, then
Knight
that's not the
F7
rook. Somehow I put the rook on F8 and back. So.
Because with the best line also, and it looks like Bishop takes G7, which is a blunder. King G7, Queen F5. There is something for black here that is winning.
I go Bishop C5 because Rook G3 is a pin.
Yeah, maybe.
That's it. That's it, yeah. So not Bishop G7 then. So Rook G3, Queen G3, just showing it for the chart. That is correct.
But then big question is, we have to see if
any other
at the
testing
board,
lines.
what has happened so far? Just H6, right?
Just
Yeah,
h6.
Bishop
Pragg hasn't
h6 has not
taken.
happened yet.
Correct. Pragg is yet to capture on h6. And we have the luxury Sahaj bhai to make the moves, but Pragg has to calculate from this. Can we just reload and come to the live board for chat? Because just one move back. Yeah, this is the position, and we are thinking: does bishop takes pawn work? It feels intuitive, but like it feels like there should be something for white. Any other moves, sir, apart from bishop takes h6?
Well, since I already happened to glance, I know that bishop f4 exists, so I can't tell you why, but it's a good move though. Because,
Bishop f4.
but I have to admit, I wouldn't see this easily.
Okay.
I mean, you're
what's the
keeping all the
plan?
options. You're
Like,
keeping the option of rook takes, bishop takes h6 later.
so if I go bishop f8, then bishop h6 is possible, basically.
But that would be funny, if after bishop h6, bishop f8, it was white move, all we are doing is making the same position with black's move. I don't know.
Yeah, actually, sir, on that note, I'm not sure if I'm sure you've seen the game, but how crazy was that move of Gukesh in that knight off when he went bishop g5 and knight d7, and then he put the bishop back to e3 just now in Minoka. It's a similar motive to that was played.
Yes, I would be. First time I saw it, I thought, wow, this is the end of the world. I mean, can you actually waste the tempo to play knight c5? But now you see it in all sorts of night offs where they try to make it a rouser and provoke e6 and so on. I don't know. Somehow they managed to do it.
Just 1 second, just showing it to the chat. I'm just
Okay,
gonna make the
wait,
moves out
Bishop,
on 1 second, sir.
what's
Just
happening in Pragg's game again?
this is
Yeah,
what
we'll just
Gukesh
go.
played.
It's at h6, okay. Yeah, it's at h6 and we're still there, right? Okay.
Yeah. And so just checking, Gukesh did manage to win that game, right?
Yes, actually, it was a very nice game also. Because some G4, H4 came afterwards. Some interesting choices are also by Gukesh. I saw one game of E4, D3, and A3 with the white pieces as well, which was also quite refreshing. So yeah, some interesting choices being played out there. By the way, the chat is letting us know that let's jump back to Fabi's board because some updates have happened. Fisendarov still playing relatively quite fast. So after the check on A7, he went King G6 and now Rook E7.
And
So earlier you were
Sindarov?
mentioning
My idea was to go back
something
to
about
f8, but he's gone to g6. Wow.
Sindarov about to move the rook. Rook b6.
Okay, well, actually, Sindarov's position is getting quite tough. Though, again, it tells you what is white's follow-up. It's not that easy.
Black is just waiting, right? Rook A6, Rook B6, I'm guessing here. Let's go King E3, perhaps.
Now we can try. Rook a6.
You will just wait, yeah?
Yeah.
That's not very good actually for you. Rook A6. That is, I'm seeing the bar shoot up, so I'm assuming something is wrong here. G4 looks interesting and H4 also looks interesting. So this is, sir, just to clarify, this is not a winning advantage for Fabi yet, right? Practically speaking, would you say that, okay, if you put pressure in the right moments, white can actually win this, or do you think it's too soon to say that?
I mean, define winning advantage, right? It just means when you think it's effortless for you. So,
okay, so let me rephrase my question. Is it harder to win as white or harder to defend as black?
I think it's pretty unpleasant for black. If I'm black, I'm expecting, I don't see the point in the future where it comes to an end. Essentially, white can keep this thing going for very long. But from White's perspective, if I was sitting on the White side of the board, I would think, I don't see a way forward. And then you have the opposite problem where you don't see a way forward and you're kind of drifting aimlessly. So I think that's the toss-up here.
Okay.
But with Black also, now you can relax and just make the only move which doesn't lose, because that's good enough. There will often be situations where you just you don't have a difficult choice. You make a move which doesn't lose and you pass the move back. That's also a nice situation to be in, because it clarifies how you play.
And so earlier you were mentioning that Sindarov has forgot what it's like to have, like a worse position or something along those lines. Do you think that has changed after this position, or do you think it's still kind of like has it switched on? Do you know that okay, this could be a losing advantage here as Black?
I mean, you're taking a light-hearted comment and trying to say if I can pinpoint something. Of course, I can't. But in this tournament, he's not had a bad position and he's used to things going his way. And the first time it hits you, um, it can be difficult. But I think by now he's understood where he is. He's had time to get used to it. I don't know what state of mind he's in.
Okay, so Fabi's thinking. Any other game, Rakesh bhai, that you think is interesting here? Or would you like to stay here?
I think we can stay here. No moves in the Pragg game either. So really we can stay here. And Vishy sir, actually, now that we have you, you won the 2014 Candidates Unbeaten, had a great tournament. What is it like having a tournament? Like, what are Sindarov's thoughts at this moment, like in Cyprus?
Somewhere between you're happy with your situation, but you're tense that it can still go wrong. And also you realize what a horror it will be if things actually go wrong. Yes, I was slightly, by now I knew that, I have good chances to win the thing. So, but it's irresponsible to think about it, but you're tempted to think about it anyway, that sort of thing. But he's been in the lead for quite some time now. So whatever state he's in, he's settled in, I think.
Yeah, and if I'm not
But
mistaken,
again, a similar situation. I basically had a effortless tournament. Not effortless, but no bad positions kind of thing. And I think. And so this Karyakin thing was a great shock. It was the same in Mexico. Basically a tournament which was going my way, and then I had suddenly a tough position against Grishchuk, and I had to sit and grind it. But you switch.
and you clinched it 1 round to spare.
Yes, in both tournaments. I think with Karyakin, it was actually clinched. I didn't need to do anything more. But with in Mexico, I had to still make a draw, I think. I needed a draw. So maybe my lead was only 1 point then.
By the way, he has just gone g4. We were just looking at this move a bit earlier. But also on the same, topic, from your own experience, when you're leading an elite event like the Candidates, is it more important to, let's say, control your nerves or to maintain your momentum?
I don't think you can fractionalize these things. I mean, it's important to do all of the above.
Okay.
I think you play well and stop thinking about other things, and that's it.
G4. Maybe you show H4 as well here.
Yeah, could be because black can't play H5, GH5 because the pawn survives. And otherwise, we are restricting that bishop without committing anything on this side, something like that. Nothing wrong with G4, though at some point White will have to make some committal decision. But this one is fine.
Ooh, H5. That's a committal decision.
Wow, yes. If GH5, he's going king h6 and then maybe bishop f5 hits 7 or something. But oof. Wait, so GH5, you're going what? King?
King H6.
H6.
Yeah.
And I go...
King E3 maybe?
King E3 maybe, yes. Then I play bishop f5. But the thing is, maybe Sindarov didn't have good options to h5.
By the way, this is happening on the board, and Fabi went King E1. Oh,
Yeah, also a
interesting.
good pass, just giving the move back to Sindarov. But now I can play bishop f5 maybe.
Just to vacate the rook and maybe some rook b2 plans. I'm guessing that's your idea.
Yeah.
Isn't this a bind though? Because of the bishop f, how will you take the pawn on h5?
No, I don't. I mean, I will play bishop. But at least my bishop doesn't have to be defended by my rook now. So...
And can we
bishop
show chat
f5,
like... Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what... I'm making moves that I can make. It's not that easy to find a black move.
I was trying to be hasty here with white Sahaj. Can we show this to chat? Like just starting, like past pawn should be pushed a4, but suddenly it's a draw with like rook b3. And if I go king d2, rook b2 check.
Yeah,
So,
repetition.
yeah, Fabi has to be careful. Can't start pushing yet.
Okay, he's taking his time. Bishop f5 is, or bishop g8 also is interesting.
Oh, you want
Same
to keep
idea.
e4 protected in a way.
No, I just wanted to get my, like Vishy said, right? Just to keep the bishop away so the rook is not attacking. And my rook, I can play rook b2 with the next move. So that also is
Actually,
possible.
maybe Fabi's thing should be to slide the king to c1.
Uh-huh.
And then see if... I mean, black is running out of moves in a way.
Can't take here because this is hanging. This is, yeah, very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Can I throw in a check like rook d6, king c1, rook back to b6?
Yes, and then... yeah, I'm not able to make it work yet. I wanted to go knight d1, e3 maybe. But...
Rook b1 check always is a bit annoying, yeah?
yes. I mean, something is annoying, but...
maybe you can play rook c7, bishop e6, and then knight d1. That way, at least you'll save a tempo, I guess. So bishop e6. Okay, now you're not controlling this anymore. So knight d1 now, perhaps?
yeah, but I can play rook b4 instead of bishop e6 back.
b4.
But even then, some quiet move. But what? Not with a knight, because that allows rook b1 check. not with... maybe the idea of bringing the king to d2 and c1 is I can play e4. But that is very committal because suddenly after e4 I'll have bishop h3, g2. Maybe there's hope somewhere.
Actually, the rook b4 is a slight inaccuracy from the black side as it allows white to play a4. Now, why this is relevant now and not before, I'm not sure. But supposedly a4 is giving an almost winning advantage.
Right.
Oh yeah, now rook b3, you have rook takes c4. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
The white rook has made it to c7, probably. Yeah, and we can stay here because no moves on the Pragg game. Vaishali also still defending, and so is Divya. So yeah, we can stay here. Thanks.
We can also take a look at Anish because a very interesting move was just played, g4, which I would love to get Vishy sir's thoughts on because what is Anish trying to accomplish here as white? How do you put pressure? I mean, I see the IQP, but what is his long-term plan here, sir?
He's just not releasing the tension, not allowing black to exchange any piece. g4 is a useful move. It's not as committal as f4, so you can play it with a clear conscience. Also, if one day white does play f4, then black will have to do something about that bishop. f6 is a tough move to make because suddenly d5 becomes very weak. So black will have to play g6. So again, f4 is to be used in an emergency, but it's not easy for black to... On the other hand, black could try swapping a pair of rooks. I don't know if that's something
So
particularly
if I take on c1 here, you mean?
Yeah, and then go rook c8 and... But it's groveling. I mean, it's maybe at the end of that, I'll take on c8, knight c8, and play f4 now. And if you play f6, then f5 square is weak. Maybe d5 is weak. I don't know. But still, black's position is quite solid.
f6 here.
Okay, Pragg has gone knight d7.
Okay. Oof.
Wow.
So knight takes d7, there's rook e7. But if I go pawn takes bishop, still rook e7.
Yes. I mean, there, I don't think you want to liquidate.
I'm seeing 0.4 and it's very surprising to me. I thought I mean, optically it looks so winning.
Yeah.
So time is similar. So maybe let's do a deep dive on pawn takes bishop. I think that's the only move because knight d7, rook e7 should be winning, I think. So pawn takes, rook takes
Well, excuse me, why is it winning? If knight
takes e7.
d7, you go rook e7. And if I play rook takes e7, you're taking rook takes e7.
Oh, you were right, sir. It's not winning.
If I play knight e5, what's happening?
Queen f5 perhaps to...
Well, but c8 is defended. But maybe queen e3 actually.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe queen e3, Saj.
Yeah, queen e3 is right.
Because if you take, then rook a7 is threatening and that bishop's actually not got any good squares to go run to. That could be, so maybe just queen e3.
Queen e3. Oh, queen e3 is a very bad move here. Oh, wow. Looks so natural.
Wow. What's the reputation?
No, haven't looked. I was thinking c5 perhaps, but just to
Then
keep
rook
the pressure
e5.
on the g5 bishop.
Yeah, but rook e5. Maybe queen f4 then. No, then take knight g6. That we don't want. And there's no other way to
Queen
offer
f
the exchange of queens.
Queen f4, which position, sir?
Instead of queen e3.
Oh, okay.
But then you take a knight g6. That's the problem. Right? That's why I can't do it.
So queen e3. Maybe queen b4. Just I give you the knight, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's correct. Still, I'm not convinced how queen takes pawn. But I keep forgetting the rook on c8 is defended. Yeah. But queen takes e5, pawn takes bishop, and I was thinking some check, but yeah, not much.
Got some very
I
nice
think this
positions today.
for sure, for sure. And Vishy sir, I know you have some other commitments in Cyprus as well. Can we get your quick predictions on this game and Fabi's game? And as always, thank you for your time.
Sure. Well, Fabi game is very exciting. I mean, big advantage, everything we could hope for. We have the drama, and I'm hesitating to say win or something, but huge pressure Sindarov is under. In the Pragg game, unfortunately for Pragg, I'm going to say somehow it fizzles out, but I don't know why. But I think it'll fizzle out.
Fair. And quick check-in, just same predictions for Divya and Vaishali as well.
So this is Vaishali's position, knight takes e5, yeah.
I think Vaishali is quite solid. There's no danger here. I don't think her position's in because rook e5, bishop c6. And frankly, I think Vaishali can just be very solid because the others will have to make up the half a point. Though it sounds funny, you can't sit on a lead of half a point, but the others are not creating any chances already for a while. So it becomes kind of, I think Vaishali is in a good place even if she sits on a lead.
Yeah.
And then you also see bishop d8 was clever. It was apparently to play knight takes e5 without d5. So it was well thought out.
Also, the bishop on e8 I thought was a very, because she was thinking about this earlier, and yeah, it was just a very cool idea in general.
Sure. Okay, guys.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. And we hope to
Thanks.
see you
Good
in
seeing
the
you
next
both.
rounds.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you, sir. And that was Vishy, sir.
Yeah, amazing time with Vishnu. Thank you as always for his valuable insight. But Sahaj bhai, only 15 minutes. क्या वैशाली 22 में कर पाएगी 15 मिनट में?
The difficult question, I think, let's not forget यहाँ पे half a minute का increment आपके पास है, वो 30-second increment. So not as big of a worry as we have in the open section when we see a similar, time. But I think so far Vaishali is pretty solid. And when Vishy sir says that she's solid, then okay, I think we have to take his word for it. And
हेलो
welcome
भाई
back to
लोग
Dubai.
यो भाई थोड़ा मैं भी अब इनसाइट देना चाहूंगा भाई मैं तब से स्ट्रीम देख रहा था एंड आई फेल लाइक स्पीकिंग आउट सो मच बट कैमरा में चला रहा था मैं अब तक भाई तब से बट ठीक भी रहा था मैं कैमरा में सो मे बी यू डिडंट वांट टू सी दैट यो चैट एंड बाय द वे भाई वैशाली के पास 15 मिनट कैसे है वेट आई वाज लुकिंग एट द ओपन सेक्शन गेम भाई इज दिस अ रिस्क फॉर वैशाली बिकॉज़
Huge.
भाई हम लीड में है भाई, वी हैव एवरीथिंग टू लूज, मतलब वी आर द अंबानीज ऑफ द वुमेन सेक्शन। ऐसा लग रहा है कि सब पैसा, सब नाम शोहरत हमारे पास, हम सब कुछ खो सकते हैं आज। व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दिस सहज भाई?
भाई अंबानी नहीं बोलना था, प्रग है ना, दूसरा वाला अडानी बोलना था।
ओह सॉरी 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 सॉरी, मेरी गलती मिस्टेक। बीमार है ना आज, तो आज सब अलाउड है भाई मुझे। मीनवाइल राकेश भाई, आई थिंक 15 मिनट है, कितनी मूव्स बाकी हैं अभी?
22।
वेट व्हाट, 22 मूव बाकी है? तो फिर हम पैनिक क्यों नहीं कर रहे भाई? व्हाई आर वी नॉट इन
भाई
पैनिक
मैं तो
मोड? लाइक
चिल्ला चिल्ला के स्कीम बोल रहा हूँ सबको।
भाई साहब, बिशप c6 just played chat. I have to be honest, like position wise, like if see I love the London, ठीक है? If I had this position as white, I would not be super happy, to be honest. ये e3 pawn weak लग रहा है, although my bishop on d8 looks a bit awkward, I would not be too worried. बट टाइम देख के बहुत पैनिक हो रहा है यार। इंक्रीमेंट है बट चैट, आई डोंट नो व्हाट यू फील अबाउट दिस। डू यू थिंक वी गोना हैव लाइक अ मोमेंट इन दिस गेम जहां पे टाइम प्रेशर विल पोटेंशियली कॉज विशाली टू मेक अ मिस्टेक? कोई भी ऐसा लग रहा है? डू यू थिंक दिस इज अ रियल प्रॉब्लम विशाली? यस और नो? राकेश भाई, सेड भाई, योर थॉट्स।
भाई
भेजे
दिस
आपको थॉट्स मैंने अभी अपने।
भाई दिस इज लुकिंग
सहज भाई,
वरीसम
एक
भाई।
दिन ना आपके सारे व्हाट्सएप जो आप, पता है सहज भाई ना लाइक हैज अ अमेजिंग सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर, ठीक है? बट व्हाट ही विल डू इज ही विल नॉट से इट ऑन स्क्रीन बिकॉज़ ही कांट। So every day I think at 9 p.m. he will send me a WhatsApp joke, like it's like ऐसे कलेक्शन बना रहा हूँ मैं। जब सहज भाई मेरे मुहावरों की कलेक्शन लॉन्च करेंगे तो मैं सहज भाई की जोक्स की कलेक्शन लॉन्च करूंगा।
भाई दोनों साथ साथ कैंसिल होंगे, बढ़िया।
भाई मैं कैसे करूंगा? मुझे क्रिकेट वाले हायर कर ले कम से कम, फॉर नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू स्टाइल कमेंट्री। आप फंस जाओगे भाई।
या भाई क्रेजी।
बट एनीवेज, ओके, जोक्स अपार्ट, यही था जोक बाय द वे सहज भाई का। बट चैट, डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट मोर पीपल इन बिकॉज वैशाली, लेट्स कैन वी द वुमेन स्टैंडिंग्स एक बार। यू नो व्हाट, आई थिंक हम ओपन से घुसे रहते हैं, हमारी भी गलती है, कई बार हम लोग घुसे ही रहते हैं सेक्शन में। एक बार वुमेन स्टैंडिंग्स आ जाए, बिकॉज टू बी ऑनेस्ट मेरे हिसाब से लाइक वैशाली इज अबाउट टू क्रिएट हिस्ट्री। Let's keep in mind she's leading the candidates with 4 rounds to go. आज भी equal position है. Time is an issue, but she's managing it well so far. If she wins today, she has more than 75% chance of winning the candidates according to you. Because अगले 3 में से 2 गेम में white आएंगे. That is huge, Rakesh भाई. So आज का गेम super crucial.
I 100%, and you know, more than the future, आज के गेम में भी she has a chance to you know, kind of even stop one of her direct competitors. मान लो गोरियाचकिना जीत जाए, वो आ जाएगी 6 पॉइंट पे, तो you cannot afford this loss, सहज भाई।
सही में।
या फॉर श्योर एंड आई थिंक वो एक वो आधे पॉइंट का जो क्वेश्चन है वैशाली के पास, एंड ऑल्सो हैविंग दिस पोजिशन विद द ब्लैक पीसेस, आई थिंक शी इज़ इन अ वेरी वेरी कंफर्टेबल स्पॉट। आज आई थिंक ड्रॉ होने के चांसेस सबसे ज़्यादा है, ऑफकोर्स वी कैन सी दैट। पोजिशन इज सुपर सॉलिड, ज़्यादा कोई गलती करने के चांसेस नहीं। आई मीन यू कांट, आई मीन expect a better result than this. I think she like until the very end, Vaishali is gonna be at the top by for sure. Like she's gonna be a contender no matter what, I think.
भाई टचवुड, यू नो कहीं वो कमेंट आपके मुंह में घी, शक्कर, यू नो लिम्का, फेंटा, जो आपको चाहिए सहज भाई, एंड होपफुली यू नो लाइक वैशाली इज ऑलवेज इन कंटेंशन, होपिंग शी इज इन द लीड, बिकॉज गुकेश लास्ट टाइम लीड में थे तो ओपोनेंट्स से बहुत प्रेशर था, दैट जेन्युइनली पुट्स अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर ऑन योर ओपोनेंट्स टू विन दैट गेम। सो रियली होपिंग कि वैशाली कैन कंटिन्यू। बाय द वे, गोरेचकीना आल्सो फॉलिंग लो ऑन द क्लॉक, सो यहाँ पे पिक्चर किसी भी तरफ बदल सकती है। एंड बिफोर वी काइंड ऑफ you know go deeper into this, I think यहाँ पे टाइम प्रेशर फेज आएगा सहज भाई, राकेश भाई, तो यहाँ पे आराम से बैठना पड़ेगा। रुक f5 by the way played. What do you think about that move? Is it some sort of repetition potentially?
The repetition though I'll welcome with open arms in this position, but Tiku bhai, there is a very difficult move for Vaishali up ahead, which is rook to c7.
अरे बाप रे, you know सहज
I'm
भाई, you will
guessing
not
your
believe it.
plan is rook e7, but अब rook e7 तो खेल नहीं सकते because bishop f6 मर रहा है, तो
you know
what's
you will
why
not
would I go rook c7?
you will not believe it, but आज मैं कोई बुलेट गेम या कुछ ब्लिट्ज खेल रहा था और मैंने रुक c7 ऐसी बिशप d8 रुक c7 खेला था भाई। तो टुडे यू नो द GM मूव कम्स नेचुरली टू
बट
मी
आप तो
ओनली फॉर
2600
टुडे।
हो ना भाई, वो मतलब वो तो डिफरेंट लेवल हुआ ना भाई, आपके आपकी तो 2600 रेटिंग है, मतलब
यार
ब्लिट्स
मुझे भी
में
जिम
तो।
कॉर्बेट निकल जाना चाहिए था भाई। बदल लेते,
Played, let's
ओ
go.
लेट्स गो भाई, आई टोल्ड
That's
यू
it, very
वैशाली इज
nice.
ऑन फायर भाई, अपने घर ही आने वाला है एक और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप टाइटल। बाय द वे, इंडियन फ्लैग क्या चमक रहा है भाई, कई बार भूल जाते। कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन भाई? फ्लैग को एक बार चेरिश करें. मुझे याद है जब गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बने थे वहां पे इंडियन फ्लैग देख के भाई दिल ऐसे वो बोलते हैं खुश हो गया था. अभी भी खुश हो रहा है. होपफुली वैशाली कैन मेक अस ऑल प्राउड. राकेश भाई, सहज भाई, by the way, do we have any moves in the Pragg and Caruana games? Because then we have to sit here for at least half an hour.
Pragg, I think, yeah, Pragg, some updates. Bluebaum made a slight inaccuracy after knight d7. We were looking at pawn takes bishop here when Vishy sir was here, but he took the knight and rook e7. ये भी देखा ही था हमने, takes, and then we were looking at knight e5 and queen e3, and we couldn't come up with a move for black here. Looks very
But
difficult.
Sahaj bhai, don't worry. Vishy sir का just message आया है. Pragg still has chances. ये Pragg mistake के
And
बाद.
I had a
So,
question, Rakesh
बोलो
bhai,
बोलो.
Sahaj bhai. I was very curious, like because पहली बार like I was taking a break because I was sick, तो I was thinking कि यार विशी सर तो सिप्रस में ही है. So कई बार कभी ना कभी तो ऐसा हुआ होगा. Vishy sir has been on our stream 6 times in the candidates. Really thank him for his time कि वहां बैठ के भी वो stream पे आते हैं first of all. But he must have a lot of work there, right? He must be in the hall sometimes या वहां पे कहीं. So ऐसा कभी ना कभी तो हुआ होगा कि he must be in the hall. He knows the current position. Then he comes and has to watch the stream with delay on with the delay with us. So he must know कि
But I
15 मिनट
think
क्या होने वाला.
I'm guessing, okay, it's only 15 minute ka delay, and I
हाँ.
mean, exiting the venue, going back to your room, and I'm sure Vishy sir, I mean, a lot of people would be like, you know, wanting to speak to him. I mean, the chances of him making it back before 15 minutes, I think is very little.
But
उसके बाद
एक दिन तो
laptop भी
होगा.
खोलो, फिर
एक दिन
stream
तो
भी
होगा.
join करो.
बट एक दिन तो होगा भाई. एक दिन तो पक्का होगा यार. स्पेशली एक दिन तो स्टार्टिंग में आए थे. लाइक मे बी आई डोंट नो, लाइक इट वुड बी फन, लाइक ऐसे मे बी एट सम पॉइंट ही न्यू द नेक्स्ट मूव एंड देन ही हैड टू लाइक ऐसे कैलकुलेट, ओह यस इंटरेस्टिंग. But okay, that was just my thought process while I was watching the stream. Meanwhile, Rakesh bhai, Rook E7 played. By the way, 95 only move for Bluebaum here, or it's over.
Queen into f7 मर रहा है chat. Knight on d7 is hanging. Queen f7 has to be stopped. Matthias Bluebaum 95 के बाद Queen e3 discuss कर रहे थे हम chat, because that gives Pragg some chances to nibble around. But Sahaj bhai, from that amazing, epic, beautiful attacking position, वहां से ना कहीं ये एक वापस एंड गेम की तरफ जाता हुआ गेम.
हमें एंड गेम में ही हराएंगे यहाँ पे. आई थिंक वो सिंडारोव का भी सेम सिचुएशन है, एंड गेम ही है वो भी, तो वो भी एंड गेम में हारेगा. एंड आई थिंक अनीश ऑल्सो कुड विन इन एन एंड गेम. भाई आई थिंक एंड गेम में आउटप्ले करना बहुत बहुत जरूरी. दिस इज व्हाई यू शुड स्टडी योर एंड गेम्स. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
आई थिंक Bluebaum ना बहुत सिंपल आदमी है. लेट्स गो अ कपल ऑफ मूव्स बैक टू मूव नंबर 19. ठीक है, प्रग ने खेला नाइट D7 खेला ना उसने. प्रग ने, Bluebaum ने कहा भाई तुमने नाइट खेला है, हम मारेंगे नाइट टेक्स D7. लाइक देखो ना, सिंपल बंदा है. नाइट D7 नाइट टेक्स D7. ठीक है, वैसी आवाज है रुक E7. लाइक बंदा बिल्कुल सिंपल है भाई. लाइक ही इज वेरी क्रेजी गाय बट वेरी सिंपल चेस. एंड नाउ व्हेन रुक E7 के बाद नाइट क्वीन E3 खेलेंगे, वो क्वीन E3 मारेगा भाई, एंड दैट इज लॉस्ट. देखना तुम
क्वीन E3 यहाँ पे.
हाँ, एंड दैट्स लॉस्ट भाई, क्योंकि सिंपल बंदा है भाई.
भाई एक मैगी ऑन दिस.
बंदा सिंपल है भाई. बंदा सिंपल नहीं, मैगी नहीं लगा रहा भाई. मैं भी सिंपल आदमी हूँ.
मैगी लगा लो ना भाई. सिंपल एक मैगी लगा लो. सिंपल. व्हाट डू यू थिंक राकेश भाई? Whose side are you on? Oh, by the way, 95 played.
भाई लगा लो सहज भाई. बेझिझक मैगी लगाओ. ला दे दिल परदेसी नून.
राकेश भाई आपको मुंबई आना चाहिए भाई. यू नो
भाई मैं मुंबई में ही हूँ. आप भी मुंबई पनवेल में. सॉरी.
By the way, Pragg is right now thinking, and any updates in the Fabi game? या वो लोग, oh भाई, he's about to play Queen 3. He's about to play Queen 3.
Yes. भाई सिंपल आदमी खेल, सिंपल ब्लंडर कर. Come on, Bluebaum.
Moment of truth for Bluebaum.
Let's go. भाई Queen B4 खेलना कितना मुश्किल है भाई. It's
सवाल
very
ये
difficult.
कि Bluebaum क्या आप सिंपल आदमी हो? That's the question we are asking right now.
Come on. भाई इसे प्रे कर रहा हूं मैं अंदर से यार, बिकॉज आई रियली वांट टू सी Pragg विन. ऐसे हाथ जोड़ के बैठा हूं मैं भाई, ऐसे बोलते ना कि बस भाई गलती कर दो एक. बिकॉज यू नो Pragg अगले राउंड अगर उसके चेक करे भाई ध्यान से, ठीक है, ही इज प्लेइंग Bluebaum, देन Esipenko, देन Caruana, देन Hikaru. तो Bluebaum Esipenko बैक टू बैक है. यहाँ 2 विन इकट्ठी कर दी नहीं गरम, एंड देन लास्ट में Caruana Hikaru हरा के, मतलब 4 गेम जेब में जाल के, मतलब एक +3 पे खत्म करना. एंड देन यू कैन से ओके आई मिस्ड इट बिकॉज Esipenko, सॉरी Esipenko नहीं, क्या नाम है उसका, Sindarov बहुत अच्छी फॉर्म में थे, यू नो, लाइक अदरवाइज गुड चांसेस. एंड देन यू नो लाइक दैट वुड बी द परफेक्ट स्टेटमेंट टू मेक एट द एंड ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स, आई फील.
स्टेटमेंट्स तो और भी हैं मतलब यहाँ पे मतलब परफेक्ट वाली. But I feel like now it's just about cutting your losses and trying to play freely. I think that's for me at least that's what the tournament is about. And of course, Rakesh, you also said that there is a monetary incentive as well.
Yes.
And of course,
वही तो.
playing any candidates match, I think any candidates game, I think gives you a lot of experience that makes you a stronger player. So that's what it's about for Pragg.
भाई वही तो 4 विन 40 लाख. सॉरी यूरो का रेट क्या है भाई? वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. यूरो 100 से ऊपर चला गया. आई थिंक आई वांट टू एग्जैक्टली फिगर आउट 4 गेम में प्रग को कितने मिलेंगे. एंड 4,000 यूरो मिलेंगे उनको. 43 लाख नहीं 4 लाख 4 लाख. सॉरी मैं क्रिकेट में
भाई
चला गया.
5,000 यूरो है.
हाँ,
5,000 यूरो
पाँच.
है भाई.
अच्छा 5,000 यूरो
पर
पर गेम. ओ डैम. तो 20,000 यूरो हो जाएगा क्या?
पर हाफ पॉइंट
ओ
5,000 यूरो है.
डैम.
तो
तो ये हो जाएगा
एक
40,000 यूरो.
हाँ जी.
करेक्ट.
भाई तो 43,69,560 रुपीज मिलेंगे प्रग को भाई. टैक्स काट लो उसका आधा, बाकी सारा प्रग को जाएगा भाई. दैट्स क्रेजी.
भाई अभी तक एक गेम जीता है, आप बोल रहे हो 4 में 4 जीतेगा.
भाई करेगा ना यार.
इस बात में
आज लेकिन
simple
चांस
आदमी.
तो है. आज इट्स अ वेरी गुड चांस या फॉर श्योर.
भाई प्रग जीता और सिंदारो हारने वाला है 100%. लाइक वो लिख के ले लो
भाई चैट. अगर प्रग जीतता है, अगर अनीश जीतता है और सिंदारो हारता है, तो एक मेंबरशिप गिव हम करेंगे स्ट्रीम के एंड पे, बिकॉज टूर्नामेंट एक्साइटिंग रहेगा एंड तक. तो
Yes.
एक
भाई
मेंबरशिप
ये
कहीं मत जाना चैट.
ज्यादा करो भाई, ज्यादा करो. ये 3
चलो प्रग
रिजल्ट
का बताओ.
फेवरेबल है.
नहीं अगर कारुआना जीतता है एंड सॉरी सिंदारो हारता है नहीं जीतता है, we'll do it then also, because I think tournament exciting रहेगा. It's not even about Pragg, it's more about making tournament exciting. And chat stream like करो. Let's get to 500 likes जल्दी से भाई लोग. Queen B for best move player Bluebaum. इतना भी सिंपल आदमी था मैं सोचा था यार. राकेश भाई I'm disappointed.
भाई he is not simple at all. He is super complicated. Remember ब्लूबॉम ने 10 में से 9 गेम ड्रॉ किए हैं और एक गेम उसने हारा है. So not easy to beat this German wall.
Oof, German wall भाई. Great wall of Germany. Yeah. By the way, can we go to Vaishali's game? उनके
Oh
opponent ने
my
एक
God.
h3 खेल दिया है. And now there is a move knight to e8 which apparently gives Vaishali like a हल्का फुल्का बोलते हैं ना, मोमबत्ती बराबर like edge हल्का सा. What is
भाई
this
अभी तो
knight
मूंगफली
move?
थी. मैं एम से वर्ड सर्च कर
खा
रहे
गया
हो
मैं
क्या आप
भाई.
सारे?
वो खा गया
हाँ?
मैं मूंगफली एक्चुअली. वो मैं खा
अच्छा.
गया.
मोमबत्ती.
So
तो मोमबत्ती बची है
मोमबत्ती आ
मतलब.
गया. So like
हाँ.
do you think this is a genuine edge, or do you think this is like okay at least she's equalizing now?
Yeah, correct. The
या
idea of
करेक्ट
knight
भाई.
8 of course is to
किस तरफ भाई?
I
या करेक्ट किसके लिए?
think correct that भाई उसके बाद ही सेंटेंस आएगा ना.
अच्छा अच्छा
भाई
दोनों
करेक्ट
में
के
करेक्ट
बाद
बोल
ही
दिया भाई.
बोलूंगा ना क्या करेक्ट है.
नहीं सहज बोल ना. क्या देख बोलती बंद हो गई तेरी. बोलना करता मैं तो.
So who do you think will win IPL? RCB or Chennai Super King? Correct. Yes.
हाय सीएसके तो एक भी गेम नहीं जीती. आरसीबी
Oh
जीती.
damn. Sorry, my bad.
ये सही है. पॉइंट अगर सही प्रूव करना है तो आईपीएल का कोई एनालॉजी मतलब डाल दो
ताकि सहज भाई को आइडिया ही नहीं हो.
ताकि मेरे को समझ ही ना आए कुछ. ये सही है.
भाई यही वैशाली को करना है यार. ऐसी चाल खेलनी जो ओपोनेंट के समझ में नहीं आया. बाय द वे रुक D7 आल्सो अ नाइस मूव अपेरेंटली एंड आल्सो इन सिंक विद व्हाट शी डिड विद रुक C7. तो काफी लॉजिकल चेस खेल रही है वैशाली. D5 पॉन भी डिफेंड कर दिया है. एक्स्ट्रा डिफेंस ले आई है. कल को बिशप एक्सिस आ जाए तो इट्स स्टिल वेरी वेल डिफेंडेड. एंड क्या करें यहाँ पे व्हाइट? या इट्स नॉट इजी. फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू प्ले बिशप F3 व्हिच फेल्ट लाइक द कंटिन्यूएशन की भाई D5 पॉन पे प्रेशर डालेंगे. सडनली नाइट E4 एंड ब्लैक इज विनिंग.
अरे क्रेजी. खुद बिशप D8 पे नाइट टेक्स D2 इंटरमेट्सो एंड ये रुक बचा है तो नाइट F3 चेक. इसीलिए बिशप F3 पे नहीं होना चाहिए था यहाँ पे. दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम. So after rook d7, the best move by the way for Goryachkina, which is I think ridiculous, is rook e5 here. भाई ये क्या चल रहा है? रुक वो भी rook c7 उसको दिख भी गया. rook e5 यहाँ पे does makes no sense to me.
भाई this is amazing for Vaishali, but एक बार दिव्या ये पे नजर मारो. It's completely equal and she copy pasted Vishy sir's plan of bringing the knight to d7. Knight आ चुका है, queen straight हो चुके हैं. And if you ask me, if any side can win this, it looks like black. Although time भी बराबर हो गया है, so I'm not really sure who's better and why.
I think for sure Divya has a more comfortable position. That is 100% sure. But yeah, time पे I think कोई भी गलती कर सकता है. It's anyone's game. But if I had to choose, I think, Dikuba, I'm not sure if you agree with me on this. If you were given a choice to take black or white here, you're taking black here, yeah? Like
100%.
100 out of 100 times you're taking
या
black.
या आई लव दिस नाइट C5 स्क्वायर भाई. क्या चंगा स्क्वायर है भाई. ओहो, मतलब बोलते हैं ना, मतलब ऐसे अमृतसरी कुलचे के बराबर ऐसे टेस्टी लग रहा है स्क्वायर मुझे नाइट के लिए. नाइट C5 ले आओ, B3 अटैक करो, यू कांट पुश B4. अब रुक को B1 या रुक B2 खेलना है. आय छी छी राकेश भाई, क्या है ये.
Knight c5 rook b2 तो एकदम बहुत ही वाहियात square, but it's necessary. You have to play it, and still you cannot play b4. Yeah, there's a very nice pressure on this side, and also let's not forget Divya can bring out rook c6, rook b6, and suddenly ये भी b3 भी एकदम in some pressure.
या एंड टारगेट खत्म नहीं हो रहे. फॉर एग्जांपल यू प्ले A5 B4 भी खेल दोगे, मैं नाइट D7 जाऊंगा, फिर E5 पे आके बैठ जाऊंगा, फिर C4 खाऊंगा. सो इट्स लाइक मेरी भूख मिटेगी आज सहज भाई. कोई ना कोई पॉन तो मैं खाऊंगा इस ब्लैक. एंड आई फील लाइक कहीं ना कहीं पे व्हाइट हैज टू प्ले पैसिव, एंड दैट्स अ बिग प्रॉब्लम फॉर Zhu Jiner हियर. राकेश भाई क्या लग रहा है? डू यू थिंक वी कुड सी अ रिजल्ट हियर, और डू यू थिंक दिस इज गोना बी अ ड्रॉ?
राकेश भाई तो नहीं है अभी.
ओ राकेश भाई कहाँ गए? ओ अच्छा, राकेश
राकेश
भाई
भाई अभी आ रहे हैं वापस, but I think good chances for Divya to definitely go for a win today. And I really like this idea of rook c6, rook b6, and to put pressure on the b3 pawn, because forever you either go rook b1, don't forget knight d3 check is also a threat, or you bring the knight like this to f1 and to d2, and then that just looks ugly. And एक बार rook b4 पे बैठ जाए, black b5 खेल दे, d5 खेल दे, then all of the pieces just combine together and put pressure on the b3 pawn, and then it is a big problem for Zhu Jiner. So the question is, वो जो 8-1 का स्कोर चैट ने हमें बताया था 2-3 दिन पहले, क्या वो स्कोर 8-2 हो सकता है आज के नहीं?
भाई that would be a huge step in the right direction. एक दिन उल्टा 8-16 होगा hopefully. So let's take that first step. And सहज भाई, आपको सबसे मिस्टीरियस पोकेमॉन पता है वो कौन सा है दुनिया में, लाइक जिसके पीछे लोग पागल होते थे?
सबसे मिस्टीरियस पोकेमॉन, लेट मी थिंक.
हाँ, सबसे लाइक चेरिश्ड पोकेमॉन, लाइक एवरीबॉडी वांटेड इट, बट ऐसे ऐसे पोकेमॉन गो में या व्हाटएवर.
पोकेमॉन गो में सबसे cherished would be like Mewtwo, shiny Mewtwo, or like a
Mewtwo,
Mew
right?
is also Mew is
Because
also very.
हाँ, बिकॉज दिखता नहीं था, राइट? इट वॉज रेयर, लाइक इट वॉज
हाँ,
वेरी रेयर.
legendary, correct.
हाँ, लेजेंडरी था. सो इफ यू जंप टू सिंदारोव गेम, सिंदारोव के पास फैबी से लगभग 31 मिनट कम है. सो आई वुड से कि ये ऑड्स और म्यूटू को देखने के ऑड्स आर वेरी वेरी सिमिलर. बाय आई जस्ट वांट टू चेरिश दिस मोमेंट कि एटलीस्ट थोड़े इंसान लग रहे हैं, मतलब इंसानियत की वजह से वो ह्यूमन नर्व्स मुझे दिखाई दे रही है फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. सो आई लव सीइंग दिस सम बैटल गोइंग ऑन राइट नाउ. बट हाउ विनिंग डू यू थिंक दिस इज? बिकॉज H5 मूव वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, बट अब दोनों किंग E1 बिशप F5 रुक C7, बट दोनों प्लेस पीसेस घुमा रहे हैं. But I don't see a clear improvement for Fabi. What is Fabi's plan?
I think slow और approach king d2 king c1 तो ले ही आओ. king e1 पे तो कुछ खास कर नहीं रहा है. You know for sure black cannot capture on h5 as the g7 pawn hangs. You know the rook cannot move really. I mean, where is it gonna go? Then the only question is the bishop g8, bishop e6 is the move basically for black. And you first put the king here. You try to push this pawn a4, maybe a5 as well, and then slowly king queen side के through थोड़ा कुछ entry मारने की गुंजाइश.
Gunzaish. If you're playing the game, I would say that is your word, Sahaj bhai. And
भाई
also,
जितनी हिंदी मैंने मतलब सीखी है ना पिछले मतलब एक हफ्ते में, भाई पूरा रिफ्रेशर कोर्स हो गया मेरा.
oh nice. जरूरी है भाई. You connect to your roots. आपकी आप दिल्ली से हो सहज भाई. सो आपके हिंदी में स्पेशली एक बहुत सारे ऐसे कोट्स हैं जो दिल्ली वाले बहुत फेमस है जाने जाने के लिए. एंड
ऑफ कोर्स
कई बार रिफ्रेशर कोर्स बहुत जरूरी होता है सहज भाई, आई फील.
स्पीकिंग ऑफ सैफ अली खान एक्चुअली नीचे आया भी था, मतलब लिटरली मेरी स्ट्रीट के नीचे उसने शूट किया था.
किसको?
अभी इट वाज 6 months ago. लाइक कोई तो
did you
मूवी.
meet him?
Well, he was. You've been to my house, Rakesh bhai, right? So basically
Yeah.
downstairs, like at the door, he was shooting that movie जो अभी release हुई है. Just got released actually.
Wow.
3 months ago.
By the way, I want to point out Fabi King D2 slight improvement. It feels like Esipenko has made a minor error by the rook D6 also played by Sindarov, but seems like Anish is now plus 0.8, plus 0.9. Already a decent edge for Anish. And फिलहाल
Before
के
we
लिए जो
go there,
हाँ.
एक second. Yeah, you can continue. But Sindarov did a big shake of his head for the first time in 11 days. So,
Oh,
bhai,
wow.
उसकी वो जो आप बोल रहे थे ना ह्यूमन इमोशंस आज दिख रहा है सब सिंदारो के.
Wow. So some pressure building up on Sindarov, and wahan se Anish is also better. So thoda
Yeah.
drama, in round number 11 of the candidates chat. So you never know what can happen. Just let's have a brief look at the Anish game, then let's jump to Vaishali's game. So knight c4 was played in the Anish game, and it feels like an active move, pressuring b2, pressuring e3, but apparently just rook h1, and you try to take control of the h file, and white is better.
Yeah, I think your long-term goal is that you want to access the H file. So at the right moment, you can take the pawn and maybe access the 7th rank or 6th rank, depending on the position. But एक pressure रहेगा ये H file पे कि मैं कभी भी enter कर सकता हूँ. And black will have to think 3-4 times, like maybe even 10 times before playing some move like F6, क्योंकि H7 का square पूरा एकदम खाली हो जाता है यहाँ पे. So yeah, I think some pressure for sure in Anish's board. I think Anish takes this, bhai. I think Anish takes this and Fabi takes this. That's my hot take, bhai. Fabi Anish wins. What about you guys?
अगर ऐसा हो गया तो भाई फिर चैट के मजे हैं, बिकॉज एक डायमंड मेंबरशिप चैट को मिलेगी. चैट कीप लाइकिंग द स्ट्रीम. राकेश भाई, डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल, एंड इट वुड बी अ ड्रीम सिनेरियो फॉर ऑल द चेस फैंस हु वांट टू सी लाइक अ टाइटर कैंडिडेट्स, जहां पे लास्ट दिन तक पता नहीं है कि कौन जीतने वाला है.
That would be amazing. And remember, round 13, जो second last round है chat, Anish will be white against Sindaro again. तो और एक पॉइंट वहां पे नीचे खींचने का चांस हो सकता है. बट इट वुड सुपर एक्साइटिंग. एंड आज भाई जीत जाए यार फाबी और अनीश, एंड इट वुड बी एन अमेजिंग थ्रिलिंग एंड टू द कैंडिडेट्स.
Yep. And let's do one thing. So let's jump to the Vaishali game now and stay there for a while until Sindarov has more moves, because Vaishali time पे बराबर हो चुकी है. Goryachkina hasn't been able to come up with the move. In fact, bishop trade ho chuke. After rook d7, bishop g3 was played. Bishop c7. And it feels like, Sehjbhai, that is a good trade for black. Now I have the e7 and e8 squares. I can heavily pressure your pawn on e3. Okay, bishop b5 is still bad, but बाकी सब चंगा लग रहा है.
भाई ये rook f6 नहीं मर सकता क्या कभी भी? Or is that a bad? And I say it's not recommended by the engine. But I would consider this each move. Like ठीक है, कुछ imbalance create करते हैं, कुछ chances बनेंगे उधर. Okay, but she plays rook e5, decides to not do it.
But tough है सहज भाई, rook f6 में like practically candidates के इस stage पे
By
like
0.3 only है. Yeah, this is, you can
no, I
play
don't know.
this.
But if queens होती है, I think she would do it in a jiffy. Like if the queens are on board, she would 100% do it. But without the queens, maybe she thinks, okay, I'm not going to get an attack, king g7 for example, and the game is maybe, okay, I have enough compensation for equality. And if I want equality, I have it already. So maybe that's why she didn't go for it.
Yeah, correct.
True. Yeah, Sahaj, I fully agree.
Meanwhile,
So,
सहज भाई आप हंस पड़ो. सच जोक क्या है सहज भाई, मुझे बताओ.
कोई जोक नहीं भाई. मैं जोक्स मारता ही नहीं हूँ भाई. यार
भाई यार, I feel like आज थोड़ा ड्रामा होगा भाई. आज थोड़ा ड्रामा होगा. And chat hoping Vaishali wins her
rook e8.
game. By the way, rook e8 played. Nice move.
टेक्स तो फोर्स्ड हो गया. अब नाइट e8 भी उसके साथ मतलब एकदम ऑटोमेटिक आ रहा है. एंड देन नाइट कैन सेट ऑन d6 somehow and then control both of these squares. And okay, one weakness, okay, not really a weakness, but नजर रखनी पड़ेगी यहाँ पे, but nothing crazy. And I think black is completely fine.
Yep. By the way, poll किया था हमने starting.
भाई
Wait,
ये
what?
क्या है?
भाई, that's a slight error.
She has doubled.
भाई, chat, there's a beautiful idea for black here. It's a very tricky one. Can you find the best move for black? दो move निकालनी है. It's very crucial to find two moves, and Vaishali could have a glimmer of opportunity here. She could seal the. Okay, I'm turning it to Rakesh bhai from earlier, but still, like, हल्का सा वो मौका आ रहा है. What is the best
What
part?
he
Rakesh bhai?
means, what Stikkubai means is like if she finds the next two moves, her chances to win this game increase a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this comes from a saying that I learned from my coach earlier, that rooks are only good on the first two ranks and 7th and 8th ranks. Rooks are horrible between third and sixth ranks. So Tico bhai, can I go chop chop? And rook e5 g6 और आपके रुक के लिए जगह ही नहीं है.
एग्जैक्टली भाई, अतिथि देवो भव बोल के हमने ट्रैप कर लिया रुक को अपने हाफ पे. आप फंस चुका है भाई, उसको कमरे में एक लॉक कर देंगे यार, कहीं नहीं जा सकता वो रुक. कैसे निकलेगा सहज भाई? हाउ डज द रुक कम आउट नाउ? आई फील लाइक वी कांट अटैक इट जस्ट येट, but at some point we might attack it. Yeah, king f8, knight, I don't know, d7, and you have to constantly be on the guard now as white.
But I think the rook is being. I mean, your only way to defend this is, I guess, is c4. Because you cannot go knight d7 now because of some reason. I don't know what that. Oh, but there's rook e8 check. Sorry, my bad. So king f8 आप खेलते हो to still plan knight d7, and now only one move. Pawn takes pawn. Tc5 that is. bc5 के बाद cd5, and now there is no knight d7 as there is a square on e4. But okay, after bishop d5, only Vaishali is playing here. This pawn on e3 is horrible.
By that bishop on c6, Rakesh bhai, feels like matlab the difference between Dhurandhar 1 and Dhurandhar 2. Yeah, bishop on c6 staying calm behind Akshay Khanna in Dhurandhar 1, and suddenly wo banda nikal gaya to comes to d5 and suddenly turns into a beast, man.
मैं पूरे मूवी का प्लॉट ही बोल दिया इनमें मैं.
भाई एक्चुअली आई थिंक वो बीच तो उधर भी था भाई. दोनों सिचुएशन में वो धुरंधर वाला बीच था. एनालॉजी ओपी, बट स्टिल फैक्चुअली में वो बीच था भाई. दोनों जगह पे.
ओह चलो भाई, बीस जी बिल्कुल है दोनों मूवीज में भाई. दोनों देखे भाई, 1 और 2 धुरंधर की. बाय द वे 4 घंटे नहीं 8 घंटे लगाए. एंड मीनवाइल रुक f5 के बाद
आपने पूछा नहीं है विशी सर से कि उन्होंने धुरंधर देखी कि नहीं वापस?
पूछा
आप
था
कह
ना
रहे थे
भाई
आप
पिछली
पूछोगे.
बार. पिछली बार पूछा था ना भाई.
और अभी उनके पास 2 रेस्ट डे थे उसके बाद, तो पूछना चाहिए था आपको
भाई. पर सिप्रस में धुरंधर नहीं चल रही होगी ना भाई. आई डाउट कि सिप्रस में फैबी और नेपो जाके वीकेंड पे धुरंधर देख के आ रहे हैं. लाइक वेरी अनलाइकली सहज भाई, आई फील. But I
भाई
also
वो
have a
जो
question.
2 सेकंड के लिए जो हमें मजा आया था ना कि सिंडारोव कुड एक्चुअली लूज एंड टूर्नामेंट कुड ओपन अप. या
मजा
भाई
नहीं आ रहा क्या भाई?
नहीं भाई, फिर से इट्स गोइंग टुवर्ड्स द अदर डायरेक्शन नाउ, लेट्स जस्ट से.
भाई नहीं फैबी भरोसा है भाई. फैबी पे डाउट नहीं करना भाई. लाइक मतलब आई वुड से कि अपने घर वालों पे कभी डाउट कर लो, बट फैबी पे. एंड लुक एट वैशाली बाय द वे, शी फाइंड्स दैट आइडिया. चैट क्वेश्चन टू यू. Do you think there's a genuine chance of Vaishali? Yes, because after rook takes e5 has been played, and d takes e5 you wouldn't consider, right? That's not even an option you play. Like pawn
हाँ
such
भाई,
is too
बट वो
broken.
जेन्युइन चांस क्या था वो तो बताओ.
वही rook e8 and g6 भाई.
Rook e5 and g6 here. Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. I think why else would she go rook takes here? She would be surprised by rook f5 by Goryachkina, but I think this is happening because Goryachkina is, she has to play dynamic. She has to take unnecessary risks at times just to keep the game going, and that's a difficult situation to be in for Goryachkina. This is exactly what everyone else is facing in the open section right now, besides Sindarov.
Bhai, dream scenario, I think, right now, Sahej bhai, because Zhu Jiner is holding against Divya. In fact, Divya, I would say, practically even better. So she's not winning this. Anna Muzychuk, by the way, is dead equal against Kateryna Lagno. So likely they're going to draw their games. Zhu Jiner goes to 6. Anna Muzychuk to 6. And if Vaishali were to win, she would get a 1-point lead with 3 rounds to go. That feels like not Sindarov level odds, but pretty close, Sahej bhai.
Yeah, true. I mean, she would definitely have a lead. At least आधे point की तो already है उसके पास. 1 point की भी बन सकती है.
Agreed. भाई 1 point की lead बन गई. That will be your dream. G6 played now and the rook is trapped. Reality is hitting. Aleksandra Goryachkina here ki bhai, maybe I have overextended a bit in with the idea of keeping my rooks active, and now active rook ही diarrhea हो रहा है उसको. क्या करे सहज भाई यहाँ पे? Is c4 the only move? What if I just wait? Is it already lost? Let's say I play king f2. Is that lost for white?
I think it is भाई. King f8. Knight d7 and it's gone भाई. जो होने वाला था उस रुक को, जो भी आपने कहा था वो हो चुका है भाई अब यहाँ पे.
Wow. So that means with 11 minutes on the clock, 14 moves to go. क्या played भाई?
Sorry, just update.
भाई वो कब का आ चुका है भाई? ये क्या था सहज भाई? मुझे लगा king f2 खेल दिया उसने. I was so happy.
मैं G6 देख के खुश अरे मैं तब से King F8 पे बैठा हुआ हूँ उस पोजीशन में. I didn't know she actually played
Ah,
G6.
okay. I got shocked for a second. Played.
Yeah.
Why?
So chat, I just so you know, like we are doing the boards differently. It's me who's handling the board today. So थोड़ा adjusting period
हाँ, true.
is happening.
But okay, मैं भी करूँगा बीच में ऐसे played भाई देख रहा हूँ.
करो भाई बिल्कुल. एक बार
But
वैसे किया था ना चैट के साथ, like we started saying गलती कर दी but it wasn't a mistake.
it's
That
fun.
was
It's
very
fun.
that was fun भाई.
By the way, chat, if Goryachkina were to win this, you would join Vaishali on 6 points. So I think right now Vaishali half a point lead, decent enough, but not something which you can be comfortable with. I think. Meanwhile, 10 minutes hai, Sahaj bhai, clock about to drop below the 10-minute mark. Goryachkina under pressure and उनको C4 निकालना ही होगा, चाहे C5 पे मारने के बाद या डायरेक्ट, और कोई चाल नहीं है पोजीशन में. Anything else and Vaishali is better. Critical moment in the game, probably the most important one in this game, and this could decide the candidates.
Correct. And C4 is not a pleasant move, at least for white. It's not something you want to play, it's something you have to play. So if she plays C4, at least Goryachkina admit कर रही है कि उसकी पोजीशन खराब है. कोई लिख रहा है चैट में, सहज भाई मैं टिक्कू की आ गई हूँ. चैट कुछ भी लिख रहे हो. भाई आई थिंक दिस इज व्हाट इट इज. हुएवर कंट्रोल्स द बोर्ड उसको हो जाता है भाई ये.
So it's like a virus, yeah? मतलब ऐसे
हाँ,
spread
जस्ट
करता है board to board.
बोर्ड कंट्रोल करने का जो वायरस रहता है भाई. एग्जैक्टली.
तो सब हमारे प्रोड्यूसर्स आपको मतलब पेशेंस जीरो होंगे इसके, मुझे लगता है.
By the way, Sindarov, some updates have happened there. It looks like it's going towards equality. So I just want to point this out. This was the position. Keep it king c2 and rook d7 पे उसने rook trade offer किया. So Sindarov is very, very happy trading this off because he has calculated this endgame to be fine for him. But Fabi says no. And then Sindarov goes bishop f7 and now it's very close to equality at least. But still difficult in practical chess.
I agree with your second statement a lot. Just push the pawn to a4. देखो बार बढ़ेगा भाई. I guarantee you बार बढ़ेगा. Pawn a4 खेलो. Yep. And I feel like this is
only
that sort
move
of
for
position.
black.
ये देखो बार गया ऊपर, देखा थोड़ा हल्का सा ऊपर गया. I feel like
वो तो रिफ्रेश हो रहा है ना भाई. डेप्थ हमेशा रिफ्रेश होती है तो वो ऊपर नीचे जाता रहेगा. बट देयर इज ओनली वन मूव फॉर ब्लैक हियर दैट इज फाइन, व्हिच does not, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the move I would consider first here. I would consider something like king h5 or bishop h5 first, but that's a mistake here actually. Rook a7 is the only move for black.
Only move, by the way, chat. So
to stop a5.
I would say, yeah, so I would say कि कुछ chances तो है सहज भाई, like it's not completely done and dusted. Also, I have like the idea of playing rook a6 first, king h5 and then a4, just to kind of, if I wanted to, but I think the engine really prefers a4 directly. So Fabi is still in the game. So they've got time. By the way, 14 minutes, 3 more moves to go till the 40th move. Then उनको और time मिलेगा. So maybe these 3 moves, Sahaj bhai, are very important. Maybe you need to induce some mistake in the next 3 moves of Sindarov. Otherwise, he holds.
But I think very difficult to create pressure in those 3 moves. Simply because black's moves are pretty automatic. Okay, a4 rook a7 is one critical thing क्योंकि आपको a5 allow नहीं करना. One thing I agree, but apart from that, okay, I think Sindarov already knows king से pawn मारना है, king h4 खेलना है, like to go on this side and try to promote this pawn. Of course, it's a long-term plan, but he already has this idea in his mind. So I'm not sure how easy it is to create problems this quickly in this position.
Chalo bhai, hoping for the best for Fabi here. Let's have a. By the way, he doesn't look that happy. He's like, okay, I don't know if I can push here, but he's still trying his level best. He is the world number 2 on average for the past 10-15 years, so he has it in himself to create pressure. By the way, jumping back to Vaishali, c4 has been played by Aleksandra Goryachkina, so she senses the danger, and now king f8 would be the best try just to control those e8, e7 squares, and if nothing happens, knight d7 just simply traps the rook for free.
Exactly, but she actually took on c5 first, which was not the best choice. Yeah, पहले c4 था, or does it just transpose? By the way, she goes king f8. Let's go. Best move by Vaishali. Only move now for Goryachkina, which is pawn takes pawn. Otherwise, she's lost.
After, can you go to move number 27? Look at this. After d takes c5, which Goryachkina played, the best move was not capturing back, but the crazy rook to c8. If you
knight
take the
d7,
pawn,
rook e7, king f8. Bhai, crazy.
yes. Okay, but tough to find, I think. Very tough to
एंड
find.
चैट रुक c8 का पॉइंट है कि आप e8 के स्क्वायर को पकड़ के बैठे हो ताकि रुक e8 चेक ना आ सके व्हाइट की. वेरी वेरी
Yeah.
नाइसली डन. बट c4 king f8 is played. 8 minutes for both sides. 12 moves to play.
By the way, cd5, blue arrow, only move for Goryachkina here. Anything else, and goodbye apne rook ko. She takes on d5, bishop takes d5. Bhai, I like Vaishali's position here. Looks like practically she's the one who has any chances whatsoever. So other point to aana hi hai, confirmed.
Minimum, yes, minimum. I would be shocked if the result is anything. If it doesn't go Vaishali's way, and also time be is more or less balanced. 9 मिनट है बट अपोनेंट के पास भी 9 मिनट है तो इट्स फाइन. नहीं तो 8 मिनट में थोड़ा स्ट्रेस आता है मेरे को यहाँ पे. बट या बिशप d5. बट भाई आई वुड आर्ग्यू दैट knight d5 is also a pretty logical move here because you want to kick the rook with the pawn. But no, she plays the best move, bishop d5 on the board.
And look at this, the best move is a4. I would argue that's not the first move that comes to my mind because b5 is not a threat. So I might play king f2 or
it
try
would
to
be
get
like the fifth move or like the last move that comes to my mind is a4 here. मेरा रुक ऐसे सेंटर में बंधा हुआ है. अभी 2 मूव पहले ट्रैप हो रहा था. मैं a4 खेलूंगा यहाँ पे. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
exactly.
Makes no sense.
Exactly. So I feel like Vaishali chat has good chances. Yes, Anish is better. Yes, Fabi is pushing a little bit. But if, I mean, वहाँ पे Indians का chance नहीं है. But if Vaishali were to win, she is the favorite to be the next world championship challenger by 1 point की lead with 3 rounds to go. Sahaj bhai, if that happens, you have to kind of say she's almost there. Yeah, almost. She's knocking on the door.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I think half a point is already there, and she's also holding Goryachkina is also very very important because she is one of the contenders as well. 1 point पीछे है वैशाली से. That's why it's very important to at least hold her or try to beat her. Of course, if she wins today, then I think very very big chance that Vaishali wins this. भाई वैशाली ऐसा possible हो सकता है by the end of today कि वैशाली और सिंडारोव की same lead है. सोचो भाई.
Yeah, totally possible.
ये possible है chat आज.
Maybe she'll catch Sindarov, yeah? As you mentioned last time.
भाई वही तो कहा, वही possible. और तो कोई कर नहीं सकता भाई.
More points than him and she'll see अब open में ही खेलने दो भाई. वैसे भी कोई मैच
वैशाली ने किया था ना 5 out of 5 in the end in the previous candidates. तो कर सकती है वो.
Definitely possible, chat. And chat, like the stream because we could have a Indian World Championship challenger. By the way, the World Championship of Women often happens in April. So it might happen in April next year. So that's a crazy event. And Wenjun Ju, if I'm not mistaken, Sehajbhai is the world champion, has defended her title for the last 3 times, I think.
Yeah.
So she is very strong. And it would be a nice match to see between the two players.
Oh, for sure, bhai, for sure. It will be amazing. भाई एकदम वो गुकेश डिंग वाला फीलिंग आएगा उधर. One, Vaishali versus
India China, right?
Exactly, India versus China. And Zhu Wenjun is again that player. I think. I mean, she's apart from how you fun, she's the strongest player that China has produced. So it will be a great match.
Yep, she's definitely a tough player and also the world number 3, by the way, in women overall as well. Just 5 points behind Tingji Li. So she's very, very strong. And, when I started playing the Sicilian defense, Sahaj bhai, so I used to learn it via Wenjun Ju's games, yeah? So, like, that's how... And this is like 2015-16.
Really?
Games
I didn't know this actually. Very
so
cool.
she's been an inspiration for me for a long time. But, okay, Vaishali hogi to... By the way, Bishop C4 mistake lag rahi hai, bhai.
Blunder है भाई. Blunder है.
Oh my God,
Bishop C6 is winning for Vaishali.
Let's go!
It's over.
Let's go! It's a big mistake. It's a blunder. Vaishali is completely winning. Show us the winning move, Sahaj bhai. We could have a world championship challenger from India.
By Bishop C6, the rook is trapped, and if you go, the idea is knight d7. There is no other place that the rook can go to. As you can see, all the squares are covered by our piece or a pawn. Rook c5, there is b6 controlling a5, attacking this. Rook e5, knight d7, rook center mein trap.
Oh my God! Vaishali is winning! Vaishali, come on! Bishop c6 nikalo, it is over. Okay, she's still better if she doesn't find it, but itna difference hai. Bishop
नहीं
c6.
भाई फर्क है यहाँ पे बनता है भाई. बहुत बड़ा फर्क है यहाँ पे. If you find Bishop c6, this game is over. You have at least one point lead with 3 rounds remaining in the candidates. वो भी black से. Like this is a very very critical moment for Vaishali. ऐसा मौका इसके बाद नहीं आएगा, I think.
Let's go, brothers. It is the best move. And Vaishali, look at the bar dip. Can we see the bar dip? Bishop has been played to c6 and Goryachkina is completely lost. We're going to see it on her face very soon. Can we have the face angles, the front angles of both players? We'd love to see her realize in real time, but the game is basically over.
Let's go, bhai. Bishop c6 played, and now I think the reality kicks for Goryachkina, because now it's real, because now it's dead loss, and I think she realizes she cannot play for the win anymore, but at the same time she realizes there is no draw possible either in this position, basically.
Wow.
Gayi bhai, gayi position, and itna jaldi nikala. OP, amazing.
Bhai, I am so impressed, by the way. What a game by Vaishali. Black pieces से push करते हुए. Imagine, like, Goryachkina ने दिव्या को हराया था पिछले गेम में. She had momentum. And chat, sorry if I'm shouting, but I'm so excited right now. And look at her face. You can see her holding her face. Oh, eyebrows ऊपर गई. Oh, अच्छा. There's no defense here.
Bhai, ye to gayi position, because she is about to lose her exchange. And I think let me just take a look at what's going on, because I remember there were two players who were following her. There is Zhu Jiner and then there is Anna Muzychuk. So Zhu Jiner to nahi jeet rahi, I think, Divya ke साथ, that is for sure. And Anna Muzychuk ही बची है. Anna Muzychuk का कैसा चल रहा है भाई?
By dead draw Anna Muzychuk.
Oh yes. नहीं वहाँ पे Anna नहीं खेल सकती है Muzychuk वहाँ पे actually.
हाँ, but 3 मिनट भी है उसके पास. So I'm gonna say कि okay, look at the two important games chat. So Vaishali is winning now. Muzychuk second board. Sahaj bhai, take us to the two important boards quickly. क्या लग रहा है कि draw हुआ कि नहीं?
भाई Lagno versus Muzychuk, I would say Muzychuk के जीतने के chances हैं यहाँ पे. I'll take black here. Queen on net का combination is very dangerous here. So Muzychuk can still win. But if she doesn't, then Zhu Jiner तो नहीं जीतेगी ये position. वहाँ पे सिर्फ दिव्या जीत सकती है.
Bhai, Queen C6 is a bad move if you want to attack, by the way, by Muzychuk. Yeah, doesn't feel like the move where you want to.
नहीं, it's a slow game, भाई. Slow game, I think.
Slow game. Okay, ठीक है. And second game Zhu Jiner?
Zhu Jiner नहीं जीतेगी भाई, दिव्या जीत सकती है यहाँ पे. So I think if Vaishali wins, let's say 95% chance कि she has a 1 point lead, 5% chance she has a half point lead.
ओह राकेश भाई वेलकम. क्या लग रहा है भाई? ब्लंडर कर दिया है. लेट्स गो बैक फुल स्क्रीन टू गेम ऑफ वैशाली. वैशाली इज विनिंग.
Such a difficult move to miss here. Bishop c6, rook c5 लगता है free pawn है, but b6, rook e5, knight d7, और वो मैंने बोला था rooks are not good. Third and sixth रहेंगे बीच में chat, and Goryachkina is about to lose. And Sahaj bhai, best news for India is कि Vaishali will have a 1 point lead if Muzychuk and Zhu Jiner draw their games.
Correct. So very big chance for that. I mean, we know that she's winning. अभी तक आया नहीं है. I think अभी भी चल रहा है game. But still very. But I think ये तो confirmed है, right? ये तो आप this has to be winning. There's a clear-cut plan for black. You have enough time on the clock. It's not like you have to make a ridiculous amount of moves. ऐसे नहीं हम 15 चाल पे हैं and you have to make 25 moves or anything like that. So she will have plenty of time to think. She is completely winning. She knows she is completely winning. It couldn't be better than this, yeah?
And to be honest, 3 minutes now to play 10 moves. Like, even if this was like -1, this is where you start thinking, okay, this is going to go south for Goryachkina. But it's not -1. And chat, does everybody chat know कि -1, +1 इनका मतलब क्या होता है बार का? Do you know? Because +1 या -1 means कि एक pawn का difference essentially. That's what it means, right? So, by the way, look at this. Rook c5, b6 played, and Vaishali 1 second में खेल दिया यार.
Crazy. She's calculated everything to the T. Let's go.
What a gift by Gorya.
भाई but it was the pressure building up, right? वो rooks awkward थे, like वो rook e5 जिसका आइडिया कितना यूनिक है. एंड चैट अगर वो +1 ऐसे +3 +4 के बीच इवैल है अभी वैशाली की, मतलब शी इज एसेंशियली अ पीस अप इन दिस पोजीशन. इतना एडवांटेज है. एंड जो व्हाइट का जो पॉन स्ट्रक्चर है ब्रोकन है, लाइक 2 पॉन किंग साइड पे, 1 सेंटर में, 2 किंग साइड पे. It's just gives her no counter play whatsoever. Pawns एक साइड पे होते शायद कुछ defensive resource होता.
True. And this win would give Vaishali very good confidence. And it's similar to भाई वो जो हो रहा था नेपो के साथ या सिंदारो के साथ. Because Vaishali is in the lead, सब लोग उसके साथ extra risk ले रहे हैं. So यहाँ पे lead में होना is actually working in our favor, chat.
या किस्मत भाई साथ दे देना कई बार. लाइक बाकी रिजल्ट्स So suddenly things can go easy. By the way, she sacrifices the exchange. And Sahaj
What?
bhai wanna come straight to you because option ही नहीं है Rakesh bhai. वो जाना ही था रुक. She does it by grabbing that important bishop. Now the question is, how winning is this? How winning is this? अगर मान लो आप और मैं खेले, do you think I can win this? Or do you think कि यहाँ पे थोड़ा twist है अभी बाकी जो हम मिस कर सकते हैं?
I think so. You are saying टिक्कू वही तो आपको बताना पड़ेगा ना टिक्कू टेस्ट तो
नहीं, what I
टिक्कू
mean is,
टेस्ट तो
let's say कि जैसे कि अगर 100 गेम्स खेले ये लोग, do you think White saves it in any game out of 100? Like, because just to understand the randomness here.
very very difficult to say, but I think no. I don't think any draws are possible here. Same conditions, same players, same situation. I think Vaishali wins this. I'll explain why. I'll explain why. Because I think, okay, first of all, Bishop B5 is, I think, a very bad move. Rook C2 ke baad you're just losing. That's okay. That's besides this. I think it's because your king is not in the center. Problem is मेरे पास knight e4 immediately आ रहा है. And इसको रोकने का time नहीं है आपके पास. That's why I say this. Now look at this. By the way, Bishop B5 के बाद Rook C1 check is just completely dead lost.
Oh, that's very clever, right? Because King F2 पे Rook C2, you can't play Knight C4 anymore. And B2 pawn को कह दो goodbye.
Correct.
And chat 2 minutes. Vaishali on the cusp of winning a crucial game at the FIDE Candidates. You know, Pragg nahi kar paye, but Vaishali is about to do it. And you know, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, like, it's a proud moment if she does it. And 1 point ki lead. What odds will you give Vaishali if she does get that 1 point lead? Like, kitna percentage odds of winning the candidates now?
76%.
I mean, आज के राउंड के बाद आई थिंक सिंडारोव की भी 1 पॉइंट की लीड होगी, तो उसको कितना प्रतिशत दे रहे हो आप? That's my question. Because it would be the same.
1 point
नहीं भाई, उधर
75%.
उसको हिकारू और अनीश से खेलना है. वैशाली का
नहीं, पर यहाँ पे भी खेलना है भाई. यहाँ पे
भी खेलना ही है भाई.
Tan Zhongyi से खेलना है, Kateryna Lagno से खेलना है. I would say
भाई, Vaishali has to play Zhu Jiner, Tan Zhongyi and Lagno. Okay, that's very difficult, भाई.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 white हैं उसमें से, I understand, but still, भाई, that's very difficult.
Tan Zhongyi is not in form. Tan Zhongyi is not in form, but definitely.
भाई, वो तो हिकारू के लिए भी कहा था. हिकारू ने भी हराया ना Caruana को.
Also fair.
वो तो एक गेम के लिए वो प्लेयर फॉर्म में आ सकता है, so you have to be very careful.
And chat, पता है, I don't know if you have anybody who's played an event, any round robin event you've played, yeah. Usually जो first star होता है ना, वो last वाले से हारता है. It's just, you have seen this happen so many times, so you have to be careful because you underestimate the guy who's in the last. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Bishop B5 के बाद, Sahaj bhai, what is Vaishali thinking? Rook C2, Rook C1, कोई और option?
Rook C2, Rook C1, I think, no, I think these rooks belong on the 7th rank, so I think that makes the most sense. There it is, Rook C2 played.
I like this more, Sahaj bhai.
Now, Knight C4 only move, I'm guessing, in the position. By Knight D5, I'm sorry, but wouldn't you just resign here after Knight D5?
Oh, Knight D5 जा रहे हो? मैं सोच रहा था Knight E4, H5, H4, Knight G3, Rook C1, checkmate.
Oh, also like that actually. Love that plan actually. But what's the plan of Knight D5, Sahaj bhai? Like, what's the plan? I can't take on E3, no?
After Knight D5, Knight C7 है ना?
Oh! Knight C7. I didn't notice that one. Nice.
But Knight D5 खेला नहीं होगा. Oh, she played it!
Wow. खत्म भाई.
नहीं, खत्म तो नहीं है भाई. नहीं, खत्म तो नहीं.
She resigns now, I think. She resigns.
नहीं यार. Guarantee she's a fighter, Goryachkina. देख रहा हूँ इधर मैं. मुझे पता है she doesn't give up.
Let's see. But Knight D5 के बाद, I mean, either the game finishes like now or, yeah, I mean, I don't see this game like, I feel like she's going to win, like in the next like 10 minutes. I don't know.
This position is so lost that I forbid the Tiku test. It would be an insult.
Agreed, bhai.
Bhai, if White was Magnus, like, and I didn't win this, I would be so pissed. Like, I would not sleep for 3 days. Like, if I was black here and did not win. Like, itna kharab hai. And now rook c3, yeah? Wait, 2 pawns attacked. Isn't it over?
Over तो
Knight c7 सीधा क्यों नहीं जा रहे आप by the way?
पता नहीं, भाई rook c3 दिखा काफी tempting. Knight c7 still possible, I guess.
Rook c3
A4
पे
A4 और B6 मर रहा है ना फिर साइज में. Knight C7 A4.
But takes rook c3 rook b3 तो तब भी मर ही रहा है.
It's game over, bro. It's -5 at this point.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
b6
agreed.
b6 अगर ना दे तो will become cleaner, I feel. It will
It's a
just be like,
great I think turn of events I think here so far.
yeah.
Let's
Fantastic.
go,
Bhai.
bhai.
Oh, Mo AI 111, great point in the chat. Grand Swiss winners Anish and Vaishali are both playing well. That's true.
Yeah, true. Chat, बहुत interesting moment. 5.5 minutes. By the way, 6 moves more for Vaishali to play till she gets more time. And 6 moves should be very, very, very comfortable here. I don't see like, unless you play like rook b2, yeah? Like I think
Late bhai rook c3 और बोलो.
best
Let's
move.
go. My chat is saying Vaishali is the queen of comebacks, and they're absolutely right because 5 rounds के बाद Vaishali was in last place, or I think tied last place. उसके बाद भाई 4 wins and 2 draws, including this one, मतलब in a row. So last 6 games she scored 5 points.
You know, उनका main challenge होगा Zhu Jiner के against because she did lose to Zhu Jiner in round 5. So I think अगला game, but she has white. So that is essential. And now I think maybe Pragg's advice might come in handy. Like she will definitely try to use that. By the way, e3 pawn free का मर रहा है. And
नहीं knight b6 है अभी. But मेरा question है like किस तरह से जीतना है आपको is the question. Do you play knight e3 rook c2 rook g2? This is one plan कि ठीक है आप ये pawn मार लो. I'll go rook c2 rook g2 and I'll push my pawns. And the next is b5 which I think is rather simpler. Like takes and knight e3. एक ही pawn तो है आपके पास. Rook से मैं पकड़ लूंगा and black f pawn just push कर देगा. Simple.
I like it more because sometimes the bishop के against खेलना easy होता है रुक के साथ because they can only play on one color. आप blindfold सारे piece dark square पे रख दो and it just becomes easier. So I think in that stuck final position you showed after b5, like just put the rook on the a file. You can never play a5. I have 3 against 2. Very simple win, like elementary win. I think for somebody like Vaishali here, like just very simple. Rook a3 रख दो and bring the king in, push the pawns, resigns.
But can we have a quick 30-second look at the Caruana game? Because chat screenshot निकाल लो. Sindarov is under 10 minutes for the first time in Cyprus.
Round 1 में ये था I think वो. Since round 1 I think.
हाँ. जी. तभी तो पता ही नहीं था ना वो खेल रहा है Cyprus में.
King h5 is the only move. Of course he'll play king h5. I'm not worried about that. But
no, bishop h5 मारा तो he's lost भाई.
Yeah, of course, but
okay, not lost. Not lost. I think I would argue even king h5 is very difficult for black still because king h5 king a3 खेला तो भाई कर क्या रहे हो आप? Okay, rook b7 only move here. Knight b5 and okay, king g5 only move here. Okay, like guys, let's be realistic. Who's playing king g5 here, bhai? What is this?
भाई Fabi is winning this.
भाई क्या है किंग भाई देखो उसके बाद दिखा दो आपको किंग g5 किंग apparently king b4 is not good because king f4 okay I will take your word for it. I'll play rook c7. Bhai, look at this. Takes king e3 only move, king c3, king takes e2 only move, a5 bishop h5 only move, a6. भाई ये कैसे ड्रॉ करोगे आप ये तो
there is no way you find all this.
Yeah,
I mean
black is winning ना वो वाला तो.
No, black. That's still a draw, bhai. That position is also a draw.
Okay, I think that's like, I mean, he can find it, but I would say if he finds it, he deserves that win. Yeah, then he deserves the candidates win and good result for him and fair enough. But I think very hard to find all of it. I mean, king h5 पहले खेल दे वही बड़ी बात है. बाकी ये सब तो बात की बात है. And on the right side, by the way, Vaishali still thinking. I think she's trying to come up with the easiest way to win.
Yeah.
But b5, come
And
on,
Ample
Vaishali, this is...
Panda, there are ample chances of Sindaru losing this and, blundering. So, high chances there.
And लोग कह रहे हैं Pragg lost advantage. Chat, do not worry because वो game अभी भी बहुत complicated है. So you might think it's equal, but it could go either way any second. So let's stick here for now. Another king h5 played by Sindarov, and Vaishali just takes on e3, right? I think.
No.
He सही है, it's winning.
अरे सिंदारो के लिए बोल रहा हूँ. King h5
अच्छा,
played.
अच्छा.
अरे crazy, king a3. Why we are seeing that line play out?
Bhai, first of all, king g5, rook b7 are also not obvious moves to me. Because you want to keep the rook on a7 ताकि a5 push ना हो. I know there's rook b3 check, but it's not easy, yeah? Because after knight b5, a7 square is not available to me. I can't move the rook back to a5. And rook b7 is also knight b5, knight d6 ideas at some point. So it's not easy to play this.
Knight b5, knight d6 तो नहीं, because rook b3 check है मेरे पास.
हाँ, but at some point, right? I mean, it's a threat. It's always in your mind कि भाई ये भी एक issue है. So, and once I take on f7, I take on c4, then I'm completely winning. So, will Sindarov find all of this with 5 minutes on the clock? Not sure. भाई आज का दिन crazy है यार. I don't know why. Like, this is crazy. Vaishali winning, like, it would have been the dream result for us overall. Yash bhai कह रहे हैं Sindarov has to draw 2 more games and he's the champion. Bhai, but he has to draw it against Anish. अगर Sindarov हारता है और Anish जीतता है आज, then I mean, all the incentive for Anish to go for the kill, yeah?
Yeah, true.
By the way, G2 pawn क्या दिया उन्होंने?
ये तो खत्म है भाई.
ये गेम तो ओवर है भाई. f5 f4 f3. So Vaishali should win very soon. And 40 साले भी हो गए होंगे अब तक, right?
इसीलिए टाइम लग रहा है शायद ना, क्योंकि आधा घंटा मिल गया दोनों को.
I think simplest could be rook a3, rook a2 and rook a3, no? Like just to win that a3 pawn. एक pawn मर गया, then basically white resigns.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah. Can we go full screen? टिकू भाई कहाँ भी जाना है जा सकते हैं, but
I think
I
वैशाली
think
ठीक
दोनों
करता है
में
because हाँ, क्योंकि एक मूव पेंडिंग है उसमें वैशाली में 40th मूव को. So let's just look at that and then we can jump to Fabi as well. Let's go full screen on Vaishali. Meanwhile, 2 minutes for Vaishali, 2 minutes for Goryachkina. We can keep this. I think this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. By the way, Sindarov ने फिर से हाल था. देखा राकेश भाई? He again lifted up his hand and he's about to play rook b7, I think.
And it is the 40th move, last move for Sindarov. Played.
Rook b2 played by Vaishali chat. By the way, Divya Deshmukh is better now. भाई क्या टर्न अराउंड चल रहा है आज के दिन में. What is happening? सहज भाई, राकेश भाई.
No way, chat. No way, chat.
भाई this is great भाई. जिस दिन आप जर्सी पहन के आए भाई वो सब जीतते हैं भाई. This is unbelievable. Let's go. भाई वो कैमरा दिखा दो हमें भाई. ओ जर्सी दिखा रहे हैं. I feel like it's very important.
Wow.
Let's go.
भाई कंपनी बंद पड़ जाए पर इंडिया नहीं रुकता है भाई. Let's go भाई. Crazy. So let's have Divya's board just for 10 seconds. Then let's jump to Vaishali and then we can come her back again because 39th move here as well. And rook d5 is the only way for Divya to get the edge. How easy is it, Sahaj bhai?
Rook in Divya's position, you mean?
Yeah.
भाई वो board, yeah, correct. Done.
Rook d5. So not pawn takes d5, which I think makes more sense. Oh, there's knight e7 check also, which I like a lot. Okay, rook d5 I wouldn't play like just like that. I would think here. I'm not sure if I would go rook d5. It's just a move I would consider last. पहले मैं pawn takes consider करूँगा, फिर knight e7 check and then only rook d5, just based on instinct. It's not an easy play. Bhai, idea is takes and then knight e7 check.
Yeah, you take with the knight actually, and that's the plan. Taki structure symmetrical, right? You put pressure on f4, and this looks scary actually for white, to be honest, because c file पे पूरा control है, but will she find it?
Also 40 में जो आधे घंटे का जो एडवांटेज होता है सही टाइम पे मिल रहा है आई थिंक दिव्या को. इफ शी मैनेजेस रुक डी 97 शी विल गेट दैट 30-minute advantage here. Oh, she takes
Whoa!
it. Let's
Played.
go.
Yeah. Anna Muzychuk is, by the way, worse now, chat. So it looks like she's going to lose. That's again great for Vaishali and Divya actually together. Rook d5 played.
भाई good news का आज.
Yeah, agreed. By the way, okay, 97 is the move, yeah? 40th
My
move for
40th
Divya.
move curse. Is it real, chat? Is it real or no? We'll find out in Divya's board right now. If she takes on d5, it's equal. If she goes 97 check, good chances to win. 40th
Knight
move.
e7. Knight e7.
Knight e7. Chat आ जाओ. सब लोग chat
Come
में.
on.
Knight
e7. Knight e7.
Knight
Come on.
Knight e7.
e7.
Knight e7. Let's go.
भाई 2 मिनट करना है because 2 मिनट उसके पास. Come on. Knight e7.
Come on, Knight e7, please.
Chat member, drop it. Divya ke chances will go down to essentially 0. A win is the only way she maintains her chances. She needs it. Knight e7. I chat
is
with
also
hyped up. Play!
Let's go.
Let's go, भाई मजा आ गया भाई मजा आ गया भाई Divya
Let's
also
go.
some chances she gets up and now I think ये game लंबी चलेगी but Sahaj bhai Rakesh bhai this means like an insane update for India yeah
Huge.
Yeah. 100% I think दोनों जीत रहे हैं भाई. That is crazy. And also Divya का जीतना also helps Vaishali, no? In that sense.
100%. So chat अब 40 में हो चुके हैं टाइम लगेगा कैन वी जंप टू वैशालीज गेम क्विकली एंड सी वहां पे क्या हुआ है एनी अपडेट्स देयर
विनिंग है
क्या
भाई
situation
अपडेट तो नहीं है ये.
No updates.
b4 apparently he moved the knight then b3 will fall so yeah and then f5 f4 f3 just push and that's it. I think वो सोच रही होगी Goryachkina. I mean last वाला जो thought होता है. But yeah, I would be shocked if there is any other result here. I think it's confirmed that Vaishali will win this. I think.
Wow, this is insane, chat. Divya Vaishali completely winning. Divya having a plus position. Pragg, of course, has his own chances as well. Fabi with some chances. Anish with some chances now. Although Anish का difficult लग रहा है. But
Hey, can we go to the Pragg game, please?
क्या हुआ?
Only move for Pragg to keep the advantage. And यहाँ पे time control भी नहीं हुआ तो this game मतलब यहाँ पे आ रहा है अभी time pressure.
Oh wow. Let's jump there to Pragg's game.
Just putting it up right now. There it is.
Let's go full screen because I think
तो मेरे इस पे knight e5 only move है सहज भाई. शायद आपका engine strong है.
Queen g5 is good, yeah. Also.
हाँ.
Queen g5 works. Knight e5 is best though. But Queen g5 का idea is actually kind of crazy. Takes, only move, knight e5, attack f7, rook f8, and now knight g4 supposedly. And somehow you have because I'm looking at these 3 pawns and I would not go for it myself. But after knight g4, you have very good chances here.
Bhai,
Going
this
back
is
to the
going to be a
original
result.
position.
This is not going to be a draw, I feel like. Result very likely, chat. Black के पास 3 pawn है यहाँ queen side पे. c3 मरने के chances very high. And Pragg has 7 minutes. By the way, 8 मिनट में 8 moves खेल लिए हमको. So this is not easy.
True, and chat, remember, no increment in the men's section.
Wow,
Yeah.
full pressure on Pragg. By the way, not to change the board, but Sindarov did find king g5. So I can't believe it, but it's crazy.
Ridiculous. By king g5, king f4, king e3 is spotting. Like unbelievable. What a performance. Rook c7, he's calculated. Like, I really think we should go to that board and just check it out. How insane this move by Sindarov actually is. Like, Rook c7, Rook c7, Knight c7 के बाद, just to put things into perspective, this pawn is queening. And bishop cannot guard anywhere क्योंकि knight सब रोक के बैठा है यहाँ पे. तो optically, there is a chance you might not even go into this. Thinking के भाई ये already खत्म हो चुका है game. But to calculate, king f4 by the way only चाल. a5 पे आपके पास king e3 है, then you will also promote your own pawn, so king b4 forced, king e3 only चाल, king c3, king takes e2 only चाल, a5, bishop h5 only move, a6, bishop f3, you just make it in time.
And how is this a draw? Like if we continue the variation?
No, you have to sack the bishop for the pawn and you are arguing कि I will capture this pawn, आप king knight से आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते basically.
भाई ब्लैक का ही चांस लग रहा है मुझे तो इसमें.
हाँ.
हाँ, exactly. But to calculate all of that, by king g5 is wow.
एंड
What a
वो वाला
move.
लाइन भी दिखाते हैं चैट को सहज भाई. Rook c7 takes king f4. सब maybe a5 king e3. Now don't be tempted 6 chat क्योंकि c3 आ रहा है. And a7 c2 के बाद Sindarov will win the game because
Sindarov is the one queening with a check. That's why.
yeah.
And ये मत
exactly.
भूलो कि ये king कहाँ से, मतलब g8 से आया था ये, at king h7, king h6, king h5 ऐसे करके एक्टिवेट होगा ये.
Bhai, I mean, Fabi's face is half red, by the way. I don't know if it's just the lighting or if it's just me, but it looks like his face is half red because he can see his chances, vanish in front of his very eyes. Because Chad, if he draws this, it's over for Fabi as well. This is the only opportunity he has to directly beat Sindarov and catch up, reduce the difference by 1 point and hope Anish does the same. So this is basically essentially Fabi bidding goodbye to his candidate's chances. And last time तो last round में हुआ था भाई, but इस बार तो मतलब बहुत पहले कर दिया.
Yeah. The rook c7, I'm guessing, is what Fabi is looking at. And also some moves like e3 could be tempting ताकि king f4 वगैरह ना आए, but you're losing one very crucial tempo there. Black can play bishop d5 or get on this diagonal of sorts. I don't know if Sindarov holds this, then I think this is a dead draw. Agreed, bhai. Sindarov भाई क्या लिख रहे हो भाई chat में भाई? What is going on? Candidates का discuss करो chat. वो that's a completely different ballpark. We can have
भाई,
that conversation when it happens, bhai.
2024 मुकेश अगर कहीं बैठा हो तो कोई उसके सामने फेवरेट नहीं है भाई. आई थिंक वी ऑल नो दैट current form maybe is not the best for Mukesh, but it can change. And Sindarov, before the World Cup, nobody even, and I'm sure like 1/3 of people did not even hear Sindarov's name before the World Cup. So I think,
Yeah, exactly. We were just having that conversation with Tanya as well, but yeah.
टिकू भाई
What
क्या
a
आप भी थे वो
Sindarov.
1/3 में?
नहीं भाई, 22 का ओलंपियाड भी तो था ना भाई, जहां पे वो लोग
अच्छा,
फर्स्ट आए थे.
करेक्ट.
By the way, I'm just checking and seeing, okay, Zhu Jiner has still not played. Goryachkina has still not played. So it feels like they are kind of both accepting that one is lost and one is worse. Anish is, by the way, dead equal now. So if there was any hope of Anish Giri winning, that's gone out of the window now. So Anish is not going to win today. So
भाई
I
तो
think
क्या फायदा हुआ सिंदारो के लॉस का?
So it's over. I think if Sindarov draws, he's the winner. It's over. Because 2 point का lead होगा. Sindarov has 2 whites. There's no way he's gonna mess up the lead now. So
फिर
the
तो
only
हाँ.
benefit, Anish draws, Sindarov loses. That's one serve जहाँ पे कुछ benefit है. Otherwise it's over, I think.
Yeah, I think he's taking it, bhai. Okay, so
Bhai,
that's the
Pragg
position of Anish. Just played rook d4. Draw. Also, Anish ने भी, I think, golden opportunity somewhere missed. Yeah, I felt like he
Yeah.
had more pressure in the game, but then it just sort of fell apart.
Yeah.
I liked it around this point because G4 या G5 H4 वगैरह आ रहा था. यहाँ पे कुछ chances थे. In fact, it was
By the way,
0.7 or so, but yeah,
I
here
want to
here
point
he went
out.
for this knight takes bishop, which was not a good idea.
Hmm.
He had actually a genuine chance. Yeah, +1 थी F4 के बाद.
Hmm. By the way, I want to, if we can jump back to the game of Sindarov, I want to show one variation because maybe this is the alternative to kind of playing Rook C7 now. So for example, there is this move Rook C5. I don't know if you saw this. Rook C5, defending the knight and kind of pushing the pawn now next, right? So I just want to push the pawn all the way to A8. So black now has to play only moves. King F4, same plan. A5, King E3, A6, and now only move Rook B6.
A7.
After A7, Rook A6 check, King B4, and now only move Bishop E8. I mean, not super Rook C7 now. Bishop B5, King B5, Rook to A1, and now this is a draw. I mean, I don't know
Bhai,
which one
Rook A1 is an only move.
Ha. No, not only one. I think you
Yes,
can play
bhai.
others
Rook
also.
A1, I'm looking at it right now. Rook A1 is how Rook A2 is lost here, but Rook A1 is a draw.
Oh wow. इतना मैं देखा भी नहीं
Yeah,
भाई.
like this is how precise you have to be. Like imagine like कोई आप endgame की किताब पढ़ रहे हो, कोई पूछता है आपसे A2 और A1 में फर्क है. This is actually what Dvoretsky endgame is like, and
भाई
many endgame puzzles are like that, where they just ask you what's the
भाई
difference.
Rook A1 के बाद देखो. Maybe this is the try. Rook A1, G5 only move. G5 G6 में से कुछ भी खेलना है तो you're
King
lost.
C4 के बाद भी G5, King E2 is lost because of okay. Then Rook G7 is hanging. We know that. King D5, King E2.
हाँ.
Okay, like I'm not sure we're putting up the best defense because we're getting corrupted by the
हाँ.
engine, but there must be a bit like a better attack, like better offense here somewhere.
भाई King B3 में भी. Rook A6
हाँ,
only
I
move now.
understand, भाई, I understand. अगर रुक
Check,
A2 पे
check.
रहता ना,
हाँ.
तो King D5, King E2 के बाद Rook C2 check था.
हाँ.
That's very very crazy.
भाई King B3 खेलो instead of King D5.
True.
King D5 की जगह इधर
King B3.
King B3.
Now Rook
अरे
A6
भाई,
only move.
what?
Only move.
अरे crazy. What is this? Rook A6.
Yeah, only move भाई.
भाई ये कैसे निकालोगे ये सब तो
Rook
बहुत
C2,
मुश्किल
Rook
है.
A2 is winning, so you can't take the pawn. If so, you're in Zugzwang, right? On Rook A1. If you push
H3
the
खेल दिया तो F5 आपके पास. Oh, this is like some very 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 crazy variation.
भाई यही खेलना पड़ेगा. This is the only hope, I think. And it goes on, by the
Yeah.
way. It goes on further, much, much further. So we can just go like 20 moves deep in and still it's not clear. So I think, chat, I feel like Caruana is still in the game. ये 0.00 पे मत जाओ. Rook C5, I feel like is a great practical try.
That is if he finds, because he has to play out that. But okay, firstly, let's address cases. 40 moves have been done. Sindarov has 30 minutes extra, so he can calculate, but very, very difficult.
By the way, Matthias Bluebaum had blundered. Pragg completely missed it. And now only move for Bluebaum. Let's go move back.
Arre yaar, it was this. And the idea is Rook E5 pe Queen A7. Bye.
Oh, seventh rank domination.
Okay, I mean, he had to find it, yeah? I mean, it's
Yeah.
just... and now D4, only move for Bluebaum. Only move is D4.
Tikubhai, was it completely lost?
Yeah, it was +4. Can you activate the वो only move वाला bar, सहज भाई, आपके उसके settings में जाके?
मैं थोड़ा full screen में कर देता हूँ ना भाई, तो एक बार full screen चले जाओ.
हाँ,
I'm
हाँ,
not really
हाँ.
sure how to do it, so.
चलो ठीक है, रहने दो अभी, ऐसे रहने दो. हाँ, हाँ, हाँ.
No.
By the way, Queen F3 के बाद D4 is the only move, by the way, for Bluebaum, or it is still over.
Bluebaum will find D4 भाई. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, CD4 मारोगे यहाँ पे, then Bluebaum is playing. He has an extra pawn. So, what other option? ऐसे करते हैं यहाँ पे.
By the way, knight takes F7 played. I think this is going to be a draw, chat. Missed opportunity for Pragg. He was completely winning. This is going to be a draw. Rook F8, only move now for Bluebaum.
Done by. So knight f7 played.
Yep.
Rook f8 now only move as well.
Yes. I think he'll find it, yeah?
Yeah.
Rakesh bhai, but this feels like a missed opportunity, no? Like, matlab, you had to find Queen A7. I mean, plus
Exactly.
4 tha. Imagine this was the last round of the candidates and he had to win, yeah? I mean, you can't expect to win the candidates if you missed Queen A7, I feel.
100%.
Okay, by it happens to everyone. Even Sindarov missed that king pawn ending in Tata Steel, वो जो अनीश के साथ था. मतलब, we can't say one mistake and okay, apply that to as a general principle. It happens. Mistakes happens. But okay, he's also not in the right frame of mind.
See, वही ना भाई, पर like one happened against Sindarov, one happened against Wei Yi, right, where he was winning. So I mean, if you accumulate these, like you're not going to be able, even if without Sindarov's run, you will not be able to win the candidates essentially. Like that's the point. Like one mistake is okay. Sindarov made that mistake against Bluebaum and I'm sure others also. But
What?
I look f8.
That's a big blunder, bhai. Oh no.
By
किसके
who?
साथ भाई?
I don't know if it
By
by Gukesh bhai.
what?
हार
मुकेश
गया
कैसे आ
वो
गया?
निहाल के साथ.
दूसरी बार?
Yes.
भाई क्या
क्या
बात कर रहे हो यार? मैंने तो
भाई
I
माँ
thought he was
कसम.
winning. I saw the
भाई
I was checking, but he was winning before.
By he lost to Nihal second time in a row.
अरे यार.
exactly. भाई
Wow.
Guki is gone 3.5 out of 8. सुंदारो के 7 पॉइंट थे 8 में.
Wow. I Guki is in second last place, by the way. So that's
भाई
not great.
Gukesh has lost again, chat.
Okay, let's stick here for now. Meanwhile, coming back to this position, look if it played. Pragg, I think, as of now, seems like it's a draw.
भाई crazy actually. Yeah, that was a very very crazy game. But yeah,
And Nihal OP bhai.
yeah, Nihal Upi. Let's go.
But Vaishali is still trying to bring. No, okay, we can stay here. But Vaishali is trying to bring her king and just deliver checkmate. So she
Oh,
is
wow.
completely winning, chat. Don't worry
By the
there.
way, there's this question: is she the only one to potentially win the candidates as the last seed of the event?
Yes.
Because she's the low. In fact, she's the only player rated below 2500 by a big margin. Like everybody else was above 2500 at the start. So she could be the
Correct.
last seed and still win the candidates. That is insane.
Yeah, मान लो मतलब. Oh, knight at 6. Wait, what? What?
Draw होने वाला है भाई.
भाई. Queen
जब भी
E4
ऐसी
and
कोई
perp.
जब भी ऐसी कोई check
अरे
आएगा ये
यार.
But Pragg ने ऐसा knight से check दिया कि जैसे मतलब he is about to win.
It's not updating here. I'm just gonna make the move. Takes. Queen e4 was played. And bishop d3. Yeah, best move.
only move also by the way bishop d3.
Yeah.
What? क्यों
Yeah.
draw है भाई? अच्छा, then you go. Wait, नहीं समझ रहा भाई.
भाई queen d3 queen b8 check ध्यान से.
Oh my god.
ध्यान से भाई.
How is it a draw?
Oh, there we go. By the way, brilliancy is loading as well. Bishop d3 was another brilliancy.
भाई क्या move है white का फिर? Queen E7.
queen d4
Queen e5.
queen e5
Or
also
queen
works.
e5, yeah.
Oh, now if you go Queen B8 pin, then I have Rook G7, Rook C7. Perpetual.
भाई मेट हो जाएगी. rook c7 queen g7.
क्या हो रहा है
Oh,
भाई?
yes.
टिक्कू भाई proving why is 2600 in blitz भाई.
Correct.
By rook f. By it's a draw, I think. So this is over. Pragg again looking a bit shocked, but I think this is over.
So rook f8, rook a7 is just a draw. So is it a repetition incoming?
Yes. Yes, I think this is over.
हाँ मतलब जितना आया अपडेट वैसे ये ड्रॉ ही है.
Chad, by the way, yeah, it's a crazy year for Nihal. I told you, I think we all discussed this, right? Nihal is having a great year. It's not just beating Gukesh. I think he's beaten a lot of people. In fact, classical May, he's already confirmed, I think, almost to be part of the Olympiad team this year. By the way, rook f8 played. Only move rook a7. Okay, who do you think is disappointed here, Rakesh bhai, Sahej bhai, out of this game, Pragg or Bluebaum?
Think देख के लग रहा है भाई. Look at Pragg भाई. हाथ देखो उसका, वो इंडियन अंकल्स जैसा है.
मैं तो राकेश भाई बोलने वाला था भाई. हम सब
भाई I am तो thoroughly disappointed भाई. मतलब क्या ही था ये यार. Every game Pragg is winning. Every game.
Yep, I think in terms of
he
missed wins,
wasn't
maybe he
winning
would
like
have the.
against. उसका okay, Cinder in comparison to Cinderov's unbelievable performance, then okay, it
भाई
looks
can
bad. But
हाँ
otherwise, I
नहीं
don't think
नहीं
it's that bad.
I think forget the candidate Sahaj bhai. Like game by game चलते हैं. Like it was better against Sindarov. He lost that game. It was winning
He
against
wasn't better
Bluebaum.
against
He
Sindarov. By which game was he better against
game
Sindarov?
one जहाँ पे he was better no like जहाँ पे पीस था उसके
भाई
पास. He was
ना,
objectively
बट
better.
लेकिन
Complicated.
सिंडरोव ने दोनों बार अपना पीस सैक किया, इनिशिएटिव लिया, किंग सेफ्टी पे थोड़ा प्रेशर डाला, एंड देन ही नेविगेटेड दैट बेटर. ही वाज प्रग वाज नेवर ऑब्जेक्टिवली बेटर इन दैट गेम भाई.
No, he was भाई. Objectively that
भाई
means he
आई
was better.
चेक्ड.
It was interesting. But okay, Bluebaum he was winning now. He was winning against Wei Yi also.
हाँ,
मतलब
बट अब
I'm
तक तो
sure
मैच
I.
खत्म हो गया ना भाई. सिंडरोव के साथ 2-0 होने के बाद आई फील लाइक ओके,
Yeah, but
your
again like
ambition is like not as high anymore. I'm not sure if
no,
chat
I
will agree
agree,
with me
but
here.
I feel like it wasn't a good tournament for Prague. No way. Like I feel like it was a tournament which is okay. Like you play a tournament, it goes
But
Yeah.
average.
I agree with you, but not having a good tournament doesn't mean you have a horrible tournament. I think that's
नहीं
my
भाई,
take. I think
it's a
it was
stakes
an I
ना.
think it was an okay event. That's fine.
नहीं भाई, it's a stakes ना. For example, जैसे World Championship है, Dingren lost by half a point. That too, you can argue was a bit unfortunate. But because stakes इतने high है, even that minor difference makes it not not even like it makes a horrible tournament, right? Because you lose the World Champ title. By the way, but Anish has drawn big update.
Oh,
That
okay.
that is a huge update. Anish Giri draws. So इसके साथ ही Sindarov के chances I would say are close to 98% now. If he draws this, I think the tournament is essentially over. Pragg का भी draw होने ही वाला है.
Yeah, Prag though I think just repeating, not no, I don't think anything else is gonna happen here. But let's just wait for handshakes. I think Prag is just deciding when to, repeat moves because there's no other option here.
Sejai Pragg's look sums it up. I think it was not like a horrible tournament, but it was definitely a disappointing tournament for Pragg. Like
Yeah,
what
for sure,
I
yes.
think his look kind of sums it up. His expectations are much higher, like basis of
Yeah,
what
of
he wanted
course,
to do, and
100%.
I think he can still have a good finish. That will definitely help. Um, but I think today's game again a missed win. I think that would hurt a lot because when he'll go back, he'll see Queens was winning on the spot. It's gonna hurt for sure. I think जब जैसे ही खत्म होगा, we should have like um, Divya and Vaishali, yeah, on the two boards maybe because super critical games. जब वैशाली जीतेगी, then
दोनों ही
we'll
जीत
have
रहे हैं
good.
भाई, लग रहा है. वैशाली तो डेड विनिंग एंड दिव्या ऑल्सो इज पुटिंग प्रेशर ऑन जू जिनर, सो दैट्स अ गुड डे एटलीस्ट.
हाँ, तो वही फोकस करते हैं because I think
एक तो कैंडिडेट जा रहा है भाई, लग रहा है. आई थिंक वैशाली इज गोइंग थ्रू.
let's hope so. Bhai, that's the faith. By the way, Pragg right now just waiting to make that final move. Arjun did not qualify candidates. Exactly why. Even Vincent did not. I think it was like they deserve to be there, of course. But yeah.
Yep, let's just see when Pragg. I think he's just gonna play Rook A8 check again, and then it's gonna be over soon. Disappointed to have Pragg, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, gives that check. There's nothing better.
और भाई प्रग के बाय द वे दो ब्लैक हैं भाई, बैक टू बैक अगेंस्ट एसिपेंको एंड फाबी. So
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Well, to his credit now, Fabi won't be motivated actually unless he wins today. So depends on the result of Fabi has against Sindarov. So that is the only open section game, by the way, that's going on.
Yep.
Okay, so there's it, yeah. Handshakes. Pragg smiles, Bluebaum smiles, and that is a draw for Pragg. So a missed win, but a decent game by both players. So let's jump to Divya and Vaishali now with a two-board scene and see कैसे convert करेंगे दोनों. Vaishali completely winning. Divya, of course, slightly better, not clear yet. Let's see what happens. Vaishali, by the way, okay.
Bye.
This one
I
is
don't know if this is. It can't be a bug. Yeah, I'm seeing a mate in 12 in Vaishali's board.
really.
नहीं
It's a
भाई,
mate
सही
in
में है,
12.
सही में है.
Oh
F5 is
wow.
a mate in 12, bhai. Crazy.
Oh wow. Oh, my engine is yes, yes. Now I see. Mate in 8 I see, भाई.
और जल्दी हो गया क्या F5 के बाद? हाँ भाई, यू आर
हाँ.
राइट. मूव चलने के बाद रिफ्रेश हो जाता है. नाइस.
Yeah. बाय द वे सारे रिजल्ट्स आई थिंक वैशाली के फेवर में जाते हुए ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स दिव्या होपफुली कैन विन दिस, बट फिलहाल के लिए ऑल द रिजल्ट्स गोइंग इन वैशाली. जू जिनर नॉट गोना विन फॉर श्योर, इतना तो गारंटी है. अना मुजिचुक नॉट गोना विन फॉर श्योर, तो 1 पॉइंट की लीड बनने वाली है एज द लोएस्ट सीड. बाय द वे दैट इज सो इंप्रेसिव.
या करेक्ट. 1 पॉइंट का लीड भाई. एंड कौन है अभी वैशाली को इसके बाद? शी इज प्लेइंग या जू जिनर एंड टैन जोंग. सो बेसिकली कल का दिन इज वेरी 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 क्रिटिकल फॉर
या
वैशाली. एक्चुअली कल दोनों राउंड आते हैं क्योंकि लास्ट राउंड में ओके यू आर प्लेइंग विद द वाइट पीसेस. इफ यू हैव अ 1 पॉइंट लीड एंड लाग्नो ऐसे कुछ मतलब आसपास नहीं है आपके, ओके यू आर नॉट. Lagno is not necessarily, gonna go all out, guns blazing there.
I think if you draw 3 games, you are the winner. That's my guess. Like you at
हाँ,
least
या
tied with
इनमें
a
से
confirmed
एक
guy.
निकाल लो बस, बहुत है.
हाँ. I think 3 में से 1.5 will guarantee you at least tied first. 3 में से 2 will guarantee you the sole winner place. That's
Very
basically
well
it.
put.
And
100% I agree.
and luckily Tan Zhongyi not in great form. And Vaishali के उसके साथ ही black है. That is very lucky, I'm gonna say. And Lagno and Zhu Jiner दोनों के साथ white है. So that is like perfect pairing, like in terms of colors for Vaishali.
Yeah. भाई कल का गेम बस निकाल लो, बाकी सॉर्टेड है मुझे लग रहा है.
Yeah. By the way, Zhu Jiner now looks equal. I think
What?
Divya messed it up.
अरे
After, can we look at the? Can we go full? Can we go back a couple of
93 was
moves?
not good. I mean, we can see it on the screen. Yeah, 93 was the move.
No, after 95 G3, Rook D8 was a big mistake. She had to play Rook G8 instead. She
Yeah,
had to
because
find Rook G8.
she allowed the knight to become active. क्योंकि black का knight पहले ज़्यादा superior था ना d5 पे, white का knight was weaker.
Yeah.
तो play rook g8 and then rook d8 means कि वो 93 जो अब ये जो knights जो trade हो रहे हैं वो trade ना होते basically.
अरे यार.
And if you go knight b4 or something, you also have to be careful कि white का knight भी c4 और e5 पे बैठ सकता है.
Yeah, if white knight gets to E5, by that, then the tide turns, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. By the way, women's section में अब तक एक भी गेम खत्म नहीं हुई है. But I feel like 2-3 जल्दी हो जाएंगी because Vaishali about to win. Divya, I don't know if she can push anymore. And do you think if this is a draw, like that's the end of Divya's chances with 5 points? Because 2 point का difference है, 3 rounds to go. I think essentially over for Divya, right? No chances whatsoever.
Chance तो है भाई.
नहीं है ना भाई,
Don't
because
think
she's
it's
not
over
playing
yet.
Vaishali anymore. Like 2 point का lead है.
What do you think, Rakesh bhai?
क्या? सॉरी, क्वेश्चन क्या था?
चांसेस है क्या दिव्या के पास if she draws this? I don't think so.
मुश्किल है भाई. मतलब आपको ऑनेस्ट आंसर चाहिए तो नहीं, अगर ऐसे दिलासा देना है तो भाई वेरी गुड चांस एक्चुअली. इफ शी स्कोर्स 3 आउट ऑफ 3 एंड सम रिजल्ट्स गो इन अ फेवर.
भाई सिंडारोव लॉस्ट कैरियर चैट, क्या बात कर रहे
अरे
हो भाई?
मजे ले
ऐसा
लिए,
कैसा?
मजे ले लिए चैट.
चैट आप
भाई
ऐसा मत किया करो यार.
स्टेज में आपका फर्स्ट टाइम है क्या?
ये परफॉर्मेंस देखना सिंडारोव से, हाँ भाई फर्स्ट टाइम मेरी लाइफ में, फर्स्ट टाइम है भाई.
हाँ
नॉट जस्ट एज अ कमेंटेटर, मेरी लाइफ में पहली बार देख रहा हूँ भाई.
एक्चुअली यार,
हाँ.
आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड खेला है भाई.
Okay. Still no. Okay, knight b4 played by Divya. So she wants to play on, threatening a fork on d3. Oh, we might see a repetition. King c3, knight d5. ऐसे कुछ पता नहीं. या king c3,
वो
knight
तो
a2.
सिंपल ड्रॉ है भाई. भाई सिंडारोव ने तब से फाबी ने चाल ही नहीं चली है चैट. जो लोग सिंडारोव ब्लंडर लिखे जा रहे हैं ना, 20 मिनट से फाबी सोच रहा है उस पोजीशन में.
भाई स्टेलमेट हो रहा है बाय द वे इन ईरान यूएस सीजफायर टॉक्स.
भाई मुझे लगा स्टेलमेट मतलब किसी बोर्ड पे हो रहा है भाई.
भाई इसीलिए तो ऐसे बोला ना मैंने.
अरे यार.
भाई आप
राकेश भाई
डेंजरस हो रहे हो
खतरों से
भाई.
हाँ खेलते हुए.
प्रग से ज्यादा डेंजरस तो मैंने खेला है भाई ये इवेंट में.
सही में.
And yeah, Goryachkina thinking 13 minutes, but I think there is not much she's thinking anymore. I think she's just thinking when to resign,
Yeah.
basically.
Okay, Vaishali game about to end, I think. I think let's
Yeah.
Yeah,
go full
let's go
screen with
there.
Vaishali.
No, we
Full
are
screen chalte.
here.
Because this is about to end now, chat, because F5 aa chuka hai. It's mate in 8. And even if you don't see mate in 8, you understand ki the F pawn is just
Mate
moving
in 10 तो
forward.
है कम से कम. 8 दिख नहीं भी दिखती तो.
Yeah, you can't push any of the pawns. I mean,
भाई दीपक कलाल जी है चैट में. सिंदारा वर्सेस फाबी रिजल्ट पूछ रहे हैं. दैट्स स्टिल गोइंग ऑन सर.
Draw है sir.
भाई ही इज वन ऑफ द ओनली टू पीपल समय भाई फॉलोज.
नहीं भाई, it's not like that anymore.
बदल गया क्या?
हाँ भाई, अगर आपने वो समय का वो स्टैंड अप देखा होता तो आपको पता होता समय कौन से लोगों को फॉलो करता है और वो क्यों करता है उनको फॉलो. बाय द वे, देयर इट इज. Resignation from Goryachkina and Vaishali goes ahead. Let's go. She has a 1 point lead going into the last 3 rounds of the candidates event. What a player.
7 point Vaishali ke, by the way. 7 point. That's an impressive score, and it looks like it'll be a 1 point lead ahead of everybody else. अगर अगला दिन अगले 2 दिन अच्छे निकल जाए, we are going to have an Indian World Championship challenger. भाई मजा आ जाएगा. Congrats to Vaishali for this impressive win with the black pieces. And that's the end of Goryachkina's chances as well to win the candidates. I think let's have a look at the other games. जब सारी गेम बताइए standings देखेंगे to grasp कि कितने chances है कितने नहीं. Meanwhile, अगली गेम कौन सी खत्म हुई? क्या लगता है राकेश भाई, सहज भाई? वहां चलते हैं फिर.
भाई आई थिंक दिव्या का आई एम नॉट श्योर कि वो रिपीट करने के मूड में है कि नहीं, बिकॉज नाइट d5 किंग b2 और नाइट a2 किंग b2 वुड बी अ रेपिटेशन, बट नाइट c6 खेल के दिव्या खेल सकती है. शी कैन प्ले ऑन, बट आई ऑल्सो वांट टू चेक आउट फाबी वर्सेस सिंडारो, बिकॉज भाई वो पिछले 25 मिनट से सोच रहा है और क्या व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन. दैट्स नॉट 7 मिनट, इट्स वे मोर देन दैट. नो,
Yeah, for
way
sure.
more I think. He had 45 minutes, like more than 45 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I think 20-25 मिनट तो मिनिमम हो गए उनको सोचते हुए. Yes, I think Anish has drawn, already done. And I think Vaishali's rating now, which was 2470 something, is now 2493. So she's gained 23 points at the candidate so far and is now world number 13. So if this continues, by the time the tournament ends, she will be 2500, she'll be world top 10, and she'll be the candidate. भाई क्या ही the candidate क्या मतलब world champ challenger भाई क्या ही चाहिए और जिंदगी से.
She will not be a candidate, she will be the candidate.
Yeah, let's go भाई. और भाई last seeded player, only player below 2400 winning the candidates. क्या ही मजा आ गया. बट भाई मजा दुगना हो जाएगा क्योंकि women's section will be suddenly sorted and taken care of by Vaishali, and open section खुल जाएगा if Fabiano Caruana manages to win this one.
भाई अभी तो ऐसा लग रहा है फाबी ना, आई डोंट नो किन किन लोगों ने मैट्रिक्स देखी है, बट जब वो नियो एकदम को पता लगता है ना ही इज द वन, देन यू सी लाइक द मैट्रिक्स लाइक इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू. आई फील लाइक दैट्स हाउ ही इज लुकिंग एट दिस पोजीशन. लाइक फॉर एट लीस्ट लाइक 20-25 minutes he's been calculating, and for Fabi this means like the amount of variations that are going through his head right now is unmatched.
By the way, huge update. If we go to the Lagno Muzychuk game, they are repeating. And that is amazing news for Vaishali because Anna Muzychuk will not win. So 1 point का lead guaranteed लग रहा है अभी भाई. They have repeated twice already.
नहीं,
But
Zhu
I don't
Jiner का भी
understand
draw
why is
होना
Lagno
चाहिए.
repeating this. Like Lagno should play this, no?
High
do you
Lagno
pressure.
should for sure play this. Like Bishop versus Knight is pressure. Hai, you're right. Candidates ka pressure, yeah.
I lost this exact endgame to my wife, by the way, the first time I played her when I didn't know her. So very, very tough endgame, by the way.
Oh, okay, got it.
भाई लोग कुछ भेजा है आपको, हाँ?
Yeah, true, Sahaj bhai. And I think there it is. It's a draw. Amazing news for Vaishali कि उनके closest competitors नहीं जीत पा रहे. And इसका मतलब she's going to have a 1 point lead. This is amazing news for Vaishali. A good fight by both the players, by the way. And I think the next game that might finish is Divya, is my guess. Sahaj bhai and Rakesh bhai. So let's jump there because वहां पे भी repetition हो चुका है 2 बार.
What a dream day for Vaishali chat. मतलब खुद जीत जाओ ब्लैक से और आपके सारे क्लोजेस्ट ड्रॉ हो जाए.
That's the best, no?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Really
that
the
is
best.
ideal.
But थोड़ा Lagno का I'm still not sure वो खेली क्यों नहीं वहाँ पे. I think she could have went on, but okay, maybe she didn't believe
काम
in
होगा
the
ना
end
भाई.
game. Not sure what happened, but yeah.
अभी क्या काम होगा राकेश भाई? कैंडिडेट से इंपॉर्टेंट. आई थिंक वो सिर्फ ड्रॉ ही
Prep
होगा.
हो
उसको लग
सकती
रहा
है
है
ना
मुझे.
भाई. Prep for the next round, like, you know, of course.
पॉसिबल.
Correct.
एक
Yeah.
रेस्ट डे भी था पहले तो.
Yeah.
Actually, energy भी conserve करना है ना, सहज भाई. Because he thought it's a draw, so maybe she'll conserve that for another round.
Sorry, मेरा इंटरनेट चला गया था.
मैं भी थोड़ा छीके मार रहा था एक्चुअली.
So King C3 is basically the only move, yeah? Here, there's nothing else. Otherwise, Knight D3 check is there. King A3 पे तो Knight C6. Okay, she goes King C3. She's happy with the draw, of course.
Yeah. And we'll see a repetition very soon, chat. देखो भाई, said in chat, do you think Divya's chances are over? Is draw के बाद?
100% I think. Because she'll go to 5. Vaishali is on 7.
हाँ. और
No
3 ही
point
round
का
बचे
lead.
हैं.
हाँ, it's completely over for Divya. But the thing is, she's had a decent tournament. Like, it's not a...
Not
Divya
like
won't
Pragg, you mean?
No, I mean, like, there are no clear missed wins. Like, ऐसा कुछ crazy miss किया हो. Like, she should be happy. It's her first time with the candidates. She's not one of the favorites, for example, right? She's still in the lower half of the rankings. I still feel like she's had a decent tournament. And she's been pushing. For example, only, like, okay, she did lose a couple of games in the middle, but a good fight. And I think she does kind of help Vaishali at the end a bit. So, yeah, that's a draw. It is, by the way, they have repeated thrice. किसी ने claim नहीं किया है बस.
Yeah. Mind games, OP.
Hey, Zhu Jiner offered a
is
draw.
just offering the draw, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and they accept. 40 मूव आप draw offer कर सकते हो, and there it is. Draw between Zhu Jiner and Divya. Vaishali का 1 point का lead confirmed है chat, but tomorrow is the all important game as Zhu Jiner will take on Vaishali.
Okay, so both sections में एक game remaining chat. Women's section में Tan Zhongyi versus Bibisara, which is not as relevant because they are the bottom of the standing. So I think let's go to the open section game quickly. That is Caruana versus Sindarov. 16 minutes सिर्फ पड़े. I think he's been thinking for like 35 minutes. And before he plays it, can we quickly have a look at the women's standings? Because एक cheer निकलना चाहिए. Vaishali OP spam कर दो chat. 1 point आगे है with 3 rounds to go. It looks like we potentially could have an Indian World Championship challenger after all. It is not Pragg, but it is his sister, and it is Vaishali. What a performance, yeah, so far by Vaishali.
Woohoo!
Why? I think each time we say this, I think we have to give credit where it's due, and the credit is that jersey, bhai. जब से वो jersey आपने दिखाई है stream पे, I feel like the Indian players, especially in the women's section, have just been dominating. So GG bhai. Hopefully Vaishali can convert this and and be the next World Championship challenger. By 2024 की story अब women's section में incoming.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल एंड आई थिंक इट्स अमेजिंग टू सी हर प्ले गुड चेस ब्लैक पीसेस से हराना कितना and वो क्या आइडिया था भाई रूकी 5 G6 टू फाइंड दैट एंड देन फाइंड बिशप C6 आई मीन इट वाज
ब्लैक
वेरी
पीसेस से ही हराया
इंप्रेसिव
था गुकेश ने भी लास्ट जो राउंड था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का भाई.
अग्रीड अग्रीड एंड चैट अब सब बढ़िया है वुमेन सेक्शन में वी आर सेट फॉर द फाइनल 3 राउंड्स कल से मिस नहीं कर सकते कैंडिडेट्स भाई यू कैन नॉट मिस इट एट एनी कॉस्ट बिकॉज वैशाली कुड बी द नेक्स्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप चैलेंजर कल जीके तो कल ही कंफर्म हो जाएगा भाई सो लेट्स सी क्या होता है अगर गलती से कुछ ट्विस्ट भी हुआ तो इट्स शी इज स्टिल इन द लीड शी इज गारंटीड गोइंग टू हैव द लीड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे टुमारो दैट्स अ क्रेजी फैक्ट कल कुछ भी हो जाए शी विल हैव द लीड फॉर श्योर सो या कमिंग टू द ओपन सेक्शन नाउ सहज भाई फैबी मतलब सो गए हैं कि क्या चल रहा है बिकॉज आई नो ही हैज टू विन बट 35 मिनट हो गए भाई आई थिंक
भाई
डू वी
true.
हाँ है ना वो 15 मिनट हुए भाई.
नहीं he's been
Move
thinking
time.
much longer भाई
अच्छा
भाई
move
मतलब
timer में तो
ये तो थोड़ा सरप्राइजिंग है मेरे लिए. आई हैव टू से लाइक Fabi thinking this. I mean, clearly he thinks he's winning and he feels like ये critical moment है, but it's not actually winning for him, which is the sad part. But he feels it's winning. That's why he's stopping for so long. उसको पता है कि यहीं पर अगर उसने कुछ कैलकुलेट कर लिया, कुछ निकल गया यहाँ पे, तो यहीं पे जीत सकते हैं. And of course, like moves like Rook C5 and other moves that we have checked before, they are very difficult to play out over the board for black. So ये भी डिस्कस करना है और ये भी कंसिडर करना कि क्या आपके ओपोनेंट के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा मुश्किल होगा ढूंढना. When you connect all of these dots, it kind of makes sense why Fabi is taking so long here.
Yeah, and I think chat सिंदारोव ने बाय द वे जो किंग G5 का प्लान था 4 मिनट लिए थे सो क्लियरली फैबी 40 लेके मतलब थोड़ा सा कुछ पॉइंट प्रूव कर तो ये क्या था भाई हाउ डिड सिंदारोव फाइंड दिस इन 4 मिनट्स एंड फैबी इज टेकिंग 40 सहज भाई राकेश भाई
Bye. Gukesh just played वो जो होता है ना हिप्पो स्ट्रक्चर, एलिफेंट स्ट्रक्चर. Gukesh just played hippo against Hari just now with black.
भाई ये भी ना हार जाए यार
नहीं
नहीं हरी को तो हराया था
भाई Rook C5 found by Caruana.
Wow. By the way, I'm saying 15 minutes. It wasn't 15 minutes. It was definitely way longer than that.
Yeah, 100%.
But Fabi does not look happy, by the way, with this position. I think he has realized it's a draw. Maybe he doesn't see the win for himself yet, and he's not happy.
But I like Rook C5 also because शायद सिंदारोव ने देखा नहीं होगा. It's not a move you like the first preference दिमाग में आती है. Rook C7 is the critical move, right? A piece exchange, a change in the structure. That's what you calculate while you play King G5. So Rook C5 at least a change, and now he has to think. भाई how is he ready to play भाई क्या बंदा है
आप
भाई
कह रहे
ये?
Rook C5 देखा नहीं उसने भाई वो सब कैलकुलेट करके आया भाई वो.
भाई क्या बंदा यार सिंदारोव. I think it's over भाई. If Fabi thinks for 40 minutes and Sindarov can play in 40 seconds, I think there's no competition. Sindarov wins by खत्म है मैच.
खत्म तो नहीं अभी वैसे इसीलिए ऐसा ज्यादा लग रहा है.
Okay.
समय भाई स्पीडिंग फैक्ट बता रहा है कि पिछले दो मूव में 40 मिनट सोचे एक
I'm still not sure actually because King G5 हमने बहुत पहले देखा था. So I'm still gonna back on the fact कि शायद वो error है कोई. भाई अभी भी बहुत जल्दी खेलेगा भाई वो मुझे लग रहा है. Because he's ready. उसने तो हाथ रख दिया था already. And I think the best moves apparently are Bishop E8 and King F4.
तो हाथ कहाँ
Two
जा रहा है भाई
moves.
वही बेस्ट मूव होती है यूजुअली.
I think किसी की तरफ भी नहीं जा रहा था to be honest. I think he was about to play Rook B8 and that's a mistake.
नहीं वो तो नहीं खेल सकता भाई वो तो मिस्टेक है.
There's a chance, chat. There's a chance for Fabi here still. Tikku is also put on timeout. Vishy says, बिल्कुल भाई. Nobody is, क्या बोलते हैं, immune from a timeout भाई. आपको भी 10 सेकंड का दिया मैंने. for fun sake. भाई तो वो भाई किंग जी खेल रहा है वो किंग F4 भाई ही इज प्लेइंग किंग F4
बोल रहा हूँ ना आपको भाई, जहाँ हाथ जाएगा वो सही है भाई.
जाएगा वो सही है.
Like he just does it, yeah. Each time वो थोड़ा taunt करता है, and then it's always the right move throughout the event. Yeah, it's crazy.
सच्ची, what a tease, Sindarov.
हाँ भाई. भाई वो वही लाइन हो रही है A6 A7 वाली की, रुक B6 check के बाद.
I have still no idea, by the way, why did Fabi take 40 minutes and Sindarov take 4 minutes? Like, I still don't know. Like, is it the confidence? Is it just clear calculation? Like, what is helping Sindarov to play so quickly? I think his preparation for the candidates is something which is just mind-blowing. जो opening prep है, जो endgame understanding है, it's just crazy.
Hi, you know, confidence तो बहुत है Sindarov में. And also, भाई, like according to some reports, social media पे, he's also got some luck, yeah, lady luck on his side.
What do you mean, Rakesh bhai?
आपने नहीं देखा वो somebody posted that apparently, allegedly, that Sindarov and Bibisara are dating.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why Bibisara at one point both I think were leading, but I think Bibisara not in the best shape now at the event, but Sindarov of course just cruising through.
Crazy भाई, that's huge if true.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I remember round 3 में I think Sindarov ने प्रग को हराया था और उसने Zhu Jiner को हराया था भाई. What a statement.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. By the way, about to play the only move in the position, as usual, Sindarov.
As usual. Played! भाई respect यार. Javokhir.
By the way, A6 के बाद Rook B6 only moves. So the only moves continue, chat.
भाई King F4 King E3 दिख गया, रुक B6 तो आंख बंद करके खेलेगा भाई वो. नहीं वो और एंड साथ साथ वो टीज करते हुए ना रुक B6 पे नजर कर देते हुए. I'm sure of it. But okay, the question is, does Fabi play A6? Does he have to play A6?
He has to buy.
So I can't go
Otherwise
rook C7, no, yeah. King B4 पे क्या कर रहे हो?
King B4, I don't know क्या कर
Oh,
रहा हूँ,
Bishop
but black
E8 is
better,
actually
भाई.
losing for you, भाई.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. Like this could happen, bhai. He could win. Like I would not be shocked if he just wins this because Fabi just over pushes. Yeah, he doesn't want to go for the drawing line and just he's gonna risk it all. वो हंस रहा है भाई आधा मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. He's like okay, unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean crazy भाई, what a performance. उसके भाई 11 राउंड में इतने ही पॉइंट हो जाएंगे जितने शायद किसी के ओवरऑल नहीं होंगे. If you think about it.
भाई वो if he wins, he will have Gukesh's score with three less rounds. That's crazy.
So Fabi missed King E3, or probably not missed it, but maybe there's like some line in inside जो मतलब पहले it wasn't as evident and now it's evident. But yeah, I think he realizes now it's not winning anymore.
By the way, we have Vaishali's interview, so would love to play it once this game is over, or maybe even right now. I don't mind playing it actually. It would be very interesting to see how she feels about that lead. Let us know Samay when it's ready.
क्योंकि ये गेम को तो एटलीस्ट 15-20 मिनट टाइम तो है ऐसे
हाँ.
मिनिमम. It's also nice to learn, or know what Vaishali was thinking.
Yeah. Very interesting chat. क्या होगा इस गेम में? Will Fabi beat Sindarov somehow and open up the tournament a bit? Because if Sindarov were to lose, कुछ खास होगा नहीं, but still, like at least optically the tournament goes on.
भाई जब भी विशी सर आए तभी मैंने ऐसे कुछ बोला तो विशी सर हंस के बोलता है क्या दिन आ गया है कि हमको मे बी लॉस पे भी सब लोग खुश हो रहे हैं.
भाई
A6 played.
Okay, Rakesh bhai, after sitting at the board, how many seconds to play Rook B6? Come on, chat, Rakesh bhai.
1 second, भाई 2 सेकंड भी नहीं, अभी चलेगा वो.
7. 7.
ले लो,
भाई
बोला मैंने
भाई
2 सेकंड में चलेगा
सेकंड
ये। भाई किंग ई 3 खेलने में उसको 1 मिनट भी नहीं लगा, आप रुक भी 6 कह रहे हो भाई, ये तो कुछ भी रुके 6 पे 1 सेकंड में खेलेगा वो।
भाई you have to be kidding me भाई. I mean I'm so glad I'm not playing chess as a professional भाई. ये गेम देख के ना, if I was like some 2600 player and I saw this guy playing this, I'll be like मुझे तो नहीं आता खेलना भाई.
But you,
Bishop
yeah,
E8
but
only
you
move.
probably like a lot of people also felt this, yeah, when Gukesh was dominating in the candidates as well. Like I'm sure.
And
Because
Swastik
वो भी तो
bhai,
एक तरह का domination ही था, मतलब nobody, I mean Gukesh, when he was performing that well, I mean
भाई
people were
I
kind of
just
saying
wanna
Pragg हो सकता है, Vidit हो सकता है, but then he just suddenly
I
took over, yeah.
I know, bhai, but there are so many like, nuances. Like knight c7 basically wins the bishop on e8. Like rook c7 यहाँ पे idea है. I could play rook c8 to attack the bishop. Like I know, like it's still all a draw, but how is he playing so quickly? Because that's the highlight for me. There's something about Sindarov in his preparation that he's worked on, which I have not seen anybody else work on. For example, say Magnus tha, right? Magnus came in and he started, Vishy started this. He started pushing in endgames जहाँ कोई push नहीं करता था. That was his thing, Magnus thing. He will squeeze water out of a stone. For example, Nepo, he plays very fast, but he will make errors. Now Sindarov is playing very fast, but not making errors. So for me, like his thing seems to be playing very quickly, playing as good as anybody else in the world, like a you know like a Fabi or a Hikaru, but playing it super quickly. That seems to be his thing, which I've not seen anybody else do so
But I
quickly.
think I think we have no no we have seen, I think, Arjun do similar things like this, maybe in the more in the opening phase, and more, okay,
Yeah.
Arjun's like choices of openings are, I think, more crazier in general. But I think iska ek sort of side effect ये रहता है कि आप maybe you're not as consistent, like because you are taking more risks in general. आप ज़्यादा मतलब उन situations में जा रहे हो जहाँ पर चीज़ें ज़्यादा डायनामिक हो सकती हैं, तो गलती करने के आपके चांसेस ज़्यादा हैं, अपोनेंट की गलती करने के चांसेस ज़्यादा हैं. Of course, here everything is going perfectly for Sindarov, but ये अगर आप if this is how it continues, then the consistency is the problem.
But
I think.
he's won every event he's played. So let's to point out he won the World Cup, finished second at Tata Steel, is going to win the candidates. So any classical event he's played, he's finished first, second, or something like that, right? So it's not like he consistency nahi hai. At least 6 months mein, last 6 months mein,
But I
he's
think
the most.
consistency in that sense, I think Gukesh also had that consistency, right? I mean, Olympiad candidates, World Championship, and all of that happened in what, 8 months?
I
So
know, but
bhai,
this
maybe
is
we can take this
huh.
offline. While chat को कंसिस्टेंसी के नाम पे दिखाते हैं वैशाली, जहां पे 5 गेम्स आज ड्रॉ हुए दोनों सेक्शन मिला के. शी इज द ओनली विनर ऑफ द डे. Let's check in with Mike Klein on
Let's
her
go.
thoughts after her win.
Thanks, everyone. We're here with the sole first place leader, Grandmaster Vaishali, won your game today. Now, in a couple of previous rounds, Aleksandra Goryachkina didn't go for a lot as white. Were you expecting her to play conservatively as she did today?
No, I think, of course, I think she was playing for more. Yeah, with this line, she surprised me with the opening. But in general, I knew the idea, so I was just playing. I was just playing on what I know, and it was a very interesting game, I think.
And of course, the key moment was when you trapped her rook in the middle of the board quite unexpectedly. How many moves before it happened did you even see that it was a possibility?
No, I didn't see rook f5 as an option. Only when she played, I realized I can take rook e5 and play g6. Yeah, I made sure, like, if it's really, I'm really threatening this, because otherwise the rook on e5 can become active also. So then I saw this king f8 trick, and she had to change this pawn structure. I think I was already happy. I thought the game was going into my direction, and then this bishop c4, the most natural move in position, actually loses. I mean, the rook got trapped in the middle of the board.
Yeah, do you think the fact that your c5 pawn was on pre helped her overlook the trap? Because with the pawn being guarded, it'd be a little bit easier to see your bishop retreat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think she probably missed, yeah, because the c5 was hanging, and it's like you have to see 2 more moves to see that rook is actually trapped.
You went into the round up a half point. Obviously, you'll be in clear first place no matter what happens for, the rest of this round. How much will you watch Anna Muzychuk and Zhu Jiner's game? Or how much will you just go have dinner and ignore it and wait for the result to come in?
I mean, I will check what's going on, because today I didn't get time to watch any in-game, so I will be checking what happened. And of course, I will also get to my routine, have dinner, and do other things.
Speaking of routines, how much of the rest day yesterday was spent on chess and how much of it was spent on, let's say, leisure and other activities?
Yeah, of course, definitely it's hard to not to prepare. So I spent some time preparing and also went for walk and some table tennis. It was a well spent rest day.
Now, table tennis uses the same ELO system that chess does. They stole it from us, by the way. Do you have any idea what your ELO is in table tennis?
It's very bad, but I just enjoy playing. So
Okay, I hope to get to play you one day. And finally, in Toronto 2 years ago, you won 5 in a row. At this tournament, you have 4 wins and 2 draws in the last 6 rounds. Those are 2 incredible streaks. How do you manage to play your best chess at Candidates?
I don't know. Some luck here and there also helped, I think. Yeah, hope to continue.
Okay, well, it's working. Grandmaster Vaishali guaranteed to be in Seoul first place going into round 12 tomorrow. Thanks for your time. Back to you.
And we are back. So Vaishali with her thoughts there after her important win. Now coming back to the open section game, of course, Vaishali positive. And of course, I think she said she didn't see rook e5 until the very end, and very logical. I think rook f5 wasn't like the most obvious move. And I think she should be very happy. But of course, tomorrow's day, I think parso rest day hai. So we're going to have the last rest day after. So kal ka game will become essential. If she can somehow win or draw that one, I think unke odds bahut बढ़ जाएंगे. And yeah, now rook c7 played. I don't know what the odds for Caruana are here. Now, 2 moves possible, chat. One is bishop takes b5, just converting into a rook pawn endgame, and one is king takes e2. Both options, both equal, but it's a choice for Sindarov.
True, but I don't think any choice is like that bad for him. Looks pretty equal. Like king e2 comes to takes b5 ke baad, you are in a pure rook endgame as well. And yeah, I just feel Fabi tried his best, but
Why?
थोड़े से रह गया.
He's going for king takes e2, which is definitely the more ambitious choice here, because it keeps winning chances alive as well. Because you're essentially just taking the pawn. Now you're going to have 2 connected pass pawns of your own. So if you can somehow, push these pawns further, you never know what can happen. And अब क्या move है Fabi की? It's not even clear. So many options available. So for example,
ये ambitious नहीं. I think it's a very smart call, because white को कुछ भी करने के लिए अब you have to go rook takes g7 and king f3 के बाद you have to play rook g3 check and then rook a3 to eliminate this defender. ठीक है, अब rooks exchange हो गए तो bishop आएगा c6 पे बचाने के लिए, नहीं तो queen कर रहे हो आप. तो let's play it out. rook g7, king f3, rook check, king कहीं भी रखा, let's say f4. f4 is by the way the only move, a side point there. rook a3 takes bishop c6. अब यहाँ पे white कैसे जीतेगा? ये bishop तो मैं sack कर दूंगा ना सीधा. तो it's smart I think from him. तो ये draw ही हो रहा है भाई.
Why? He doesn't play that move. He plays knight c3 check. I don't know if that's a mistake or what.
Still equal.
भाई Sindarov जीत सकता है.
By anyone, anyone predicting a rook knight versus rook?
Me.
I don't know. I don't know भाई.
देखो भाई इतनी खुशी के साथ बोल रहे हो यहाँ पे.
नहीं, I feel like वो नहीं होगा. I think Sindarov will find a cleaner way. He will find a cleaner draw, I think. By the way, can we take the pawn on f3 now? Like, don't see an issue there.
Yeah, you can for sure. Then rook g7 you will take, and okay, f5 and h4. Okay, maybe you can use the rook के आपका king ऐसे g4 पे आके you cannot take the pawn. That's the plan. But not much risk. I think the only risk is rook knight versus rook. Sindarov thinking. Like king f3 तो forced ही है ना यहाँ पे. What else do you play? Like anything else you do, you're gonna lose a tempo. Like king e3 के बाद भी king f3 मारोगे ना. तो what's the nuance here? There is no nuance, right?
Maybe he's just thinking कि pawn खेला क्यों उसने knight c3.
Like, or maybe he's just surprised by this move.
Yeah.
हाँ, और अभी एक्टिंग करेगा 2-3 बार f3 के pawn पे मारने का और फिर मारेगा.
My king f3 pe just asking why not knight d5? Then there's bishop c6. As I was thinking rook
प्लान क्या
c6,
है?
but you will go rook
जब
a7.
हाँ वही रुक नाइट वर्सेस रुक के तरफ बढ़ते वैसे है इस भाई.
हाँ, but ये तो मतलब I don't even think it will go into that because you're right. There will be a quicker defense.
तो भाई Sindarov and दूसरे यहाँ पे Tan Zhongyi versus Bibisara. So 2 games going on today, chat.
Sindarov, by the way, still thinking. Okay, let's go. King f3 now. Let's say I take on g7.
Only move, I think.
Let's say I just continue, yeah, pushing my pawns.
e4 or f5. I think f5 makes the most sense to me.
But rook e7, isn't it losing like the pawn?
कौन सा pawn? You cannot
E5.
capture on e5 because I'll capture on a7. And if I go rook g3 check, then I'm guessing king f2, king f4 भी draw है भाई. I thought knight d5 check इनको छुड़ाएगा मेरे पास, but कुछ नहीं है मेरे पास. I was looking at this, yeah, knight d5, king e4. Actually here, in this position, if white plays king c5, for example, rook takes a7 is losing because of knight d5 and rook e3 mate.
Cute.
Nice.
But okay, not gonna happen.
Okay, question. Are we going to see a draw or a result in this game?
No, by draw, I think.
Okay, bye.
Dead draw. Rakesh bhai, your prediction is also a draw?
Sindarov wins.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? Come on.
भाई फाबी ओवर पुश करेगा. नहीं तो ड्रॉ होता तो आ जाता ना अभी तक.
By the way,
that's true.
Pawn captured both ways.
Now this is the critical moment.
A great defender, yeah, an amazing calculator as well. What a position, by the way. Sindarov technically is a pawn up, chat. Dhyan rakhna. Temporarily.
Rook knight versus rook. Because वो pawn a7 पे है, it is too far off. That's why Sindarov is not winning right now. Or well, he's not pushing right now, but eventually, most likely, this pawn will promote and the bishop will sacrifice for the pawn, and then you will have rook knight versus rook. That's the most ideal scenario, I think, for Fabi. पर वो भी draw ही होता है technically. Chat, do you know, by the way, कि rook knight versus rook, which player is famous for winning that endgame? Rook knight versus rook. Like historically, there's one player who's very famous for it, and in recent times also, while we were commentating, someone won a rook knight versus rook endgame as well. 2 players, and they're both goats, just so you know. अरे वाह, chat knows, क्या बात है. It is Magnus versus Vidit and Kasparov versus Judith. Yes, भाई chat को दोनों पता है भाई, crazy.
Also, by the way, Gukesh under the pressure against Hare Krishna. Exchange sack kiya Hare Krishna ne, so Gukesh under huge pressure there. Could lose. Still waiting. Sindarov, by the way, not getting up from his seat. He senses कि time उतना ज़्यादा नहीं है to go and chill now.
आज उठा ही नहीं है. काफी कम उठा है आज. Compare it.
No, he was walking. I think when Fabi was thinking, he was walking. But I think Fabi was he had more time generally than Sindarov. But आज थोड़ा ज़्यादा stress में था Sindarov, have to say.
भाई उसका ज़्यादा stress हमारे बाकी सब players के average से भी, you know. पीक
तो
से भी
क्या ही
कम है।
स्ट्रेस होगा भाई एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, के 2 पॉइंट की नहीं 1 पॉइंट का लीड होगा. I think if Anish won, then it would be a real, okay, it would be a much bigger stress, I think, for Sindarov. Goes for E4. भाई फिर से भाई सेम टेक्निक भाई, गोइंग फॉर द पॉइंट. ये पॉइंट टच करने वाला हूँ मैं. Crazy.
He
And by the
does
way,
look a bit
E4 is also a
nervous right
draw.
now. He does look a bit nervous right now, by the way.
I think he's gonna go E4, which was, it's also a draw. उसके बाद Rook G3 check is the move. Let's actually have it on the board. Oh, actually he's just gonna play it. Never mind. That's what he's aiming at. But then Rook G3 check के बाद King F4 would just defend the pawn. And yeah, no real chances. Bishop will sack for this pawn. This pawn, of course, will get traded off. Black कहेगा ये तीनों pawns ले लो, बस मुझे ये pawn दे दो बस. That's it.
भाई ड्रॉ होने वाला है यार. वही लाइक ड्रॉ होने वाला है.
हाँ, काफी चांसेस हाई लग रहा है.
हाँ. एंड ड्रॉ के साथ ही आई थिंक सिंदारो विल सील द डील. या
या भाई, कैन वी क्विकली चेक? नहीं, नो नीड टू चेक इन एक्चुअली. बीबीसारा का भी गेम ड्रॉ लग रहा है.
वो तो चलेगा भाई.
हाँ, मतलब आई डोंट थिंक वी नीड टू कवर दैट, बट 7 गेम ड्रॉ एंड ओनली वैशाली विन. सोचो भाई, चैट, दैट्स अ ह्यूज डील सहज भाई.
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट. ग्रेट पॉइंट एक्चुअली.
टिको भाई, हुआ है पहले ऐसे कभी ये कैंडिडेट्स में?
आई थिंक हुआ होगा. आई थिंक वी हैड वन रिजल्ट बट आई थिंक
We had 8 draws only once, I remember. Just once.
हाँ,
राउंड
round
2
2 I
था ना
think.
वो.
Hmm.
Round 2
हाँ,
या 3.
मेन में सब ड्रॉज. करेक्ट, राउंड 2 वाज ऑल 8 ड्रॉज. उसके बाद आज का ही दिन है.
But अपने लिए perfect था actually. I think in terms of the results, like
ब्यूटीफुल
Vaishali
भाई.
winning.
करेक्ट.
ये ड्रॉ होगा एंड इसके साथ ही सिंदारोव, I think the odds will be like now 98%, 99%, maybe even yeah, 99% से कम तो doesn't make any sense because 3 rounds to go, 2 point का lead. I think it feels like it's pretty much his tournament to win now. E4 played. Never knew Uzbekistan was chess power. We knew it kind of, right? 2022 Olympiad winners. At that point, they were not even 2700. Only Noderbek was 2700. But तब से अब 3 player आ चुके हैं who are above the 2700 mark. So they have really improved.
आई थिंक कोविड के बाद ही हुआ ना 2021 में. अब्दुल सत्तारोव वन वर्ल्ड रैपिड, फिर 22 में चेस ओलंपियाड. करेक्ट. आई थिंक पोस्ट कोविड था ना. सहज भाई, ऑफ कोर्स यू विल रिमेंबर 2004 व्हेन कासिम won the FIDE World Championship.
Yes, of course, भाई.
But that some people don't call it the real World Championship. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean तब वो division हुआ था ना. I mean, okay, but
By the way,
Correct,
Bibisara is losing.
it's like up for debate, to be honest.
What?
Like whether
Yeah, she blundered. It's loss of Bibisara now.
Oh
You are checking out the
no.
endgame, by the way, for a second, if possible, because Rook endgame है and it reminds me of Hikaru versus Wesley So. Wei Yi, sorry. If you go to this position, King D5, Rook G7 खेला pawn मारने के लिए, and you just had to like play Rook A6. Simple choice, but she tries to exchange it. Rook takes H4, and now King G3, Rook H1, it's winning. King
yeah,
F4
actually
के
the
बाद.
winning move is King F4. We can see from the blue arrow. Rook G6 पे King E5 आ जाएगा, and that would be a draw. So chat, ये मूव को क्या कहते हैं? एक एंड गेम की थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज, लाइक एंड गेम की थ्योरी सेंस में, व्हाट इज दिस मूव नोन एज? इट्स अ वेरी वेरी पॉपुलर, बाय द वे. प्लेड, लेट्स गो.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi.
अपोजिशन नहीं भाई, अपोजिशन नहीं हुई है. इट्स
पहली
थिंक
गेम
अबाउट इट
होगी.
लाइक दिस कि आपने ब्लैक का प्लान था किंग को E5 पे रखना, आपने उसको रोक दिया.
धक्का
शोल्डरिंग,
Shouldering?
करेक्ट. Yes.
हाँ, shouldering.
Shouldering is correct.
भाई, what a blunder ना बिबिसारा के द्वारा. And her chances of winning are absolutely zero now if she loses this.
या भाई 3 versus 2 में गलती हो गई यार, दैट्स गोना पिंच इवन हार्डर एक्चुअली.
Correct. And bhai, shout out to Tan Zhongyi. Bhai, defending champion of the women's candidates will be getting her first win of the event.
Yeah, by the way, I think we should jump back to the opposition because I think less than 10 minutes now for Fabi.
Fabi, yeah.
So Sindarov to bhai walk करने लगा भाई. He's already ready to go. Like look at the confidence by the way. How भाई? Like
11 में 8:30 के बाद तो भाई कॉन्फिडेंस ही होगा ना, और क्या होगा क्या.
Exactly. And Lady Luck. भाई ऐसे क्या शांत क्यों हो जाता है सहज है, मतलब आपने ही बोला टेलीग्राम पे कुछ पोस्ट डाला था, वो इसी से तो दुनिया को पता चली है तो.
करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट पता तो चला उसको भाई. करेक्ट.
Yeah, I also saw some reel today. I don't know.
चेस बेस ने रील डाला है आज.
हाँ वही देखा होगा मैंने. I think there was some reel also that I saw. So it's like public knowledge now. So also
Yeah.
like हमने सुना था in our interview with Sindarov.
Yes.
Kaimer at GCL. So I think वो भी हम release करेंगे chat. Sindarov in a completely new avatar at some point.
Yep. By the way, Fabi thinking took G3 check देना है कि नहीं. I think it's the only real try, but I think at this point Fabi realizes there is no real try. I don't know what's like sad. Like okay, the situation is of course very very sad for Fabi, but I think what's even more sad is कि वो घर जाके देखेगा ना पोजीशन, उसको देखेगा कि कहीं पर भी कोई जीतने का चांस नहीं था. That's even worse, I think. Well, like when you go back and check it with an engine, you're thinking, भाई मैंने कोई critical moment miss कर दिया हो, कुछ miscalculation कर दिया हो, but there was no realistic chance for Fabi.
Yeah, it's gonna be
प्लस
like
1 का एडवांटेज था ना पर उसका.
हाँ, but वो मतलब it's like it was more before the the calculation actually happened. It's like when the simplification happened, then it wasn't even +1.
Correct. Yeah.
I think if raw strength were to be analyzed right now, I think Sindarov is number 2 in the world. I feel like in terms of strength, temporarily, but number 2 in the world after Magnus right now.
नहीं साहिल का what? भाई क्या आपका फोटो यूज करके कोई आ रहा था भाई.
कौन?
साहिल करके आपका ही टिक्कू के चैनल का डीपी था उसका.
साहिल करके, साहिल क्या करके?
साहिल रुको मैं लिख.
नहीं मत लिखो भाई.
मुझे तो दिख ही नहीं रहा भाई, पता नहीं कहाँ गया.
क्या कैसे हो यार तुम चैट. बट ओके 6 minutes for Fabi.
भाई फ्रस्ट्रेटेड लग रहा है भाई. He's like मैं क्या करूं भाई.
भाई आप कैसे नहीं होगे फ्रस्ट्रेटेड यार. हाउ कैन यू नॉट बी
एनालॉजी दोगे
फ्रस्ट्रेटेड.
आप टिक्कू भाई, क्या एनालॉजी दोगे आप इसको?
भाई it's like trying to hit Bumrah for a
2200
he's
2200
trying
ना.
to hit Bumrah for a 6 and I think गुकेश ही होंगे हमारे वैभव सूर्यवंशी मुझे लग रहा है.
Bumrah and Suryavanshi in the same context, bhai. This is gold mine right there.
I'm pretty sure सहज भाई को वैभव सूर्यवंशी नहीं पता.
नहीं. मैं मूवी सोच रहा था, पता है. मैं मूवी के बारे में सोच रहा था. सॉरी चैट, मेरा क्रिकेट का नॉलेज बहुत खराब है.
Oh God.
Let's go full screen भाई. ये दौड़ के कौन गया भाई?
दारो ही है भाई.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली वही मूवी चैट जो आप लिख रहे हो, वही. This has to be the greatest candidate performance ever if you consider age and quality. I think if you consider anything, bhai, in modern history, this is the greatest performance, period. Like
What?
in
What?
any situation. क्या हुआ भाई?
Bhai, damn blunder. Bibisara is back. What
अरे
the?
अरे अरे
What in the world, bhai?
क्रेजी. ओ भाई ये पोजीशन मैंने एक्चुअली पहले एक बार खेली हुई है वाइट से. ओके रुक ए6 वाज द ब्लंडर. रुक h6 इज द ओनली मूव दैट्स. वेट रुक h6 किंग g7 किंग g5. एक व्हाई डज
Okay,
दिस मेक
it's tough,
सेंस?
yeah.
हाँ
It's
रुक
tough, bro.
g6 चेक मिस किया उसने भाई. एंड किंग h5 दैट्स हार्ड. दैट्स वेरी हार्ड.
And अच्छा रुक से pawn को support आ गया फिर.
Exactly, Rook supports this. And by the way, this exact position I played against the second Grandmaster of India, if anyone in the chat knows, Grandmaster Dibyendu Barua. Ditto same position में white से खेल रहा था, and I tried to play for a win, but not much can be achieved here. And the game was unfortunately a draw. By the way,
By
Fabi
the
has
way, Fabi
played.
has played. Wow, क्या sync में बोला भैया हमने.
Crazy भाई.
Rook e7. Okay, bishop attacked. हिलाओ भाई थोड़ा सा बिशप को. फिर कहाँ लेके जाए सहज भाई बिशप को?
कहीं भी भाई. Bishop g6 h. I'm seeing even bishop c6. Bishop c6 is the simplest, no?
Yeah. Rook e6.
देन a7 तो मार ही दूंगा ना मैं. वो तो प्लान ही था कब से.
अच्छा बिशप दे दोगे. रूक f6 चेक के साथ मरने के बाद भी इट्स अ ड्रॉ क्या?
I mean, rook f6 speaks. So bishop c6, rook e6. I can play f5 first. You take this and then I'll take this. Then I'll just push this down and okay, knight
भाई
मर
that's
जाएगा
lost.
pawn.
That's
क्या
lost
बात कर
actually.
रहे हो?
Knight b5 आ रहा है.
Ah, okay, knight b5 is a nice trick. Okay, I missed that. So rook a7, rook f6, king g2, rook c6. Okay, king h2. Okay, you can play rook knight versus rook, but draw है भाई.
Sindar about to play f5 chat. Is it on the board?
भाई f5 खेल रहा है वो.
हाँ f5 खेल रहा है.
Simple.
खत्म. बिशप ही दे देगा भाई. क्या बंदा है यार. Yeah, e3 is also a move chat indeed.
Yeah, some fast moves incoming now.
भाई
दोनों का टाइम
अगर
बहुत कम.
अगर फैबी को भी सी स्क्वायर पॉडकास्ट गेम के जस्ट बाद रिकॉर्ड करना होता तो क्या कहते हो गेम के बारे में अभी?
I mean, I think he tried. Yeah, he tried like I think everything he had, and he got a good position. And Sindarov just defended incredibly well. But I think Sindarov could be undefeated in this tournament now.
वेरी लाइकली.
अभी अनीश भी इतना चांस नहीं लेगा अगर रिस्क नहीं लेगा अगर चांस ही नहीं है तो.
अग्रीड.
And now King G2, I guess. Actually, Rook H7 is also good, no? Actually, नहीं, F4 पहले खेलो. F5 भी बचा दो. वो भी मत दो. I think now Sindarov is thinking Rook Knight versus Rook तो draw है, but Fabi खेलेगा. So let's try to figure out like the quickest way to draw and not go into that Rook Knight versus Rook. Even though वहाँ पे realistically White के जीतने के chances नहीं है, but still White can play on. By the way, Gukesh is now completely not just neutralized, but Gukesh is much better against Hari. So that's great news. Well, for Gukesh. Rook h7 खेला उसने, offering the f5 pawn, and now king e3 is incoming or king g2 is incoming, and rook knight versus rook खेलने के लिए वो तैयार है भाई. भाई long game incoming. Long end
भाई
game
फैबी
incoming.
खेलेगा भी नहीं ऐसे डिफेंस के बाद. ही इज गोना से भाई करो
Actually,
खत्म
I
कहानी.
can't even blame him. Yeah, can't even blame him.
I think it's going to be draw in the next maybe couple of minutes. I feel like I don't see Fabi pushing here. I mean जितना उसने डिफेंस किया सिंदर रुक नाइट से रुक तो वो लिटरली आग बंद रख के ड्रॉ कर लेगा.
सही में Says, do you think Fabi tries Rook Knight versus Rook?
I mean, if he had, I think if he was closer to Sindarov in with points, like I think he would. You have no risk in this position, so I think he would, but I'm not sure. And now, I mean, the way to take this pawn is to bring the king here, then knight को ऐसे e4, d2, c4 पे, keep the rooks and try to win that.
Bhai,
But
I
of
feel
course,
a
that's
draw
very,
for
very
his incoming,
difficult.
bhai.
अरे
I think draw.
भाई
What?
भाई क्या बोल दिया ये तो crazy. What?
भाई
He just offered a draw.
Wow.
भाई सिंडारो ही जीत सकता है, उसका ही पॉन जिंदा है.
नहीं भाई, c3, knight g4, knight e3 and comfortable draw.
I think that was a draw for.
And
look at
that
the
was a
fist pump.
congratulations.
भाई fist pump देखा क्या? हल्का सा fist pump from Sindarov.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bhai. 8.5 out of 11. That means he is still 2 points ahead of everyone else with 3 rounds to go.
Wow. I think all the games have finished and Fabi looks defeated, to be honest, but I think he tried his level best today. Really played his A game, but even that wasn't enough. I think let's have the standings on our screen now and let's take a call on whether there's any hope remaining for anybody. But I think we're going to just realize one thing, and that is it is Sindarov who's going to win this event. And let's keep in mind, we do have Anish versus Sindarov remaining. So technically, let's assume in the hypothetical scenario कि Anish हरा देते Sindarov को. And with 2 games remaining, there's a 1 point lead. So essentially, Sindarov cannot win any game, right? The max he has to do is 2 draws, and Anish has to win both. So if tomorrow Anish wins and Sindarov draws, hypothetically you are still in the game. But if Sindarov wins the game, that's when mathematically everybody is ruled out. And everybody else is already out, yeah? Anish is the only one in the game so far.
Yeah, and someone actually saying that Sindarov has more wins than draws, which is ridiculous actually to think about in an event like Candidates.
Yeah, man. What? By the way, no one
Bad,
has
bad.
double-digit draws, by the way, 10 draws. That just stand out somehow. But yeah. And Pragg, by the way, in 7th place. So I think coming back to that question, Sahaj bhai, I'm pretty sure he's disappointed. Really disappointed. Like,
No,
with his
yeah.
performance.
But yeah, no, you're right.
So chat, Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, any final thoughts before we end day number 11? Of course, Vaishali is in the lead. That is amazing news for India because 8 point, वहां 2 point का lead है, यहाँ 1 point का lead है. So Sindarov has like 99% chances. Vaishali surely has at least 75%. So kal ka match is against Zhu Jiner actually. So she is going to play the number 2. So if she defeats Zhu Jiner tomorrow with the white pieces, and Anna Muzychuk, who does Anna Muzychuk play tomorrow? Do we know?
Anna Muzychuk plays against 1 second. She plays
Goryachkina.
against
Goryachkina.
Yes.
So
वो white से.
So if Anna doesn't win and Vaishali beats Zhu Jiner, I think the tournament is over tomorrow itself. Maybe not like numerically, but at least practically. So it's an important day tomorrow, chat. And hoping Vaishali does win the candidates and gives us a new world championship challenger. So Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, any final thoughts at the end of day 11?
Yeah, happy for Vaishali. I think she's the one carrying, everything on her back and hope she, carries it all the way and, she can deliver that very, very important candidates win and she earns the spot to challenge the world champion. And बहुत मजा आएगा वहाँ पे. And of course, hard luck for Pragg. And I think Sindarov, what a performance. I'm at a loss of words. I mean, defending that against Fabi, I mean, the entire event has just been absolutely crazy performance from him. So yeah.
Yeah, and fully echo says by your thoughts. Perfect tournament by Sindarov and वो Pragg के game में जो हल्का सा चीज हर game में missing है, that we also saw today. Overall 6 games drawn, एक game अब भी चालू है. Only 1 win for Vaishali. What a dream day for India in the women's section. Vaishali wins, gets a 1 point lead. I think बहुत ही अच्छा chance है to get to become the Women's World Championship challenger for Vaishali. So hopefully that happens, chat. I mean, बहुत मजा आया, and hopefully India wins.
Chat, see you tomorrow. Last के 3 दिन आप miss नहीं कर सकते because Vaishali is in the lead. So we're going to see. I think Sindarov, of course, is going to win the open section candidates. There's no doubt about it. But Vaishali, great chances. So we have to cheer for Vaishali in the last 3 days. We're going to see you tomorrow. Tanya will also be back tomorrow for commentary. It will be amazing to have her. And of course, Vaishali ko hum log cheer karenge. Rakesh bhai, we need a way to find your jersey and, have it on stream. So let's find a way to do that also. See you tomorrow. Chalo, दोस्त salute क्यों कर रहे हो भाई? ये क्या है?
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Okay. Jai Hind, chat. See you tomorrow. Take care and good night.